the wave management, right? Oh, okay, this is getting kind of spicy here. This dance is quite messy.
Yeah. It's good coordination from both these teams, but I think SMG are winning out in the trade for now. They have more resources to play with. Sasa has just bought the Immortality. Miko gonna be chunked. So does Smooth in the mid lane by Takashi, who now reads it out. Wow, one basic attack. He's looking for a turn-apart memory, finds it. Smooth gets chunked. Photo helping him out now. Final blow to the back, but Smooth, what? He just gets taken down. Now he's gonna be king with the Requiem. He jumps in and finds the Red Tree. RRQ, they still decide to fight. That's a flicker from Luis, but look at Sasa dealing some damage. Another re-engage from Saxa. Now it's RRQ and a torn-apart memory in the Raging Sandstorm. Sasa thinking low. Immortality down. Does he buy a winner truncheon? No, he doesn't. Saxa now loses the Immortality, able to dash out. SMG survive. They get a 1-for-1, a 2-for-1.
Oh man, I don't know. It's one of those situations where you're like, protect the president, but the president says, go, 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 green light!
Yeah. Stormy playing a very important role, dealing the damage and eventually taking out King, and then you can see Takashi taken out. But obviously we talked about the fact that Takashi will not be as tanky as you would think he is, especially because he went in for damage build. I gotta say though, Saxa just really is playing this mid game so well as the early portions of the late game. He protected his teammate. Definitely the Akai with appeal. There's a lot of future for Team SMG, especially because they will be able to clear out this Lord lane.
I mean, look at the damage show, right? Sasa and Stormy now top of the charts as the top two with Sagan and Gusta just behind them ever so slightly. And I think especially once we are getting to this point of the game, oh my god, look at that damage!
Ouch.
Ouch.
Big oofs all across the board. And I mean, this has to be a little frustrating for RRQ Akira, right? Like, it kind of slipped through their fingers.
Yeah. But they put themselves in this position, right? I mean, they decided to fight despite getting the Lord.
Exactly. And also the mid lane overheat, that really will... Yeah, you'll be thinking about that. But they still have the important lead. They still have the way to end this game.
Smooth. Oh, good eye for an eye. Phantom Slash again. Saxa with a heavy spin. Gusta is able to position himself very well. Now to torn apart memory with the help of the Glooms. Finds the kill back. Oh! Gets sniped from downtown. Stormy threads the needle.
Now no inhibitors left for the side of Team SMG. They trade 2 for 1. They trade up for an inhibitor. And at the end of the day, this is just becoming more and more difficult despite Team SMG actually outscaling RRQ Akira for these neutral objectives, which is the main end condition for either team.
And especially now that teams have started to study managing the lanes. What you can do for RRQ Akira is to just macro it out, and Team SMG needs to force the fight. If you're smart as RRQ Akira, you would want to just, play it slowly. Just play the macro game. Wait for the next Lord. Set it as a trap. Win the macro battle so that you'll have eventually the better shot at the late game. And despite Team SMG having the better heroes for the late game.
Speaking of economy as well, I was hoping to actually see, the juggling of items later on, especially if they want to kind of maximize their abilities. Because so far, based on what we have seen, they are looking for like the most micro of mistakes. Oh, you use your guiding winds, we can immediately punish somebody as soon as they take it. So at the very least, there might be a potential outplay on that side of the map.
Yep. Saxa's immortality should be up pretty soon because that was popped after the first Lord, well, not the first Lord, but the previous Lord fight. So they're gonna have to be waiting for that one. Fortunately for Akira, they still have the immortality onto King, so they can be aggressive this time. But Luis, he also needs his own immortality. So I think Team RRQ Akira does have the better resources in this Lord dance.
Especially with 3 waves slow pushing, that'll give SMG a bit of a problem. They have to deal with all 3 waves consistently. Luckily, they have a Benedetta.
Yeah, that is true. And the best part about sitting from this new... Oh, no. Okay, the best part for RRQ to sit on this Lord, especially with Luis and his motivational shout, he can actually kind of tank through the damage with his team a little bit. Black Shoes already being used by Sagan's side, but Stormy making sure he feels the pain.
Yeah. This is beautiful by both these teams. Miko, though, he's going to go for the ball. Oh, final blow used up. Smooth. That's a big ultimate now. He has to find a very, very good angle with a dash or a Phantom Slash if he wants to get a good Petrify in. No final blow for a few seconds. He needs to go bot. As their CC in this team fight, one of their big resources burnt out. King, Spatial Migration, Violent Requiem, trying to force this heavy spin out from Saxa, but he saves it. Patient, Sasa gonna be caught in the tournament. Membrio, he pops him into nature, and Sagan follows it up all the way. Now another spatial migration. Sasa forced to use the heavy spin. Sasa buys the immortality. Sasa has the immortality. Raging Sandstorm. Takashi finds the back, and just like that, they've set up perfectly.
Smooth.
But look, it's smooth. He finds a moment to look for a kill. It's Sasa versus King.
Oh!
Sasa's got it. SMG disengage, and they stay in this game.
Oh my god, they are balancing this entire game on a knife's edge.
Wow.
What a Lord dance!
Unbelievable in RQ Akira. They have the better Lord dance. In fact, the timing on when they went for Saksa, that's actually pretty good, but Smooth turned it around. He's actually the MVP of that fight, at least for me, because what happened was when he went in, he stopped RQ Akira from actually following up to King. They wanted to do that because already King got onto Saksa, popped the ultimate, and dealt a lot of damage onto Saksa. We're gonna see it through the instant replay. It's already a very good Lord and setup coming out from RQ Akira. It's very smart, but then nobody was able to follow up, and Smooth just stopping the backlines, controlling 3 members, so that when the Lord Retribution battle was there, it will be at least a 50-50 in fact, and then Saksa wins it actually. The thing is, RQ Akira did not reset the Lord when they went in for the fight. That was their mistake. Because the idea here is you whittle down the formation of the enemy and then reset the Lord.
I mean, I think that RQ Akira thought they reset the Lord. You could see that the Lord was walking back, and then immediately that's where you see Saksa actually dashing forward to try and stop it so he doesn't get the full regen. So it's like a lot of these factors happening at the same time.
Exactly. Well done, Saksa, actually.
And now it's an Evolved Lord that is in RRQ's base. Remember, with an Evolved Lord and a Novaria and a Bruno, the sieging prowess is impeccable. And you can see it instantly. 2 base turrets already out. One last one in the bottom lane, and it is 1 hit away. Saksa could tickle it, and it will fall. Louise is trying desperately to try to zone SMG away, but all they need is 1 hit. Saksa walks forward, gets a good hit in. Heck, it's not even them, it's the minions. King, spatial migration, baiting out the heavy spin once again. It's a resource traded in exchange. 2 ultimates from the junglers.
Oh, now it's dead even again after everything that has happened. This 7K lead for the side of Team SMG sounds like it's a really good idea, but we're in the ultra late stages. It's only going to be used for juggling items, and even so, we haven't seen it happen that often in the match to begin with, because sometimes these Lord dances, there's just too many factors to consider.
Exactly. We see a Winter Truncheon coming out from King. When it comes to damage, yeah, surely you will have that from Gusta La Gusta. There's an argument that Lilia is also a late game mage, but compared to a Novaria, that's essentially not as good, right?
Yeah.
So I'm thinking Team SMG for now, they will be more comfortable. In fact, I think they're very comfortable now. They should be waiting for punishes. I think that they should also be waiting for the immortality to be up on Saksa once again. So this will be again another very long Lord dance. But the difference is Team SMG's lane is going to be at par with the lane of RQ Akira, naturally.
And I think at least for the side of Team SMG, they're able to play these, Lord dances and manage the waves a little bit better, because RQ Akira tend to have this, well, I would say they wouldn't get distracted, but once they make a call, it's very difficult for them to kind of call off the shot as soon as it's been made.
And now the minion waves are back to equal, right? There's no real advantage. Both sides have taken base turrets. That means both sides will have super minions to play with. They're both just playing around the Lord. It's a dance. Again.
Yep. They're going to be waiting for the immortality to be up on Saksa. And they just will manage their lanes. Look at the Benedetta. This is his playground, right? Late game, going for the long lane push. Definitely going to be Benedetta's gameplay. Very nice reset coming out from Team SMG, knowing full well that they also have their minions up top.
Yeah, I mean, this is where the...
Takashi backlines.
Okay. I mean, this opens up the map just a little bit here, but at the end of the day...
Whoa.
Minion Fury.
3-man knockup, Minion Fury, but no follow-up. That's a wasted resource.
That's
a wasted big resource.
Yep, bottom lane. Look at the healthy lanes coming out from Team SMG. Somebody has to answer that.
they're just going to drag this out, right? Team SMG, it looks like they have the advantage and really benefiting from the Benedetta from their draft, right?
Hey, that's 3 catapults. You're gonna have to handle that.
Oh, it's getting sweaty here. Do we call for the reset? Gusto is going for the recall? No, they cancel it.
They gotta respond to it, like you said.
Buddy.
3 cannons in the bottom lane, and just like that, SMG are holding on to it. Now Tekashi responds, but the Lord is so low. King needs to make a miracle play happen. Spatial migration. Final blow coming in. Requiem by King. They're not hitting the Lord. Disciplined gameplay from SMG. They get King's immortality, and then they go for the Lord. Now is RRQ on full retreat. A raging sandstorm and desperation. A minute of fury. Wait. They find an angle to perhaps win this fight. Smooth gonna be chunked. Stormy running them down. An astral meteor and a good spear. Hitting Gusta.
Okay.
That was...
I mean, they trade junglers at the very least, but like, I think that there's so many things that are so important in this match.
Yeah.
The wave management, number one. The calling of the shots, and most importantly, that Astral Echo to give confirmation.
That's right. I'm gonna have to hand it to the entirety of Team SMG, especially with their shot calling. Smooth with a slow push down the bottom lane. He did not completely clear the wave, that's why there were 3 cannons in the bottom lane. And then it came to a point where it became poison to RQ Akira that they had to now look the antidote for. And what they tried to do is to save that. That meant that they lost the Lord Dance. And by the way, gonna have to hand it to Saksa. They did not damage the Lord when King went in.
Oh! Just like that, a Petrify as well from Smooth with that final blow.
It's
just
over.
Like that. Team SMG, they start slow, but they finish fast. Game number 1.
Dang, what a game. What a game coming out from the side of Team SMG. What looked to be like an overwhelming avalanche coming out from RRQ Akira. Team SMG, they weather the storm.
Great play in the mid game. Saksa suffered in the first 8 minutes of the game, but afterwards, he made all of the right plays. He even stole the first Lord, which bought them a lot of time. They eventually got a lot of items onto Stormy, and then the punish in the middle where they got baited out surely, but the positioning that you saw coming out from Miko and the Matilda, always there to help his teammates or at least bait out eventually the members of RQ Akira. We were talking about the fact that this early game composition from RQ Akira is extremely strong in the early game, but it will be outscaled in the late game. And that's literally what happened in this game. By the way, the macro gameplay coming out from Team SMG leveled up so much that in this particular game, they were completely in control.
So many factors coming into play at the very end. I was already worried. Like, Team SMG, they usually like to start so, same as RRQ Akira, but RRQ Akira this time, they showed us a different side, how aggressive they could be, what really the South American playstyle generally starts to look like in their own leagues, and even then, that's when I thought, like, this could be over. No inhibitors, nothing. The defense coming up from the side of Team SMG, that's just experience.
Yes. And the clutch red trees, man, we gotta give it over to Saksa. That really kept the game going and smooth. That one play.
Exactly.
That one play, I think, saved the game and turned the game around.
Exactly. We were talking about, like, he was already chunked very, very low, already using the final blow, I believe, and then he had to take care of the long lane, right? The wave in the bottom lane. So when he went back, it was the perfect timing. And to think that it was a good idea already for RQ Akira, right? They jumped in for Saksa and pinned him down and eventually took him out. But maybe they didn't take for account the immortality and the fact that Saksa immediately dashed into the Lord so that he's able to catch the Lord and then get the clutch retribution, who is our MVP.
Give it on over.
Okay.
Even our cameraman's getting on with this. Give it up for our MVP from the side of Team SMG. It's Stormy, the Mage Prodigy himself, having some really important shots here, and by far one of the most influential ults to make some important calls for a team so macro-based like this.
You understand, I mean, Varia and Gord, they're the 2 heroes that we thought that will be banned out, but they still banned out the Famis, despite them having access to the Guinevere as well as the Brody. And they allowed Stormy to be this strong in the late game. However, I want to say, though, we can see through the highlights that the early game literally all belonged to side of RRQ. Here, they were making the right calls. In fact, this invade, I think this was played very smart. And they even had the ultimate counter king, the only death of the Stormy, by the way. was in the first few minutes of the game.
It was some beautiful stuff here.
Yeah.
The way that they did, like, look at this. Luis is just eating shot after shot, and he's just like, don't worry about it. I got you covered, right? Especially after a good counter engage coming up inside of SMG. Now, I think by far one of the most impressive parts about this, right, comes down to the way that you kind of combine these abilities, the synergies between the players, because it's not like you can communicate with everybody all at once. It's a lot of trust inbuilt to the team.
So that's these are the mistakes. One of the mistakes that RQ Akira did. They lost the fight after that. And then I believe that this will be King to take it because of that beautiful dash. And then they get out. Another defense coming out from Saksa. Look at the lane management. And by the way, Stormy will be hitting the shots into this particular sequence. And now it goes. Look at that. Saksa does have the immortality, dashes through, actually threading the needle and catching the Lord Aggro while Smooth was taking care of business. King was far too late. I mean, it's not really literally far, but in that sense, he was far too late. Then eventually they run down Gusta Lagusta while taking out King. And the fact that the Lilia will be taken out during the Lord push, that was definitely the mistake. Sagan was min-maxing too much in that particular sequence. He's the only defender that can clear out the wave. And in combination with the Brody, technically it's doable. It's defable, as the kids would say. You know? But
man,
unfortunately, Sagan min-maxed too much.
Yeah, it feels like, well, as much as I would like to believe that Sagan might be at fault, especially in those later stages of the game, you could definitely see moments where he got a little overheated, even pushing a little bit too far, giving these opportunities for SMG to come back. Because again, it felt like once they had that 5k lead, 7 minutes into the game, we were waiting for that 2x moment, that checkmate moment of like 10k lead, it's basically over, especially with the emblems that they have. It's so early game oriented.
And I do agree why they picked the emblem. I do agree why they pick up the entire composition. Maybe just the ban of the Novaria might be the only thing that they missed out on. But obviously, this composition coming up from RQ, it can work against Team SMG, especially if they ended this properly. And also, if you recall, during the draft, the Lilia as well as the Brody was picked immediately after the pickup on the Bruno as well as the Matilda. So you kind of feel like RQ definitely knew what they were doing, definitely have rehearsed this, and also planned for it against Team SMG. In fact, they would have won this game had it not been for some of the mistakes that they committed and Team SMG just being very patient. I think that there's a recurring theme here for Team SMG. They're very resilient. And I think that this is going to be a banger of a series.
I think so too. I mean, the fact that we saw in game number 1, like you mentioned, Wolf, RQ were leading. They had the game in the bag until they made those unnecessary mistakes. I would say like the unnecessary risky plays. They go for 50-50 Lords when they had a 6,000, 7,000 gold lead. And that just gave SMG, a team that are known to be waiting for that mistake. But once they do find that mistake, just capitalizes fully. RQ needs to stay way more disciplined because that's literally what lost them the game.
Actually, there's also another point that I want to bring up here. I mean, despite the fact that Saksa was getting absolutely spanked in the early game, the brass tacks that Smooth is actually putting on the team, we didn't see that 5k lead go into 6 or even 7 because of the way that he's not only cutting the waves, but he's stealing away turrets away from RRQ Akira. I think even when we're talking about discipline, it's one of the few things whereby you have to kind of make sure that there's no holes in your gameplay. I feel like RRQ Akira they make a call, they're all together on the call, which is a good thing, but there isn't the flexibility of calling it off when they realize, hey, we're in too deep, we have to commit.
And I gotta say the Team SMG were put in this kind of spot many times over already, like Malaysia MPL Malaysia regular season, so many times in the playoffs.
Yeah,
I was able to see that, and obviously during the wildcard stages, right? And then and I think that even after not having the chance anymore to get to the knockouts, I thought that they wouldn't have any fight in them anymore, especially after losing the early game. But Team SMG proved to be great sportsmen, esportsmen.
Esportsmen,
yeah.
Yep. That's literally what they have written on their hands, esportsman.
Really?
With spaces.
Yes.
And the hyphens.
I remember now.
Yes.
Big shout out to the team psychologist as well. And I do feel that Team SMG, even after they didn't get to the knockout stages, they have to think like this is probably the first step only for their development as a team. Again, this is their first season together.
And they can drag RQ Akira with them. Remember, RQ Akira needs a win here. If they lose 2-0, 2-1, it doesn't matter. If they lose, they're out. You don't even need to count if Blacklist can beat Fireflux. It's automatically done.
Why is it with the outer regions? Why is it always wildcard regions and even like just none of the big powerhouses? Like I wouldn't have minded if SMG was pulling an even bigger team down with them, but unfortunately it's going to be South America. So it's like there's no winning here.
Yeah, well, we still have to look for the Fireflux versus Blacklist match anyways, so that will be happen.
Wait, I think there a chance of a three-way tie?
If you know what?
Go 3-0.
You know what? I want to do the math.
1-2.
We're gonna leave it to our producers and the backend to take care of that and inform us later on. But in the meantime, we got to focus on adaptations for the upcoming game, right? Because again, this is a bit of a different side of RQ Akira that we haven't seen before in the group stage, but you know, more commonly in their own region. Do they devolve back into it? Back into the play what is quote-unquote Mirko mentioned meta? A little uncomfortable, but at the very least, you have the tools to actually pull through in each phase of the game.
In my, I think at least when I think about that, particularly the draft from game number 1, I don't think that the draft was a problem. There's just one thing that Novaria might have been the better ban instead of the Faramis. I understand the Valentina ban, but the Faramis ban, they have the tools to deal with it, and then just the Novaria. So I guess they didn't really change. I think they still stuck through their signature, at least for RQ Akira. They're playing their playstyle. In fact, they were already winning that game. It's just that the Novaria was a problem for them in the latter portions of the game. I'm interested on what Mirko thinks though, because I heard that this guy knows a thing or two about pep talks.
I wonder where you heard that from, Wolf. But yeah, I mean, looking at RQ Akira personally, it comes back to what I said in game number 1 before, in the drafts, right? Sure, this might be the same playstyle. It might be the RQ Akira that still goes in, looks for proactive maneuvers, even though they're on the Minotaur. But towards the later stage, we can really see when they're forced to play these kind of systematic compositions, it starts to hurt them. They're a chaotic team, and that's what makes them really strong. Even if they get an early lead as big as we saw just earlier, a 6,000 gold lead, for some reason, that's just not how they can end. They just can't find an end angle with that systematic playstyle. So if they go back to that chaotic kind of style again, I think it just suits them better.
You're telling me that if this is character creation, max out. Just put all your points into strength. Don't try and distribute it. Don't try to min-max. Just focus it all in that damage, all in that early game, or maybe even all in that late game. We'll have to see as the game starts to progress by, because I feel like Team SMG is supposed to be the more systematic team in comparison to RQ Akira, and that's where you see the big differences in terms of like personality. And now I can't get the singular thought of Mirko doing a pep talk for the side of RQ Akira. He's just gonna come in here like, hey guys, and that's the entire pep talk. Fight! Each and every time.
I'm picturing it in my head.
Right? It's so visual.
It's so visual. It's so Mirko, actually.
It is. I mean, just yesterday, we did a meme thing. Tatakai! Fight! Remember RQ Akira? And they also have merchandise, RQ with...
It all comes full circle. So that's why there's bite marks on their hands instead of writing. It all adds up. I think that especially for RQ Akira, if they are going to get into that mode, that mojo that we're hoping for, it's got to be, again, some of these bands that Wolf has mentioned. Number 1, the Faramis, you know, maybe you should kind of let that through, especially if you're prepared to play something like Benedenon as well as Khalid. You've already had that kind of pre-planned. And it felt even stranger that they banned it out because they had Lilia, which is already a very natural way to say, hey, clump up together, perfect. I'm just going to peel off your Netherrealm. That's not that big of a deal.
And especially because they went in for Minotaur plus the Khalid. They don't have the necessary dive against the Novaria. Surely they have Guinevere, right? But Guinevere already has a designated task of taking care of the neutral objectives, taking care of the Kai forcing the heavy spin, so that there's really no Novaria killer as much as there is no Minotaur killer in that game, right? But in the latter portions of the game, you can even like just not even mind the Minotaur, as they did in that particular game. They look for the backlines, and particularly that's because of Smooth's do it. But at the same time, there's no way for them to take over the Novaria position.
Okay, with that being said, we're starting to move into game number 2. Team SMG currently at match point, as they might be bringing another team down with them and not let them qualify for the knockout stages. Let's jump right into the drafting phase, and it's going to be RRQ here once again on the blue side up against Team SMG on the red side. Akai, hell nah.
Nope. Not after game number 1. That's literally what gave SMG so many chances at that game. It could have been over so much sooner, but this may actually be a bit of foreshadowing to what RRQ wants to go for. Maybe they want to go for the same exact strat, just with the Akai removed.
Yep. That means that Team SMG, I think that it's better to let go of the Guinevere, because I think that they can go for the Baxia Angela instead, or Baxia Matilda. So maybe it's better if they ban something like a Brody, actually.
Oh.
I'll be surprised. Or maybe a Lilia, in fact.
I feel like if they ban out the Brody, that's an immediate marksman pick coming up from the side of RRQ Akira, right? I'm just going to make the assumption there. The Angela is going to get banned out from the side of Team SMG. Look, okay, so one major change, which is the Akai ban from RRQ.
So there's Guinevere, and then you go Baxia plus the... Yeah, Baxia Matilda, maybe? Or Baxia Bruno, actually, is pretty good.
I think either or, both of which, I think they can hold off on the box here for now, only because, at least for the Guinevere, it's still pretty flexible.
Yes, you're right.
They have multiple options as well that could go into the jungle. So going for the Bruno just kind of makes sense. The Matilda also kind of makes sense as well. Let's see whether or not that's going to be the game plan coming in for Coach Pao and the rest of his team.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think Matilda Bruno will be the best. But again, here, they still go Matilda Baxia. Yeah, maybe they want RQ to pick the Bruno first, and then they can go for something like a Claude. Since they have the Matilda anyways, they have protection for the Claude, and they have a vehicle for the Claude as well.
You're right. That'll be very, very interesting. Oh wait, we also totally forgot about Ixia as well. Both of which will be really interesting to see, right? So we get the Bruno lock in here. Let's see what RRQ Akira is going to go for.
Oh, they It's
the preemptiveness, right? They're like, I want. You're gonna pick Faramis? I already have the Lilia.
Now's the question: Faramis or Ixia? Do they want to go for a bold pick here?
I think Ixia is better in a way because you have the Matilda and the Baxia.
Exactly.
I guess I don't know how expert Sasa is with the Ixia. So if they want to go like if they want to just secure the comfort, they might just go Claude.
Yeah, I think, man, I mean, you're already at this point of time, be bold.
Yeah, I agree.
Be brave.
Be brave.
BB.
BB.
Yeah, I do like the Ixia bit, but... okay.
I'm telling you, Stormy, looking at Sasa is like, no, I'm the carry now.
So wait. I think I now understand. I understand it. What's gonna happen is RQ will be forced to ban both Claude and Ixia. They will go carry instead as their last pick.
Do they really want to go carry in these types of situations?
They will not have any choice after the ban on the if the Ixia and the Claude will be banned out. They will not have any other choice but the carry. So I think that they're more concerned about the Stormy hero than the Sasa hero.
When the body suffers.
Okay,
what?
Faith into Sasa and
Bring it on.
Never mind.
They're like, nah.
Never mind.
No more of this. Get Benedetta out of here. No more brass tacks this time around.
Agree,
They're taking the playmaking out of SMG, man. It started with the Kai, now it's the Benedetta. They might just go for it. I mean, the gold lane ban seems inevitable, though.
Yeah, Ixia maybe. I think that especially because
Minotaur.
Okay. So they really want to go Claude this time.
Interesting. They have a Valentina this time. I would actually think that maybe they would let that open, but Claude had to get taken out here. That's very hard to get a pick off with when you play the Guinevere.
Yeah, man, the second part of the drafting phase, especially when it comes to that match, is so responsive from both Coach Cabral as well as Coach Pao. They're both looking at each other, and it's like, it's a tic-tac-toe game. Eventually, you're going to get one of those corners to finish this game off. As first pick in the second phase, going on to Team SMG, what's it gonna be?
The Khalid is still open, so you might want to go Diroth for Team SMG. Something along the lines of non-counterable XP lane. Surely there still is Uranus. The Paquito looks also very good. I don't know how good... I don't know how good Smooth is with the Paquito.
He's pretty decent.
What about Arlet?
Arlet, I mean, it's banned out, unfortunately, right? If it was up on the table, for sure, that's an early lock-in for him, right? 3 more seconds. Paquito. Good call there, Wolf. Good call. Now we know we have multiple options, and especially for gold lane that's already uncontested at this point, as RRQ have locked in the Bruno. What are they going to finish it off with?
Lapu or Yuzhong, so that they know that whatever marksman there will be, it will be enough for the jump, right? And also, if the Ixia will be played, at least they have an access to the backlines. You might be tempted to go for Khalid again if you're RQ, because honestly, Tekashi played it well, and it kind of fits the profile of how Tekashi wants to play. That means that you need a way to also jump the backlines. What if they go... Yeah, well, never mind.
Yutong will
Drop
into Kufra.
Okay.
Okay. So they're just playing their own style. They're like, we have set tanks, we have ways to jump that backline, and we have an executioner just in case we peel them off.
Oh,
he's not feeling it.
You called it.
Yes, I understand it. Oh, okay. So why I'm very happy about this is, it is actually a hero. You know, Claude and Ixia, they don't necessarily win against Bruno.
Yeah.
Like, they can even it out. Carry is a 50-50 though. It's a 50-50 call. If you're good enough, you can win against the Bruno.
Really? In comparison to an Ixia?
Ixia will not win against the Bruno per se. It will survive.
It will
the Bruno.
survive. I mean, in our trades. Okay. All right. We'll get a little bit more into the laning phase about this, because I think it's going to be quite the game changer for either side. Remember, this is all about, like, well, not necessarily early game, but at least they have a little bit more flexibility around that mid game, so they don't get that brass tacks against Team SMG as we start rolling into this match point for them. M5 World Championship group stage here. It's on the line. The knockout qualification for RRQ Akira comes down to this. They need to break this game open. They need to push it to a game number 3. As we walk in towards game number 2, it's going to be Team SMG on the red side once again to hold them back. RRQ Akira on the blue side.
It's not just the last hope for RRQ, but it's the last hope for Brazil. Bigatron's Suns have been knocked out already. And now we'll see if SMG will deny that chance away from this region, from this team.
The carry, although I say that it can win against the Bruno 1v1, it still is a risk. Like I said, Bruno will have the time of his life no matter what, right? Because it's the easier hero to execute in the gold lane. But the carry, if you're good enough, if you know your matchups, and if you outplay your opponent, the Bruno, you will be able to do so.
Yeah, it's all going to come down to the usage of the light wheel, right? That's going to be the big game changer for a lot of these carry players in their counter matchups. But so far, Stormy and Miko doing a good job kind of trying to keep control over this mid lane. They're really fighting for it.
Yeah.
They're doing a good job.
The moment they pick up the Valentina instead of the Claude, it kind of really told me that, yeah, they might be eyeing for the carry, but I didn't think that they would be bold enough to actually do that. Well, I guess to echo what Gideon said, nothing else matters anymore with Team SMG, right? So they should be. I mean, if there's a time to be bold enough, this is the time.
Yeah, no, it's great to see. I remember doing a daily recap on my YouTube channel that you can go find at Guinea and Kiro. With Renmar, he mentions that Sasa is actually quite a stable laner, so why not give faith to him, right? Have faith in him in his matchups, and then start investing in other players and arming them better.
Yeah, and I think for SMG here, to talk a little bit about Wolf's statement there earlier about the laning phase, I think it's kind of irrelevant anyways, because they have a Mathilda, right? It's an auto win for the lane. Healing, sustain, and also a bit of poke. Same thing goes for RRQ though, because they have better wave clear in the mid lane. Lilia's just all over the place. Wait, I believe that's a spatial migration and an engage on the other side of the map. Sockside to be poked down, and now with 1 HP, he's able to dodge for a bit, but the Glooms takes him out. It's going to be the Black Shoes popped in. Tekashi looking for one last hit, a good knockout strike, but a spatial migration saves Tekashi for a bit, delays his death, and is able to just get the right timing on that kill to Smooth. Tyrant's Revenge by Louise, knocking Miko up. Stormy's looking for an angle. King finds a retreat now, a defensive spatial migration. Louise gonna be poked down, going to be stunned up. He does have to flicker, however, to escape.
Interesting. Okay, again, a lot of respect is being given over. I think Team SMG kind of underestimated how much Dairoth could actually do in the earlier stages of the game, and that's why they're not going for the instant invade on the orange side for RRQ Akira, knowing that he's walking back into it. So now we look at the goal earned. Gusta, Logusta, and King are in nice spots with Sasa and a Stormy just behind them. But in the meantime, Smooth, like, this matchup is extremely volatile.
Yeah. And I gotta say, RRQ Akira is still very good at the laning early stages of the game. despite having the backshot as well as the Matilda, they still got 2 kills and got the turtle against Team SMG. It's pretty massive, and they're going to be very comfortable now. Going for 2 lanes? Double lane Dyrath?
Okay.
That's the first time I'll see that.
Yeah, you don't see that very often. As EXP laners, you don't usually get that much love. You kind of have to kind of hold your own, be financially independent, you know? Got to find your own way.
I mean, he does have the Wilderness Blessing, so it makes sense why he's rotating across the map. He doesn't go for the Rupture. Violent Requiem used up. Miko locked down. He stayed in the air till he died there.
The airtime was nasty. Can't do much about that, but oh no, Sasa.
Oh, can't dash away. That's a bouncing ball, and Sasa will be pinned down. King picks up a killing spree. Stormy, one last hit. He gets the clone in time, and Gusta, he's just taking the turret, waiting. Meanwhile, Luis gets a good rage, claps them onto the wall. Stormy forced to use the black shoes. And RQ gets a big win in the early game.
Huge win. I mean, it's starting to be almost like a repeat of game number 1, right? Now, if it is going to be similar to game number 1, we expect RQ Akira to make it to at least 5K by the 7th minute mark, right?
Yeah.
For the most part, that should be the story that should be told, right? These turtles are dangerous. RQ Akira are going to drag out this laning phase for as long as possible. And honestly, I got to give it to Sagan. He's been pretty consistent in his laning phase and as well as these early fights.
Gotta agree with you. Spatial Migration, 2-man this time with the Violent Requiem, but Miko's able to purify out of this one. Takashi now jumping on the Soxa. Abyssum Strike dodged away from. Now Knockout Strike bringing him back all the way to the Shield Unity. And that is a 1-for-0. This time is for SMG. RQ on the back foot. Soxa pulling the turtle as far away as possible from King as Stormy tries to distract him. Back Louise. Oh, beautiful timing by Stormy. Red Tree battle from King and Soxa, and it's going to be King with a 1-level lead who secures the turtle. Sagan flickers out to safety. Who gets the more value there?
Wow, I think Team SMG, think about it, because they badly need the recovery. And I'm only saying that because they were trailing behind for quite a long time. So the fact that they finally get a W when it comes to skirmishes, going to be a breath of fresh air for them.
Yeah, I think that overall, I mean, I don't know. There was definitely a moment of PTSD for Mirko there, especially when the Dyrath started jumping back in, but Smooth, financially independent. How long can he hold?
Not that long. He just gets shut down.
Happens to the best of us. I mean, EXP experience right there.
Yep, it happens, man. Sometimes you go for a 1v1, sometimes there's a random Guinevere.
Now I'm getting PTSD from that one. That's the real life. But let's come back to the top side, right? Because that's where the most important players are going to be. Oh,
good catch, and the Tyros Rage doesn't even need it to connect to the wall. Now Stormy, terrifying. Oh, Gusta 1 HP, still able to cut away. Stormy looking for one last hit, but is not able to find it. Meanwhile, King is in the bush, waiting with Takashi. That Wilderness Blessing.
Oh
you saw Takashi bot, now you see him talk.
God.
Oh my goodness. And RQ Akira knew that the shoes will be there eventually because Stormy copied the Lilia and they punished him duly. The thing is, they also pushed up top, so I think that's the even bigger objective that they were able to get up top lane.
Yeah, and worse yet, if Sasa was playing just a marksman with just a wee bit more range, just a wee bit more, he wouldn't be stutter stepping underneath his turret to finish off the kill that was so given to him. Served on a silver platter, like an Ixia. Even a Claw, just throw out the BMI if you have to, but man, that's gotta hurt.
Yep. That is the risk for RRQ Akira. I mean, for Team SMG. You understand why they went for the carry, but they're paying for that for those transgressions. And Luis is now gonna be just babysitting Gusta La Gusta at this point.
Oh, that's a lot of damage. 2 basic attacks.
90 damage.
Okay, stop it, man, please. You've already got so much crit, and it's not even the empowered auto attacks, and they're doing more than 500 damage each time, brother. Come on.
The crit's up to 1,300.
Oh, stop.
7 minutes in.
Big ouchies. Big ouchies. I mean, now we're at the 7-minute mark, right? And previously in game number 1, it was 5K. Now it's only 3.7. It feels like this is a slower snowball that's accumulating for RRQ Akira.
Oh, good bounce.
Oh my god.
That was brilliant. It actually took away from a lot of SMG's power in that initiation, and now it's going to be the re-engage from RRQ. A good guiding win, though. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Abyssal Strike! Oh, Takashi!
Sasa at the edge. Stormy didn't pop the Purify because, I mean, like, it might not even help him, but any port in the Storm, Team SMG, unfortunately, might lose this turret.
Look at that, the physical defense shred right onto Luiz's Tyrant's Revenge. You didn't see that rage because you didn't even need to land it. Now Tekashi again onto the back, zoning Sasa, forcing a guiding win from Miko. What the heck is going on? RQ Akira are just pushing in mid. They're just going straight in.
I mean, this is the chaos that you wanted to see. You wanted to see RQ Akira kind of pump up the gas, be hyper aggressive, go further and further and further, really pushing their limits against Team SMG. And they found a really good opportunity during the scramble. And it feels like Team SMG can't keep up with that tempo, like similar to game number 1. But even so, that they're getting staggered time and time again.
Yeah. Like, they really need Sasa to I mean, speed up the farming right now, but what can they do? They can't even go double lane now because Guinevere, the king, is just literally just all over the place. No place is safe for Sasa to farm, especially because his Purify is on cooldown for 30 more seconds.
I'm sorry, Wolf. I can't help but laugh every time I see Tekashi. He's so fast. he's everywhere.
Yeah. It's Khalid at home. Dyroth just running around.
Wilderness Dyroth.
Oh man,
you gotta love it.
That's wild.
It's really wild.
Look at him! Look at him! What? He's so fast. I'm coming, boys!
I'm getting there. I'm getting a marathon run all the way from topside. It's great to see.
It might be even funnier if he wears that skin, the KOF skin, right? Because he's doing like the animation, like Naruto.
Oh, circling eagle, Sagan. Oh, he's holding that choke point really well. Now Tekashi jumps in. It's an Abyssum strike to take Saksa out. No red tree, just like that, and King just secures it for free. A good Terrify, a good chunk of damage, but Lagusta is untouchable. Smooth jumps in the punch, but he's not able to find anything. SMG forced back, and RQ Hero.
Flicker!
Flicker forward from Lagusta. Unable to find any more of those hits, but what a win.
What a win. Gusta, you have to be reminded of game number 1 where some of the
man.
overspeeding from RQ Akira might be detrimental for the team, but they can celebrate now. I think that was a well-played Lord Dance that you saw from RQ Akira, and more importantly, Tekashi with the positioning as well as the entirety of RQ Akira, honestly, punishing Sapsa.
Ooh. Wow, a good lockdown. Smooth gets knocked up. The airtime was wild. Saksa can only just watch it. Luis finds a rage. Brings them back. That's a kill over Tekashi with the Abyssum strike. Sasa still surviving. King backing away. And of course, Tekashi survives as well. Stormy just very, very low. Feel good shots, and that's a double picked up. Tekashi once again finds the back, and it is an equalizer. Fast as the Dyroth, 11 minutes.
Woo! The Kingdom strikes back 1-1, forcing a Game 3 onto Team SMG. I don't know about you, but the last Kage has got some competition, and Tekashi, if only he had the correct skin, he may be changing his name to Kakashi real soon.
Yes, 100%. I'm gonna have to hand it to the draft that we saw from RQ Akira, especially when they went in for the Dyroth. How do you actually pronounce it? Dyroth or Dyroth?
I call it Dyroth.
I call it Dyroth.
Dyroth, alright.
Dyroth sounds more epic. You know?
Yeah.
Especially when he's running like that. You know how fast he is? He's fast as heck, boy!
he's hella fast.
Ciao! Coming out from Tekashi.
He has speed.
Yes, he's speed. And that Kufra, I really love that touch. I think along the way, we kind of predicted that a Paquito will be picked up, right?
Yeah.
We mentioned that. But at the same time, the first hero that came to my mind was the Dyroth. Because I think that Dyroth is a hero that doesn't have a necessary counter during that moment. Like we saw that the terrorism was already banned out. And if they pick that up, I mean, there's no actual quote-unquote counter. Because the Benedetta was already out, right?
That's true.
So that's why it would have been better as the 4th pick. But now that they have access to it, they countered the Paquito, and they have this Kufra. I think the Kufra was a nice touch because, in a way, the Matilda will not be running around with the Guiding Wind, and you also have that Paquito that's really just nullified because of that Kufra. And of course, who's our MVP? It's King. 4-0-9.
disgusting gameplay, right?
Exactly.
Because you're expecting Luis to be the one that's like, oh, I'm going to catch everybody. I'm going to go for those big engages. And King's like, no, step aside, brother. It's all me. I'm going to start it off, going to get that airtime. You guys just got to follow up.
Yep. And there's also that knock-up, that free tech coming out from the Kufra to actually allow King to also land big ultimates. But you gotta have to hand it to both King as well as Tekashi. They relieved what normal roamers would do, to roam around the map, right? And that meant that this Luis Kufra was able to just babysit the Bruno. By the way, great fight. Level of first turtle fight coming out from Team RRQ. Eventually, they have punished Tekashi, but King, look at his positioning, and he's very patient about it. And the trap. 5 people at 6 minutes up top just because of movement speed and Tekashi. Beautiful min-maxing with that Bison Strike.
I'm telling you, that's going to be the name of my next fanfic. Relieving my roamer, man. Because again, how fast is Tekashi moving on with the wield in his breasting? It's like he has the Khalid passive to kind of close that distance super quick. But
he is a roamer.
He is a roamer. But let's not forget, like, for most people, you're thinking about the quote-unquote armor strip meta when Irithel was still very relevant. You technically kind of have that with the worldie on top of having the off, right?
True. Yeah, stacks up.
Stacks upon stacks. It's tough. It's tough. And let's not forget the one extra bit of flavor. You mentioned it just now with Luis on this Kufra. Not only is he able to engage, but more importantly so, once you have that momentum, people kind of tend to forget that he's there. And then he comes on in and it's like, oh, he helps his team overreach these boundaries.
Yes, exactly. Because there are a lot of jumps coming out from RQ Akira, and then you would think that after 1 or 2 jumps, it's already over. Guess what? The Kufra comes in. And man, you gotta have to remember these, boys. D-Roth or Dyroth, this is how you play it. Wilderness Blessing after the Firmness, as well as the Tank Emblem, you're gonna be set for days. And then, when you compare it to Smooth with his Paquito, there's not much that he can do when it comes to like eliminating Tekashi. Naturally, the D-Roth or the Dyroth will win that laning stage, and you saw how well he managed his lead over Team SMG.
Well, actually, when man, this is because I play EXP way too much. It's one of these really volatile matchups where Paquito is looking to make sure he minimizes his trades against the Dyroth, right? He doesn't want to go for these prolonged ones. But the way that Tekashi builds already, like, it infuriates me because I want him to be so lane dominant, but that's not his goal. His goal is to make sure that, hey, you're stuck in this lane, I'm going to move faster than you, despite the fact that you have a champion stance, which gives you a free ability to double jab across the map.
Exactly. It's like he's playing like a Benedetta in a way. Which is great because Tekashi was known because of the Benedetta last M4.
He was just super fast across the map, and on top of that, despite him, holding the Paquito down, he rotates, and the base damage alone is enough to solo kill some of these laners, right? I mean, Stormy was obliterated by that Abyssal Strike. Sure, it was somehow from Seiken, but still, that's impressive with just a Fury Hammer.
Yes. This makes you really excited about RQ Akira, who would kind of root for them to get into the playoffs. They still aren't safe though. And Team SMG, after that draft, that risk of a draft that they did, they may have been rethinking it now. Surely the carry made sense in the grand scheme of things, but when it comes to execution, they weren't able to reach that power spike. And that Valentina that they third pick, you understand why Stormy is going to be the priority when it comes to the laning. Unfortunately, it wasn't the case, and now they just really suffered from all their gambles.
Yeah, and as they kept on playing these 50-50s, eventually it's going to stack up one upon the other. It's a learning experience for sure for the side of Team SMG, right? Can't blame them for this, but RRQ Akira really nicely played. Love the way that they actually snowball this composition out of control. That's what you always want to see with these types of compositions. And the best part, they were doing it throughout the mid game rather than like, you know what, we're going to bank it all and get outscaled after the early game, you know? And again, we mentioned earlier, we don't like them being so systematic, but when you have a composition that allows you to overreach your boundaries, when it lands, it really hits.
Man, I'm just so happy to see this because it's like a very quote unquote Vamos thing to do. That RQ did. Literally overtaking
Vamos,
the map.
Mid. Come over, let's go. Let's just push mid.
Yeah, this is just so fun to see, and I think that maybe this is the way to go for RQ. I wonder, like the pep talk really worked. Wow. Yeah. The pep talk, All
right, I'll give another pep talk, right? Valentina this game, I do not understand it, right? That last pick, I try to give it the benefit of the doubt, but it only just gave RQ even more of a reassurance that, all right, we're not going to go for any more big ultimates. And even in the first phase, it was just maybe the Guinevere, the Requiem, that's it, right? I mean, Black Shoes. There were no real big ultimates to give to the Valentina, and that really showed. Despite him dealing quite a lot of damage, there was just no real use for that IMU that much. Like, we didn't get to see that.
I mean, there's only very few, like, niche situations. Like, oh, let's say if I want to take out the Abysm Strike from Takashi, for an example, if you're really looking to be that far forward. But that's the thing, right? The ultimates, the big ultimates that you could take requires you to be point blank in your face. And you're Valentina. You don't necessarily build these types of defensive items.
Yeah, I guess the only big ultimate that you can get is the Tyrant's Rage, perhaps. And you're kind of forced to get the Black Shoes as well for Stormy, so that at least you output the damage. But yeah, I do agree with you. The Valentina third pick didn't make sense in the first phase. The only reason why I think that it made sense for Team SMG is that they just want to secure Stormy 0. Unfortunately, that's not the way to go. Because if you dial back game number 1, Stormy was the MVP because he had a very nice pick that counters, or at least gives them a winning situation in the latter portions of the game.
Well, now looking at the damage taken overall, Takashi actually taking a good amount with Luis. I thought King was going to be taking way more damage, but it didn't really matter. Nobody's hitting him back when they're knocked up in the air, and your team is just taking them out one by one. But even for Saksa, right, still receiving a spanking. I don't know how much he can take when sitting on these Secret Lab chairs. I know they're comfortable, but man, it's going to hurt the bum.
74,000. Even last game, he took a whole lot of damage. It's always, well, that's kind of the job of the utility jungler, though, right?
That's true.
Just gotta take it, man.
Just gotta take it. Well, I mean, on top of the fact of the EXP experience with utility jungle experience, generally you're supposed to get shafted, right? And for the rest of the team, you're just hoping that they're able to get to that point where they can actually fight back. And I think that especially for Smooth, right? He was going for a build where he Hunter Strike into Bloodlust Axe, and eventually, I'm not sure what his third item was eventually going to be. Could have been the Malefic Roar, and even so, if he's looking for these big one-shots, there's just too many ways to actually outplay it. Like, Gustav was so far ahead. Once he had that Winsome Nature, it's like, what are you really going to necessarily do? Sagan had Purify as well. Even the knock-up strike, K-Thanks by, I'm gonna Black Shoes away.
It became very difficult for Team SMG because they lost the first turtle so badly. Had it been that maybe Smooth was at least surviving that case, Saksa gets the turtle, it will allow them to kind of rotate up top lane and maybe force some rotations in there as well. Like Nico with Sasa, that we talked about how the laning stage could be good for Sasa versus Bruno, but Bruno having the easier time at it no matter what happens. But if you put in the Matilda, that means that you will absolutely win that lane. Unfortunately, Nico had to think about many things in this particular game. Does he need to help Storm in the mid lane? Does he need to get into the turtle fight and actually aid Saksa? There's so many things that he has to take care of, and it kind of felt like Miko was just unfortunately not able to do anything because of the fact that he's trying to solve everything.
Yeah, and then on top of that, I mean, like, looking at the lane, yeah, it could be a bit more 50-50 like you said, Wolf, but in this game, I really just couldn't see the way that Carry could deal damage. You need a proper front to back with everything that RQ had. A proper front to back was never going to happen.
Yeah, it was definitely not going to happen. But I think I definitely agree with Wolf here, where it's like, it's when you have that Matilda, you have the extra mobility. But at the end of the day, there's a lot of problems that need to be solved across the map, especially for those who are making mistakes in the lane. And now it's one of those situations where it's like, hey, Earth Miko, just could you top me up? Just real quick? Come on over real quick. And then that's when you see the movements, right? He moves up towards Sasa's lane, and then all of a sudden, Guinevere shows up on EXP.
I think it's just the Matilda. Miko probably didn't expect that there will be a lot of like Wilderness Blessing effect in this particular game. We didn't expect it to happen. Like nobody thought that he could expect
random Dairoth in the gold lane in the 6th minute of the game.
He went double lane at a certain point. We were all surprised. I mean, like, who does that? Really?
Takashi.
On a Takashi, apparently. On a Dairoth. I mean, I would imagine if it was like something like a Pakira or a Benedetta that can actually traverse it, has a lot of dashes, but Dairoth with Wilderness Blessing.
I swear, if I was playing the traditional roles, if I was Takashi and Sagan was supposed to be felt like he usually plays in the mid lane, he'd tell me to bugger off, get out of my lane. What are you trying to double lane for? Oh, you want me to walk and rotate over to gold? That ain't happening. I mean, you got to give it to Sagan. He played a solid game, and I think that's what's keeping that, like, you know, that mid ground really consistent overall. But with that being said, it looks like we've got an interview with our host down by the stage. Let's go check it out.
As the series goes to 1-1, I have here with me a person who plays an important role for Team SMG. It's their psychologist. Hello, can you please introduce yourself?
Hello, I'm Rebecca Wong, sports psychologist for Team SMG.
All right. What is the significance, of course, of having a sports psychologist for a team?
Yeah, I think in general, all sports and at the high level, high performance level need a psychologist. So before esports, I work with traditional sports at a high level. I mean, all games until Olympic Games. So I think it's the same in esports. So previously, people tell me esport players are different. But to me, after I joined esport, games, so I realized psychological perspective, all players are the same.
It's all the same.
It's all the same.
Sports and esports.
Yes, because in game itself, they encounter the same issues like stress, pressure, expectation, cannot control emotions, cannot focus. So these are the same across all sports.
All right. Miss Rebecca, can you give us a quick tip on how should a player or a professional player handle his mental health and emotional challenges?
So one by one. So it's for like emotional challenge. I think when it comes to very excitement, you want it so much, and definitely it challenge emotionally. So learning how to calm down, how to regulate the emotions is very important.
All right. This is Miss Rebecca, the psychologist of Team SMG. Mental health is indeed important. Let's throw it back to our shoutcasters.
Shout out to mental health here. Really good stuff, especially at the highest level of these competitions. It's hard for people to relate to professional players in that sense, where it's just like you're playing a video game. It's just that's all it is. You're tapping buttons on a phone. Yeah. It really isn't once you are here at M5 and you see what they are playing for, not only for pride of the nation, for family, but most importantly, they're playing for a team that they've been sticking around and giving 110% every single day just to get to this very moment.
Especially for teams in the esports league, because it's totally different from like sports, for example. In esports, they go to boot camps. They stay there together for an entire month, especially for Team SMG. Imagine Miko and Saksa away from their families, right? They have to stay with foreigners, or they are the foreigners in that country, but they have to stay with people who don't necessarily understand their culture for months. If you take every day and you sum up whatever happens with the mental health of those people, you cannot really you cannot rely on yourself, taking care of yourself. I mean, you really need someone to help you, and that's big W to Team SMG for actually providing that for all of their players.
Yeah, I mean, real talk here. As the players are going to have their hands in together, one last hurrah here for their group stage matchups overall. They're going to be putting it all on the line, especially since they've sacrificed everything. Their own personal lives put at cost, not touching grass a good majority of the time. This is it. This is their moment to shine.
It's their choice now whether they want to go out with a bang or not.
Will they drag RRQ Akira with them? We'll just try to do it themselves. I'm excited to see this. It's time to fire up one last time.
It's now or never.
It's now or never. I'm anticipating this. We're all waiting in anticipation as the draft is about to begin. What is going to be that final hurrah? What is that play style that is going to make the difference here for both Team SMG as well as RRQ Akira as they get on in? Oh boy. This is the moment. This is the moment that we've been waiting for. The height of competition, especially when elimination is just around the corner, so close to the very edge.
Everything's going to be tested, man. Your life is on the line right now. Tournament lives for RRQ Akira, especially here. They need to get a win, and then they're going to have to hope for something to happen later on. Blacklist beating Fireflux. Whew. It's tough.
It's tough.
But the first step is to win.
Yep.
So they badly need to win this time. It's going to be for RRQ. I wonder what side they will choose. Or, Team SMG will choose. Because if I'm not mistaken, the team that loses the game prior chooses the side for the upcoming game.
Yep. Actually, I do have a question. So far in M5, which side has the better win rate?
Oh, that's a tough one because it actually alternates amongst the groups itself. I can pull up the stats in just a little bit, but in the meantime, it's time to jump into the drafting phase here for one last time in this best of 3. The score is 1-1. SMG looking to drag down RRQ to the depths of elimination as RRQ hope to keep their heads above the water. Let's get down and dirty here in our best of 3 matchup. Team SMG on the blue side versus RRQ Akira on the red side.
We're going to be thinking about the first pick for Team SMG, which they might be looking for the Baksha or the They might just steal the Guinevere actually because of how strong it is as a first pick, because it's such an open kind of pickup. There's the 1-1 ban. Maybe they even take the Bruno immediately against RRQ. Ooh. Some teams do that. But again, if Guinevere is open, Guinevere is the top choice. If not, Bruno is going to be at top of the list.
Here's the thing. Some of the more consistent bans that we've seen from the side of Team SMG when they were on red side was this Angela, time and time again. And the fact that they are going to be on blue side this time, it begs the question whether RRQ are going to adapt, right? Yeah. We see the Joy naturally banned, the Guinevere are getting banned out as well. There's a good opportunity for RRQ Akira to actually open up this draft because they are on red side and they have 2 picks.
That's right. I'm actually surprised that RRQ banned it right at the get-go. Especially because there's a lot of like priorities first for Team SMG, the Baksha, for example, as well as the Bruno, like we talked about.
Matilda even.
And Matilda, that's also very true. That's why, especially after they are looking very comfortable with this Guinevere. It's interesting. Okay.
All right, Valentina ban over to Sagan this time.
All right.
Farmis? Question mark?
Could be. Basically, they want to take it away, right? That's the Akai respect still. RRQ Akira do not want to give a play-making or very, very consistent retribution.
Yeah, I think Bruno.
Skirmisher.
I think Bruno for Team SMG.
First pick Bruno, let's see. Oh, it's going to be Lilia. They think that Sagan is too stable and they're looking to rock his world.
The deny pick.
The deny pick. But then you get literally, it's me, Lilia. All right. Yeah, Lilia, sure. Thanks, Lilia.
Lilia speaks in third person.
Bruno Matilda, I think it should be the case, or Bruno Baksha for RQ. But
signature pick for King, the Baksha.
Yep.
Okay.
And even if they give up the Matilda, I think they're going to be okay.
I don't think it would be that bad even if they give the Matilda up. I mean, we're expecting at the very least Bruno, right?
They can go Arlen, First time it's been left open.
That's right.
Oh man, and this is a very good flex pick. Remember, both Takashi and Louise can play it out. So right now the question is over to SMG. What do you want to pick? Do you want to try to counter to Arlet where we can flex, or do you want to just pick up some of the prio heroes? Bruno, so far this series, Bruno is 100% win rate.
Yeah.
It has been a hot commodity.
At the same time, they need to secure their jungler. What will Saxa be playing? Fredrin perhaps might be the only one that's left.
Martis? Against this much CC, you might want to rely on that Mortal Coil. Might want to go for that.
Martis or Fredrin. Then to go with the Bruno, I think you want to secure the Bruno now. You don't want to give Baksha Ardent Bruno to RQ. That's just a death sentence.
Yeah, there you go. All right, Martis and the Bruno. They need the anti-CC, and it's more so they need to deny that Bruno more than they need it for themselves. But now RQ can just go for more dive, right? Claude? Pick it up now? Brody. Okay, they want to go for damage.
They want an ego challenge, and I don't mind this so much, right? Because again, when you have Arlet, you're already looking at the squishier targets of people who are not so good against that CC. It's forcing people to take Purifies very often, and more often than not, Arlet consistently breaks open battle spells time and time again. As we move into the second phase, we're seeing the Benedetta ban almost instantaneously.
Yeah. Are you considering banning out the Tyrant now for Team SMG?
Minotaur.
Oh, but the Minotaur is actually a pretty good ban. That means that they will be keeping themselves safe. Even when they do have the Lilia for Team SMG, they're just making sure that it's going to be safe. Yeah. Maybe they ban the Novaria this time.
I think they might. The Novaria is a great ban here, but the layering of CC that RQ can do with this composition is going to be disgusting, right? Despite them having Purifies, it won't really matter. Mortal Coil as well. They might have to take away maybe something like a Kufra. These are going to be massive setters.
Light me up and watch
export. Obviously, one of the SMG special. They utilized it also yesterday. And they're making sure that they're all covered.
Okay.
Faramis.
Okay.
I'm going to make... Well,
What?
this might be dangerous here. They could go for Charizla and then throw Arlib to Louise, and therefore the EXP, they've got nothing left, right?
Yeah.
They've already taken out the X-Borg as well as the Benedetta. This is going to force... it's going to force SMG to go... Oh, not even just Lapu. Even the Khalid as well.
Oh.
And then it's just a full early game comp.
I wonder if RQ can play something like a Kadira. So I don't know if they play that kind of hero. Otherwise, it will be just Gord or Navaria as their pick. Now, I do want to agree with you, Gideon. There's also that benefit that if they keep their X-Blade last, it should
That's
be...
a signature.
But it is a signature. So what I'm trying to say is that if they pick up the mid laner for 4th pick, at least they keep the flexibility for the Arlot. But they want to remain honest this time. They're just going to be picking up the Cho.
I love an honest draft, and more so, this time around when we looked over to Luis, the last time we picked the Cho, he was looking at Cabral, was like, this is my time, this is me, give me the Cho. This time around, you can definitely see that he's a little more nervous about this one because there's a lot of ways that things could go wrong for him.
I think Uranus could be a good pick
that's a good thing.
No,
And the Charizla.
Okay.
Oh, these are some solid responses. These are some good answers to RQ Akira. Whatever they have right now, it's got to be a big pick. It's a Gord. Oh, this is not the most 50-50.
This one is tough. This one is tough here. I don't know which side you're leaning towards, Wolf, but give me your thoughts on this one now that we've seen the full compositions.
Yeah. Like I said, I like the Gord. I think that it should have been the ban. That or the Novaria should have been the ban instead of the Faramis. But what I don't like is like they went in for the Cho plus the Brody and the Arlot. It's very skill based in a way that they might lose their steam again, especially because they're rocking the Brody. You understand the Wave the Dragon into the damage up of the Brody. That's gonna work a lot. But because of the Kufra last pick together with this Charizla, the Team SMG lineup looked to be a very rigid and very strong, intact lineup that RQ might not be able to overcome eventually. However, you're gonna have to be I'm very afraid of this combo, Gord plus the Brody. That's a pretty strong front to back.
It's going to be nasty. It's going to get real dirty here. The early game leaning more towards Team SMG. But as soon as that engage comes out, RRQ, the Kingdom, skill-based matchups, sticking to their bannered flags as they walk into game number 3 to make sure their heads stay above the water. Team SMG going to be playing on the blue side up against RRQ Akira on the red side for their final match, 1-1.
And in this game number 3, we're seeing SMG leaning towards that chaotic style. We can do it too if we want to, and we'll see if they can prevail with this style. RQ, you spoke about chaotic. They want to go in very early, spot smooth, just chunks him a bit.
I'm already mad as an EXP laner. It's like, come on, it hasn't been a minute yet.
Chill out, bro.
That's a benefit of having the Cho in the mid lane because it clears the waves so fast. And they might even give Louise access to level 4 as it happens, or not, maybe. But typically that happens with like Gord. They kind of switch and they put the roamer in the mid lane to get the way of the dragon.
Well, it could be dangerous here. I mean, it is a very good idea to get Luis to level 4. It just makes that, like, it really just helps stall Team SMG's early game. And, Takashi losing out on his flicker. As soon as he hits level 4 in this early turtle fight, it might be punishable.
Use the Mortal Coil, and the freeze will be broken. That's
no.
initially what started it all, but now with it's going to turn around to Takashi. He can be the one who freezes it now.
That's going to be so annoying.
That is honestly annoying, and if you are smooth, you're gonna be very angry.
No, not the wave.
He's the mortal literally on the. He worked hard for that.
Oh, but it's okay. He finds another. Hey, he'll take that for sure. Takashi's like, all right, if we can't get that kill, we'll just utilize this. Stormy's like, nope, I will not let you do it. I'll clear it out. No freeze.
If I was in Smooth's position, that's where you start the recalls immediately.
Both 1 HP. Just looking for one last hit. Luis has a flicker and flickers forward. Sasa goes for the Purify, but it's not going to be enough. A trade on the other side of the map. Oh, Takashi brings Smooth back. That's a flicker burnt as well. Team SMG, they got the small lead with the turtle tank.
Dude, this is one of the few games where the side laners are just It's so obnoxious. Every little thing to annoy a laner is coming out right now.
Even here, Miko's like, no, I'm gonna freeze it. I'm gonna freeze it. What you gonna do?
Oh my god.
Oh boy.
The mechanics have evolved so much. This is probably the most sweaty laning stage that we've ever seen across all lanes.
That's so true. And the mid lane is like unintended for the most part.
Yeah.
It comes together. Okay, we clear it out. Let's go annoy the side laners again. But if you look at the goal earned so far, Saksa with a little bit of a lead. It looks like he was able to win out on a couple of the smaller POIs on the map, like the Little Wanderer, for example. Let's see. Miko not exactly able to get in on the fights just yet, but this is where we start to expect once level 4 onwards that teams are going to be playing towards their identities, more importantly, their win conditions.
Let's see how RQ will be tackling again. Oh, okay.
They call a pause. I'm done with it.
Man.
If we're gonna freeze my lane, I'm gonna freeze the game.
Man, you're right. It's the sweatiest. It's the sweatiest laning phase ever. The fact that even Sasa, right, when his freeze was broken, he was like, no, I'm gonna take the lane as slow as possible, get as much damage on the gold crab before this lane goes towards your side, so I get the advantage.
Oh, dude,
it's a lot of science behind it.
It is. There's a lot of good moments here, like good small mechanical moments that will build up. These are small wins that the pro players utilize to get the game.
Yeah, and again, we don't get to see these types of things in the laning phase very often because usually it's big macro movements across the map. And it's great that me and Mirko are on the table. One playing very much in the gold lane, me very much in the EXP lane, and we're both getting triggered at what's going on. You broke my freeze, now the junglers are here to do it all over again. It's so annoying. The only people who might be having fun are the junglers and as well as the mid laners. I think they're having the most fun.
Especially
the roamers too, they're like, oh, perfect, a gang! That's potential!
But I still can't get over the fact that Saksa, of all of the places that he will use the mortal coil, he chose to land it onto the
wave. It's like, oh,
cannon.
You could definitely like you can visualize Smooth's expression, right? He's just like, bro.
You know, the best positioning for freezing, it's just little pixels barely out of the turret range. Because that's like the part where the enemy explain literally cannot go through and get the
basic attack.
He just can't, and then it just pushes it.
I gotta get out, bro. I gotta get out, man.
So would you prefer me giving first blood, huh? Smooth, dead silent. No.
My lane.
I am in an XP lane is an island.
Yeah.
No one touches this sacred land.
Yeah. And then he shoves it in front of the turret.
And he's like, whatever, Stormy, clear it out for me, please. Just get me out of this.
Get me out of this lane.
Yeah.
I swear to God, I just want a proxy, man. I just want to be part of something. I just want to be part of something that isn't this lane anymore.
Meanwhile, the goal laners were like, bro lane? Yeah. It's far, bro.
It's far, bro.
Oh boy. Oh, it's time. Let's get back into this matchup. Let's see how the laners are going to be doing at this point of time. Is Luis still on that top side?
The slowest push it. They don't want to push. They want to utilize every inch. Oh, Smooth's like, all right, I've had it. I want to set up for the turtle.
Yeah, turtle's coming up in about 6 seconds, so it's a good time for him to actually get this push on. He does have a bit of an EXP lead on Takashi. Now, do we see an immediate invade from the side of Team SMG, or are they going to take their time?
That was pretty good. Miko, though, pops the bouncing ball, denying a pick-off from Luis. That's a penalty zone. That's a 2. A Tyrant's Revenge and the Rage. The Mystic Gush does nothing here. King is going to be decimated, but not just yet. He actually walks out with the help of Takashi's disengage with the help of the Poissons. Now it's Takashi with a few vengeance resets. Miko trying to look for a pick-off on the Seiken. Unable to find it, but will be able to bait out the flicker. Takashi, no way you steal this, buddy.
Yo, this Takashi guy is something else. Like, he's actually crossing over the members of Team SMG, just outplaying them. Unfortunately, though, the jump coming out from Smooth was perfect. Catches 2 important members of RQ Kira, takes out 1, and prevents King from snowballing. At this point, the Martis having 2-0, 5 minutes in, and then getting 2 turtles as well. It's going to be a very happy Martis for sure.
Yeah, side quest complete. The real question is whether or not he gets bold.
That's a 2-man knockup and a 2-man stun pinned down onto the wall. King Whoa, able to dish out some damage back with the help of Gusta's torn apart memory. Some good zoning too from Sagan there with the Mystic Gush. Tekashi in the mid lane, penalty zone. King is caught in his zone, and he will fall decimated by Saksa.
Now, I mean, considering everything, it is going as planned, right? This is a pretty standard game for early game compositions, right? Even though we do see that RQ Akira's, the overall strategy is looking for the counter engage, right? Oh, you go in for the big Kufra. Oh, don't worry, Gord's got me with the Mystic Projectile into the Mystic Gush to kind of deter Team SMG.
I particularly like about Team SMG that I mentioned in the draft is how rigid their composition is. If they form a box, if they get 4 members in, it's very difficult for RQ Akira to actually get in, despite them having the Arlet as well as the Baksha, just because of the fact that there's a lot of anti-CC, there's a lot of reset, and you also have that factor of the flicker penalty zone that will always turn things around. And then if you think about like the squishy members, like Stormy, for example, does have the black shoes, so he's gonna be safe after the jump coming up from RQ Akira. He even rocks the Purify, so it's guaranteed that he will be able to reset. And you also have Sasa with the Purify as well. I think it's overall like an easy box to form for Team SMG.
By the way, it's a Wilderness Blessing again from Tekashi.
Of course!
Of course. But I mean, he's never going to be able to out-push Smooth. That's the thing. That's the matchup, right? You're always going to be a little bit later. So he's playing keep up rather than trying to take the initiative. Now, I think that the major differences between the two teams is really going to be the resources of battle spells, right? For either side.
Tekashi McQueen.
He's fast.
He's fast.
He's speed.
Ka-chow.
Let's see if he can distract Saksa with that Ka-chow. Doesn't seem like it is going to happen. Saksa just picks that up for free. Turtle number 3. All 3 turtles going to SMG.
Yeah. Wait a second. How did the top turret actually break over? What exactly happened over there?
Brody.
Oh, darn it.
The turret eater.
The turret eater.
Eats turrets.
What do you have for breakfast? Turrets, brother.
Tier 1s. Dinner? Base turret.
It's just the Liver King, except he eats turrets. You need more testosterone, eat turrets.
The good thing about this is even when Akira is struggling when it comes to the overall economy, Gusta La Gusta is at par with the Bruno, which is generally good for the early game. So I think that they have to use this. I think they have to work around the Brody and utilize this early spike. So what they're going to do is to push bottom lane. That's going to be a good choice.
Forced to use the Poissons almost instantaneously. A good flicker out from Sagan, but a good initiation from Miko. That's worth it for sure. Tekashi, final slash on a 2. Doesn't quite sweep them into the right direction, and Tekashi's going to be caught instead. Saksa in the back. He's actually brought back all the way, looking for one last hit. That passive gets him out so quick on top of the killing spree. He's fast. He's faster than Tekashi.
Well, it's too quick. And I mean, the trades are going into the favor of Team SMG, and this is what I was waiting for, right? Oh, Miko.
Oh! Miko with a Tyrant's Rage flicker that actually might be able to play a good part. Sasa with a Purify. Oh! He's looking for one last hit. Gusta gets out, and now it's actually Sasa who falls in that bottom side river. Akira. Whoa! They can play to look for more fights. Smooth to be stunned up, and the Mystic Gush will tear him apart with the help of Louise kicking him, forcing him a DPZ. Tekashi vengeance one more time. Final slash on a Stormy, who doesn't have the black shoes. He will fall to Tekashi. And Akira, this is proper setup for the next neutral objective.
All right, it's time to point fingers. Who made the mistake there, right? What exactly happened?
What was the call?
What was the call?
Oh, the callers go in this time out to the jungler. Saksa, you have anti-CC, but it's not anti-damage. Sagan melts you down, takes a shutdown. The goal lead, everything that has led up to this moment disappeared.
What happened? It was just a Miko, you know. He was trying to get out, but then he went for the play.
Wait, Smooth jumped out to Louise?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Oh
no.
I don't know. I mean, right now, the best way that I can explain it is that after the tech issue, it looks like RRQ Akira now not playing on like 5 MS. The ping is all good, and now they're back in shape.
Maybe. By the way, so what happened was, we were talking about the fact that Gusta La Gusta's farm is at least at par with the Bruno. That means that naturally at 8 minutes, the Brody is actually pretty strong, right? Because it's the natural timing of the Brody. You saw how he survived against the fadeaway play coming out from Miko, or the the fade, yeah, literally the fadeaway Kufra ultimate that he did, and then eventually punished Sasa of all people by surviving with a sliver of health. That gave them enough momentum to kind of bring back the game to their favor. And the thing is, they flourish in this kind of situation. The mid game is RQ Akira's playing field.
Oh, Smooth. This is so far out. Penalty zone. Just instantly, Luis is able to walk out of that one, but it's a good defense. SMG rotates all their members up top to keep that tier 2 from being eaten by the turret eater. This time for lunch. It's about to be 12 minutes.
His diet is looking really good right now. He's even got river crabs in that diet as well. Matured river crabs, as a matter of fact. But at this time, and when we're looking at the damage dealt, Stormy and Smooth are doing a pretty good job. But Sagan and Lagusta are catching up so very quickly, and especially when they're comboing together with a strong peel and CC from Takashi, Luis, as well as King. This is starting to become quite a problem, right? Both sides unable to get a decent lead thus far. It's 4-4, barely a goal lead for the side of RQ Akira.
Even if they have the Brody, I think I would put RQ Akira to the point where they have the better late game. Right?
Really?
But a slim margin. It's mainly because of Takashi and the Gourd, I guess. But mostly because it's the Brody is like it's a very interesting hero because he's technically weak at the late game, but he find enough amount of stacks. He does his job in the late game anyways. It's not like he's descaling.
Okay, Miko's getting chunked. Sasa, oh my goodness, what happened there?
What was that? No Purify?
Didn't get to use it, but yeah, I believe he feels even if he uses it, he will die to the Vengeance there, but I would say it's just more of a weird position than not using the Purify. King wants to just capitalize, shield unity to the front, and you can see Saxa's all the way on the other side of the map. This should be a free invade onto the orange buff. Luis is zoning Saxa away. If he wants to get this, he might have to commit the retreat. No, he doesn't. Just walks in with a Mortal Coil. An absolute Chad.
Wow.
Raw confidence. I'm liking it, right? I think that in situations like this, especially for the side of Team SMG, if Sasa knows that he's going to die, you might as well not use your battle spells. But it doesn't change the fact that he shouldn't have been there in the first place, right? But at the very least, he's going to be up for this upcoming Lord fight, and that's the most important one of this game, right?
And it's also level 15, one level ahead of King.
Exactly. So they really got to maximize the time.
Intense. It's going to be one of the most important ones because this means that RQ Akira will really stay true to their power spike, and Team SMG, if they take this Lord, they're going to bring back the favor to their side.
Whoa. Takashi just going in there, trying to zone Stormy. Gets a good chunk of damage. This will help. If you continue to poke the Lilia and he pops that Black Shoes early in the fight, that's it. Lilia loses a lot of power.
But they're going to be patient with this, right? They've got to Lord Dance this as best as they can. They've got a set wave on that top side. I'm not sure whether it's set properly, but they're going to reset this, and now it's back to housekeeping. I think that especially for the side of Team SMG, they really need the waves to be working in their favor to be able to sit on this Lord for this long.
So intense.
Luis looking for an angle. Stormy gets caught in the stun. The Mystic Gush actually takes Smooth so low. DPC. Takashi gets rid of Stormy. Doesn't even let him use the Black Shoes. It's an all-out fight, and it's a fight that RRQ are winning hard. Sasa in the back, getting knocked out, kicked in the face by Luis on the Cho.
Oh my goodness. Again, Takashi being a big problem for Team SMG. It's not about killing someone from the backlines. It's just about taking away the members of Team SMG from Miko. And Miko, when he went for the jump, there wasn't any follow-up. He caught 3 members of RQ Akira. But then again, Sagan just going for the heads-up play, activating the ultimate onto Smooth, and Smooth didn't have vision on where the RQ Akira members are, so he didn't know where to jump, even after having the flicker. And he took so much damage despite having the Radiant Armor. That's crazy. Because of the glaive and the wand from Sagan.
It's so much damage on top of the fact that his passive eventually, once he's taken enough damage from this Gourd, eventually turns into true damage, right? So it's like, there's so little that you can do against it. It feels like Team SMG just weren't on the same page about what they should have been doing in that type of situation. Even though, based off of like the past 2 games, they kind of have a rough idea.
I mean, at this point, the fact that you don't even really need to rely on the passive to deal true damage, right? You have a Divine Claim and a Glowing Wand. You technically already deal sort of true damage.
Yep.
Oh, it's painful. Let's see whether they can actually get some inhibitors here from the side of Arg. Oh, I see what you mean now.
Yep. That's only the stun part. That's not supposed to be the damage part. Saxa's just walking up, clears out the Lord. A good defense, despite the fact that RQ Akira still have another wave. Let's see how they deal with this one. Miko charging in the back, looking for a big play, a miracle play to turn the tides. Gusta's walking up. That's the penalty zone, but it's only connecting onto the frontliner. Tornapart Memory taking smooth low. Sagan flickers out of the Timer's Revenge. He predicted that one. He saw the charge, and he gets out.
He was not distracted with the particle effects that were going on there, man. He's still honed in on this game.
And now he's overtaken Storm with damage dealt. King, aggressive move.
Walks up Louise, Way the Dragon, bringing Smooth back to the team. A final slash sweeps them in as well. Smooth still able to survive for now. Takashi in the back, going with the vengeance, sustaining. Gets a 3-man stun. Sasa forced back with a Purify. That's a good Tyrant's Rage with a flicker, but there's no follow-up. Louise all the way in the back, under the base turret, getting decimated now. RQ, low HP. King going to go 1v1 against Stormy. Gusta still putting the stacks on the Saxa, doesn't want to commit the Tornapart Memory just yet. Stormy uses the Purify here. RQ, they want to go for it still. Ooh, good Mortal Coil on that one. Sasa gets taken low. Smooth buys the Immortality and is able to sustain enough. Turret Eater Gusta going for dinner, but now gets caught and punished again. Deja vu to game number 1.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, really? What was that from Gusta La Gusta? And you gotta have to
hungry,
hand it. He's hungry, that's true. You gotta have to hand it to Team SMG though. They survived that Miko. Although there wasn't any follow-up, it was enough to kind of block off RQ Akira trying to go for Sasa, because Sasa's positioning was actually compromised in that part. So even after Miko waited for the flicker, he caught everyone, but there wasn't any follow-up. It's more of a defensive Tyrant's Rage than it is an offensive one. Sasa survives. They punish Gusta La Gusta in the end. Now the Lord is respawning, and RQ Akira don't have their gold laner.
Seal. Oh, good penalty zone to lock Takashi. That's a Tyrant's Revenge as well to lock them down, but Sagan's still going to be free hitting unless now Saxa brings him back. The decimation finds another. That's 2 on the board for SMG.
Unbelievable if they lose the third Lord again.
It's Deja Vu.
Deja Vu again. The Brody from Gusta La Gusta with the... It's also the mid lane turret.
It's happening. It's happening right now.
It's happening again.
I mean, it could be a repeat of history, but it doesn't mean that RQ Akira are out of this just yet. Remember, we are in the late stages of the game, 18 minutes as well. We're breaking the 50K mark, and still, it's dead even between these teams with a pretty okay advantage for the side of RQ Akira with one inhibitor tower taken away from Team SMG on that top side, right? Let's talk about high ground defense right now, because again, I do feel that this is going to be, this is where we're expecting Team SMG to kind of turn the tides in terms of structural damage.
That's true, because they have the Bruno. They have enough range. I think the Gord's defense is kind of, it's kind of painful to deal with, actually.
But it's a charge. I think either way, it should be a free base turret here for SMG. Smooth is able to zone them quite enough. A penalty zone as well, going in, but Smooth's the one who takes more damage there. Tornapart Memory taking Smooth low, but not the Immortality just yet. SMG rotating over to that bottom lane, looking for another base turret right now, but Akira denies it. They clear the waves quite fast, like you said, with that Gord.
Okay, pretty decent. I mean, they felt the second wave starting to crash on in, but like, I don't know if Team SMG actually want to commit on this. It feels like they're just going to wait for the next upcoming Lord, right? They've got the inhibitor turret in the mid lane. Obviously, not the most ideal one. They probably would have wanted that top side, but at the end of it all, there's no point risking it, right? Team SMG going back to the same old ways.
That's right. At this point, RQ Akira, they're going to be relying on their quote-unquote mechanics, because it's going to be a skills matchup now. You're going to have to land a good final slash. Even the projectiles coming from Sagan will now play a very important role. And for Gusta La Gusta, just make sure you don't quote-unquote throw the game.
Don't walk into
it's
don't walk into
happened
the penalty
once.
zone. Don't do it again.
Just don't do it again.
Just don't go for last hit on the turret, man.
Yeah, because the torn apart memory is just a finishing touch for their composition, right? You only have to lock down on one person, maybe get 2 to 3 stacks, and then pop your torn apart memory, let Sagan do the damage, and let Takashi do the damage as well.
I mean, it's a show of force from the side of Team SMG, but I think it comes down to how close the carries stand next to each other, right? The closer they are, there's a very high likelihood that the execution is going to come out from like people like Takashi, people like Miko, or even Smooth in these cases to try and make that happen. But what is going to force them in these types of situations is what I'm curious about, right? What are the habits that we're going to have to take a look at here?
Oh no, where the Dragon Storm still has the Purify, uses it in the end. Now it's going to be King, who's on top of the Mystic Guard from Sagan across the wall. Finds the damage, it's enough to take him down. And now they've lost their mid laner, Louise with another Jeet Kune Do. They do not want to fight, they want the Lord.
And that was a worth it flicker usage coming up from Sagan. They can control the mid lane, it's going to be easy clear for them. Watch out, Smooth. Going for the backlines, but he might be too late.
Swept with the final slash, now connecting onto the Mystic Projectile, only onto Miko. Saksa is still alive. Sasa has bought the immortality, but look at how low he is. SMG, a miracle is what they need. Wait, the Dragon, blocking Miko. The rest of the team follows it up. The Mystic Gush dealing true damage. Another final slash from Takashi. They choose to fight. They do not want to contest. They do not want a 50-50. They want 100-0. Sasa knocked up. A penalty zone onto 3. Smooth dealing the damage. It's Sasa who goes into the back. A decimation. Gusta with the nature. One big play. One big out.
No way.
Gusta! La Gusta has guided his way to another team fight win. But SMG respawns just in time.
Oh my goodness! This fight is so dead even from either side!
Oh my goodness, indeed! Gusta La Gusta surviving with a Wind of Nature usage. And the fact that he went for Electro, for Quantum Charge, I mean, he got out with just literally walking through the river. Then eventually survives. RQ Akira I thought that they could have gotten already the win because they zoned out Saksa. But I guess because of Miko's flicker out to save himself, and obviously Saksa just keeping his immortality, keeping himself safe. Luis?
1v2.
Okay.
Way the Dragon used up Smooth, no penalty zone, but the rest of the team from SMG, they're utilizing this to go to the Lord. How are they going to deal with this? How will Takashi and King try to contest? It's 2v3. Stormy in the mid lane, clearing it out, now rotating over to the Lord pit. King with the shield unity, Miko misses, and SMG turned their focus around to King, who has the immortality, but now is going to lose it super fast. King not able to survive. Sasa picks him up. The decimation already by Saksa. This time no immortality. Meanwhile, the Brody still up top, looking for a push. RQ, they're holding on to it, and they reset it. Oh my goodness.
Diversion plays here across the map, right? You would have expected Smooth to actually get some backup, but no, they had other intentions.
Yeah. RQ Akira, the only way that they can win this is if they if they turn onto hero. Saksa going in for the Twilight Armor. Great tech pick, because that means that you will last a torn apart memory at least. Gonna survive that for sure. Smooth, good angle. This could be massive.
Ruiz spots him out.
Oh, just got it out.
Dude, the pucker factor in this game, I can't deal with it.
They have to give it up. 15 seconds.
They have to give it up. Absolutely have to give it up. Stormy with the Purify.
Okay.
Luis needs to get out now. If he falls, this might be the game ending push.
Stays.
That's a penalty zone that whiffs Luis. Oh, 1 HP is burning. He's taking conceal. Stormy chases him all the way. Luis still has that Twilight Armor, still able to get out.
I don't know. I haven't seen one of these games so dead even, so close together. I'm forgetting that I'm supposed to be doing a job here, but I am just so engaged in this battle. At any moment, any one of these teams, any one of these players could have gone for a big flicker play, right? But again, you're trying to anticipate, where is it going to be coming from? And unfortunately, with RQ Akira, this might be the last stop. They need to hold on. They need a high ground.
Takashi's holding the bottom side. Mystic Gush going to be used up in the mid lane. Winter Trunch is bought by King.
Oh! What?
What was that?
He took it backwards. Why?
Takashi now getting eaten up by the Gloom. Stormy looking for the damage. Takashi's gonna fall! Just like that. That's one member down. They've dealt with the Lord. Saksa in the midst of it all. Walking up. Smooth has a penalty zone. Now Luis forced to flick around and go in Twitchin, but a penalty zone from Smooth. This might be it for SMG. They won't make it to knockout, but they want to pull RRQ to the depths of elimination.
No! After everything, after all they fought for, it just wasn't enough. Team SMG take the series 2-1. Our match winners here, and they are able to hold RRQ Akira down into the elimination zone. Oh my goodness, what a game!
Stormy again, stepping up. You can see how aggressive he played in the last few moments of the game, zoning out the members of RRQ Akira and then eventually taking out Tekashi. Team RRQ Akira, they have it in their hands already, but they lost grip once again. Unfortunately, the Brody twice in this series did not work.
Let's throw it to Manjin on the stage. Take it away, buddy.
Congratulations, SMG! A bloodbath of a game, ladies and gentlemen. A slobber knocker of a game. Two comebacks. Two comeback games for SMG. That was tight. That was game number 1 in game number 2. You guys made a comeback. Let me ask Saksha Jago over here. Saksha Jago, come on. Come over here. Come over here. All right. It's okay to speak in Tagalog, you know? Tagalog. Okay, Tagalog. Okay, game. You made comebacks for game number 1 and game number 2. What is going through your mind? What is going through your head for you to be able to do that comeback?
Lagi ko lang po sinasabi sa kanila, relax lang, kasi hindi pa naman kayo matatalo. Hanggat may tower pa, kaya pa namin kumambak.
Okay. So he told his team to relax, and if there's towers still, they can still do the comeback. Congratulations. Congratulations, of course. Now let's ask Miko. Miko, okay. Congratulations on the performance. What can you say about the performance of your team in your final match in the tournament?
Medyo masaya naman po, pero nanghihinayang kasi hindi pa namin napakita yung totoong lakas ng SMG.
Okay, okay, okay. It's confirmed. It's confirmed that SMG is out and he still wants to fight. He still wants to prove to everyone that they can still make it. But then again, ladies and gentlemen, they're officially out of the tournament. Please give it up for SMG, ladies and gentlemen. Despite the great performance, Miko, this will mark the end of your tournament run. What is the most important lesson for you guys?
Wala. Nakakalungkot lang kasi basta malalaman nyo na lang. Pero thank you sa SMG. Ayun, thank you. Sir Benny, Ma'am Rebecca, sa mga coaches, thank you. See you soon. See you again.
Okay, okay. He is sad, but then again, he's proud of his teammates. Guys, any message to your fans? Please give them a shout out.
I would like to say thank you so much for all the fans who keep supporting us from day 1 until today. So thank you so much and see you guys again in the upcoming next seasons.
All right, guys, the only remaining team from your region is Homeboys from Malaysia. Do you have any messages to them before they fight?
To Homeboys?
Yes, the Homeboys.
You guys are the last representative from our country, so I hope you guys can do well and make it to the top and be the champion for M5. Thank you.
All right, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for SMG! All right, Team SMG, congratulations. You can now go back to your rooms. All right. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. Team SMG, they fired up and they exited the tournament with a bang. Let's pass it over to our shoutcasters again. Guys, it's your turn.
And that is gonna be the end of an epic series. Both teams playing their hearts out. It is confirmed that RRQ Akira as well as Team SMG are gonna be eliminated from this tournament. It's sad to see these competitors go in this manner, but that's just the nature of the competition.
It's bittersweet for sure, right? I mean, on one hand, that was an amazing series to witness, to watch, an entertaining one all the way to the end, but At the end of the day, competition is this way, right? There's going to be the thrill and the agony. Both these teams, unfortunately, will have to go home. But for one of the few of the players are going to go home with an MVP performance. And SMG, they got to win in the main stage.
Yeah, and Saxa delivered with the Martis. There was a time where he got 2-0, he got the first 2 turtles. They eventually, like the entirety of Team SMG, have devised a way for them to secure the neutral objectives well. Then come the Lord fight. I fairly remember he got the double kill to kind of stop the entirety of RQ Akira on having a chance at making their formation around the Lord. So eventually, because of the double kill coming out from Saxa, RQ Akira's positioning was in shambles. You're going to see it once again. And obviously, you can see the good early. I mean, Saxa made up for whatever he did to Smooth Slate, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the more that I think about it, it's just one of the most elongated laning phases and the most tilting for most who will really take into account every little aspect that happens into it. But we definitely saw as the early game started to progress, as we jump into the late game, a lot of reflections of early too late, same motions being made. You look for those big engages, and RQ Akira are looking for the counter engages. You stick too close together, you get punished.
And most importantly, because Saxa is not dying during these, fake Lord dances. And look at this, Miko stopped the entirety of RQ Akira from converging onto Sasa, so that still is a very good play. And eventually you can see Saxa just dialing in. He will get eventually a kill onto Tekashi, and then immediately going for Seigen, landing the Ashura. Together with Stormy, they dealt enough damage. And look at him go once again. Look at Saxa just focusing on the right targets and always landing the Ashura's R. He's not panicking. He's not, like, in that specific occasion, going to the Lord, like in front of that Lord. Instead, he goes for heroes because he knows that the only way for them to win the Lord dances is to turn onto heroes. And fortunately, that was the last defense. Did not work.
I don't know if you guys noticed that final play, King Winter Truncheon, right? And any other situation, I think that would have been a great play, but that led to the back line getting CC'd. I think that might have been, I don't want to say like a defendable position, but I think they would have had a bigger chance if King tanked that up, you know?
I think it was an unintentional consequence of it, unfortunately, right? I mean, there was a couple of those that we saw in that last defense. The fact that Tekashi was flickering backwards, losing out on such a key battle spell for an Arlet as well.
That was...
And like we said, like the composition of Team SMG, together as 5, it's very rigid. And there's no hero from RQ to kind of break it apart from Tekashi. He plays a very important role because he literally has the ultimate to break up the formation of Team SMG. Surely you can count the Cho ultimate, the Way of the Dragon. Unfortunately, it's very difficult to land that because his flicker is always forced out. Remember, before the last third fight, they forced the flicker to Luis just to stun Smooth and eventually save Gusta Lagusta. So it's like RQ Akira are investing their battle spells in bad situations in the late game, and then Team SMG, all they had to do was to form their box, allow RQ in, and then take out anyone who's going into their box, then just slowly siege the base of RQ Akira.
Yeah, and they just peeled them off slowly, and then the decimate chains start to roll on in. Rich Guy, you got to get off for Sasa, 721. The carry going to Seigen, and he has been, honestly, we've been talking about King, we've been talking about Tekashi, but Seigen has been such a consistent staple for the team, right? He makes such minimal mistakes and really capitalizes on the ones that make the difference for these neutral objectives.
Yeah. Then again, if you're going to be looking at the other stats we have to look for, Gusta Lagusta, he played so well in this game, but Stormy stepping up. This was definitely a duel between two mid laners, right? In the early stages, Seigen was spectacular, but I think in the literally the last 5 minutes of the game, you're gonna have to hand it to Stormy because he is the mid laner that actually is in front, and he knows that his power spec is actually pretty high within the late game because of the changes toward the Lilia. You just literally just refresh your charges so easily, and at the same time you have the Purify. So he's not the best target to use the Final Slash nor the Way of the Dragon because he just pops the Purify, pops the Black Shoes, and then all of a sudden you've wasted your ultimate.
Personally, for me, I think this is one of those great games that you can like study time and time again to see how even the team is, and it really shows the importance of these battle spells to make the difference in these very small final moments in the game itself. But any last words about these games, or for the ones that are upcoming, Wolf and as well as Miracle?
I mean, not just the importance of all those little battle spell changes, but the little just the little mistakes here and there, just the slight positioning, going for one last hit that turns everything around from a complete lead to a disaster. One very small mistake.
It's crazy. First pick Lilia. First pick Lilia.
It worked.
It worked. And I do want to see more sweaty laning stages.
Yes, please.
Yes, please. More of those.
Freeze after freeze after freeze.
Oh boy. Well, with that being said, once again, the M5 World Championship is powered by Monton, presented by Kidia, our global presenting partner, and of course supported by ROG, our official gaming phone grab, our official Super App partner, and Secret Lab, the ones that we are sitting on right now, our official chair partner. Now, keep in mind that up next is the best of 3 matchup featuring the Homeboys and Deo's Vault. So stay tuned. The M5 World Championship group stage will be right back right after this.
#1 seed, the champion of the arena. The fans adore me because I've never lost. Yet you are afraid that you ever get scared of losing, Kimmy?
Well, big girl, I think we should cherish the joy and excitement of each game. Not who won or lost.
That's right. I'll strive for victory, but I won't lose myself in its pursuit. World Championship. I'm back.
We are here at Gamers 8 to show that we are walking the walk. We have had amazing reactions, major idea owners, and a lot of potential partners and stakeholders coming in here and taking a peek. Gidea's cube over here has been the nexus of this zone.
What I saw it from the outside is very mysterious. You want to know what's happening inside.
Felt like, this is an MMORPG, but R is not role-playing, it's real world.
Grab only, savings and dami, your wallet sings tonight. Laki ng bawi, pag nag-grab only, save 244 alright. Bowing, 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 bowing.
камбэк. Что мы друг другу скажи мне, мы вместе на пути к вершине. Наши глаза горят, и воздух накален невыносимо. Нет, мы не заплачем, потому что здесь мы что-то значим. Ногами высекаем искры, за спиной наша удача. Устали мы вечно ждать, сидеть с трибун, все наблюдать. Гладиаторы мы в этот раз. Наконец настал наш час. Мы вернулись вновь, чтобы побеждать. Трофей над головой своей поднять. Эта арена вызывает в голове флешбэк, и мы готовы к бою. Это наш камбэк. Кто ты, воин, как твое имя? Взмываешь небеса, как Чонг. Воля твоя нерушима, снова слышен битвы гон. Но только соло ты не сможешь таланты все свои раскрыть. Команда верная поможет твои слабые места закрыть. Устали мы вечно ждать, сидеть с трибун, все наблюдать. Гладиаторы мы в этот раз. Наконец настал наш час.
Много раз ощутить боль падения, вновь находим мы силы воспрять. Снова на языке вкус сражения, снова сможем себе доказать.
Давайте, ребята, это победа! Мужчина стоит рядом, ее не вытаскивает. Сейчас может быть, стоит продолжить. Получится ли ульта от Лолиты? Есть ульта от Лолиты! Красавчик! Играть и должны доигрывать! Какая уверенность в этой игре!
Все вместе, в системе, дойдем мы к победе. Мы встретим проблемы, но это путь верный. Против всех заочно, но я знаю точно, что на пьедестале стоять мы будем с вами. Мы вернулись вновь, чтобы побеждать. Трофей над головой своей поднять. Эта арена вызывает в голове флешбэк, и мы готовы к бою. Это наш камбэк.
Tolak tak bergolek, tersembunyi di sudut bilik. Ku mampu melawan balik, stay strong masih yang terbaik. Kuasa ada di bahuku, kau tahu aku soldier. Cuba buatku lega, tapi tak mampu rampas my honor. Na, panas sepanas lava, ku semakin bertenaga. Bila bersama, ku tahu just what we got. Terbuka like unanana, kuasa di tangan kita. Feeling I know, yeah. Kerja kuat lebih dari hebat, usahlah kau mendekat. Jangan gentar terus bertahan. We are better than great, cause we are better than great. Tak gentar mulai ketika Great apart they ain't gonna change. Great, we are better than great. Misi berat lebih dari hebat, jalankan amanah masih bersemangat. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. Jangan kuasa tu genggam piala, minda juara kan tawanya lemah. Hasil dibalik usaha buktinya lebih dari hebat, itu yang ku rasa. Panas sepanas lava, ku semakin bertenaga. Bila bersama, ku tahu just what we got. Terbuka like unanana, kuasa di tangan kita. This feeling I know, yeah. Kerja kuat lebih dari hebat, usahlah kau mendekat. Jangan gentar terus bertahan. We are better than great, cause we are better than great. Tak gentar mulai ketika Great apart they ain't gonna change. Great, we are better than great. Terus yakinkan diri, gapai impian pasti. Usah berlengah lagi. Oh yeah, I'm better than great. Oh, better than great. Oh yeah, better than great. Better than great. Kerja kuat lebih dari hebat, usahlah kau mendekat. Jangan gentar right. They are but they ain't gonna change. Great, we are better than great, great.
The Shadow Dragon was once my biggest weakness, but now it's my most potent weapon. Cosmic Dragon, rise and soar! Dragon Stomp! Dragon Scales! Dragon Rush! Rise beyond greatness and seize your own destiny.
Tonight, we celebrate MLBB Esport. Do the kaldak! Do the kaldak! This is the Suman Challenge. Go! Oh! Just it.
Welcome to M5 Gala. Guess the hero challenge.
Lapu-lapu, Iritel, Franco, Nana.
Nana. Best dressed team. Best dressed Super Marco.
Thank you so much for joining us at the M5 Gala, and we'll see you at the M5 World Championship.
Have you ever wondered what is our identity?
Our identity isn't limited to just esport players.
Our style.
Sweat.
Our passion.
And vibe.
Feel our energy.
When we dominate the stage. The hours of sacrifice. Shape who we are. So, what is our identity?
We are legendary.
In the history of M Series, no host country has ever won the championship title. No other region has ever claimed the throne. No team has ever secured the championship twice. In this thrilling showdown, 16 teams across the world have gathered once more to seize the trophy. Which teams will prove themselves in their epic rivalry rematch? Will a new region unveil their strength and climb to the top? And who will leave an unforgettable mark with their skills? Behold, the old guards, seasoned titans returning to reclaim glory.
Судьба будет в наших руках.
The newcomers, eager to forge their legacy.
Kita di sini untuk lawan yang terbaik, kami nggak takut tantangan apapun.
Emerging from the ashes, the rising stars are vying for the spotlight.
Kita orang dah tunggu lama untuk momen ni.
This is our time. It's now or never.
Enter the contenders, here to defy the status quo and rewrite the narrative.
We've weathered the storm. This is where we break through. Nós somos brasileiros e a gente não desiste nunca.
The Kings, legends in their own right, descend to defend their crown.
Kita sudah merasai kemenangan. Ini saatnya kita menguasai dunia.
Naitaas na namin ang kampyonato at itataas ulit namin ngayon.
Babawiin namin ang corona para sa aming hari at reyna.
Get ready as the stage is set for the most dynamic championship of the year. It all begins here. It's time to see who will be better than great.
Today, we witness world-class action, world-class entertainment from the best MLBB teams. Welcome to M5 World Championships!
Day 4 of the M5 group stage was filled with plentiful surprises and nail-biting action. Led by Stitch, the undying Burmese ghouls refused to admit defeat.
Stitch, flying high in the sky, gets Ethan as well.
The Myanmar representatives pressed on to prevent the Mongolian downloaders from completing their comeback.
Ethan gets another kill as well, and Bebek still survives. Stitch flickers forward.
BG met the condition of winning 2-0 to avoid elimination. Next, Fire Flux Esports started the series with a fiery triumph against RRQ Akira.
Implosion! Hits on the screen. Rosa gets a kill.
The Brazilian Kings recomposed themselves and doused the flames of the Turkish representatives with 2 dominant victories.
Já posso ir?
Pode entrar só bate base. Pode entrar só bate base.
Não consigo bater. Tô tocando a torre pra vocês. Cancelei a shield, ela.
Só bate base, só bate base.
And proved that they are better than great. Another match, another 2-1 series. This time, it's another East versus West between Geek Fam and Deus Volt.
What the hell with the raging sandstorm to the back? It's gonna be the nature.
comeback, ace this round, and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders. Yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You can keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor. Nah, nah, nah. I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na na na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great. Good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great. Can't get it great. I'm better than great. I play my own role. I've been kinda greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind, no time for the weak. What's up to the game? Shall reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel. I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na na na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great. Good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great. If we stand tall and believe we can make it, you and me, with a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great. Good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great.
Two teams, empowered by players who aren't afraid to express themselves, are about to face each other in the land of Dawn. Welcome back, everybody, to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang M5 World Championship Group Stage. Nice here, joined with Gideon Wolf, and we're here to bring you the action between the Malaysian champions, Homeboys, and the unwavering Deus Vault.
The M5 World Championship is powered by Monton, presented by Kadia, supported by ROG, the official gaming phone, Grab, the official Super App partner, and Secret Lab, our official chair partner. So thank you to all of our lovely sponsors. M5 wouldn't be as awesome and great and possible without your support.
How we feeling, Wolf? How you doing over there?
Hey, I'm quite scared because I'm casting a Malaysian team again.
That's why they put me on
side
the
by
desk.
side, a Malaysian. I'm quite scared, actually.
Now we're only missing LaFell, right? Now, aside from
Where that... is he anyways?
Hey, LaFell needs a break.
Oh, he...
Right? So, before we get to that, of course, if you guys don't already know, the ROG Phone 6 is the M5's official gaming phone. You're going to get a look at it here because it packs the game-winning power of Snapdragon 8 Plus Gen 1 chipset with the class-leading GameCool 6 thermal system that lets you break every limit.
I'm telling you, if you're looking to convince your kids that you're the better parent, I'm telling you, it comes with a spectacular 165 Hz AMOLED display and a monster 6,000 mega amp battery life to power through your gaming needs.
Check out Deus Vault of ECA doing their ping checks with the ROG Phone 6, and I wonder if they're training their recall skills with this too.
Oh,
I
it was
hope so.
Very, very spicy last night.
I think that's, let's be honest, this matchup here, so far, you know, from the past couple days, everything we've seen on the group stage, this is going to be a spicy matchup with, of course, you know, certain things on the line with that. Now, as you know, the players get situated here, look at this on the screen as well. Kid Bomba ready to do that again on the ROG6. We have seen some amazing things from them alone, and I feel like, you know, in a way, you guys might have been as surprised as I have.
Honestly, it has been quite the surprise overall, right? I mean, the way that Deus Vault plays, it feels like from game to game, almost inconsistent. Not in the way like inconsistent in terms of performance, but overall style.
Yeah, it's like they create the chaos in specific parts of the game, but their early game is quite polished. That's how I would say. First 8 minutes of the game, they have a plan, they have their own rotation, but they adjust on the fly. That's why it kind of felt like chaotic and inconsistent, because there are certain points in the game there where they kind of play it by ear, basically.
Yeah, well, to talk more about the matchup, we're going to be here with some special guests. Gideon probably knows them really well as well. Let's go ahead and introduce our guests for this VMix call here. It is Mars and Shamilo. Guys, can you hear us okay? How you doing?
Hi, Niso! Hi, Gideon!
Hello. Okay, I'm assuming they can hear us really well, guys. I'm sure you're excited for this matchup over there. So I'm going to go ahead and ask you guys real quick, how do you feel about this matchup, right? There's surprises from Deus Vault. I got to say, Homeboys themselves had some surprises themselves. They've done so well this year. What do you feel about this matchup here?
There's a lot of surprise yesterday, but Deus Vault with Kid Bomba. I think it's going to be the spicy match, because also Sour with Recall and Zone Recall. Let's see. The Lane of Dawn will...
We've unlocked a new dance.
We have unlocked a new dance.
Like that, no? But we want to
We're excited to see the match. Yeah.
Excited to see the match. Yeah.
Awesome.
How about you guys? What do you expect for tonight's match?
I mean, of course, we're
match, of course.
Well, of course, we're expecting a super spicy match. I mean, these are very expressive teams. Now, I'm going to pretend like I'm not for MPL MY for a second. And honestly, let's explore the Malaysian MLBB competitive scene in this past 1 to 2 years. This very short time, the MPL MY has changed quite a lot.
True. Because like Gideon was standing in the middle.
In the center.
So with Naisu, in Philippines, and Wolf also in Philippines. Because Wolf, you'll be viral in Malaysia. You're public number one, enemy public number one. Even with the Homeboys jacket.
Your posters is everywhere here.
Your poster is everywhere.
You're wanted, man.
Wall,
so you must be careful here.
Yeah. Hey.
Luckily, you are not here.
Hey. Don't worry, guys. We already re-established my friendship with LaFell, right? We already shook hands. Homeboys already won. SMG already, won a game also. And I'm hoping that Homeboys will also win today. But actually, I wanted to ask them, you have any message to Gideon and LaFell on how they can keep it together this time?
LaFell, just vote.
Please.
Reverse.
You know the curse, right? Everyone know the curse.
Let's get LaFell hope the win.
Just vote.
Yeah.
Just vote.
Let's hope for the win to Deus Vault. Only for LaFell. Please.
So just for LaFell, nothing for Gideon.
Win 2-1 or 2-0 is okay, but Homeboys need to win this.
Gideon natural, so it's okay. He's normally,
Gideon, how would you feel to be in the center right now?
Honestly, it does feel kind of good. It feels very weird to be in the center with all the lights behind us, and not to mention some of the Homeboys fans bringing in the drums all the way from Malaysia too.
And so let's go ahead and talk about the headline real quick, guys, right? The early manifestation of being better than great. This all started, let's talk about Deus Vault first, right? Their performance against Geek, you guys mentioned this earlier too. They cemented their status as, a legitimate contender, and the same can be said about Homeboys, right? Even with, hey, there's more to just Zorn's recalls here. So, what do you guys feel about that? I guess, in a way, are they legitimate contenders even for you guys here?
I feel like Homeboys is already a champion in their mindset. That's important for their morality boost and for their confidence. Either that we lose or not, we still are the champions of the people here in Malaysia.
Yeah, true. Because my prediction for this match is actually 2-1. Homeboys will win against Deus Vault 2-1. So definitely we respect how good is Deus Vault play yesterday against Geek Fam. I think there will be a lot of surprise from this team.
And I believe Gideon will have the same talk, even though he's neutral there.
Of course.
You think that?
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. I feel like, you know, this graph here explains it all. The community is vibrant and expressive, just like the players, just like the Homeboys. It's more diverse and competitive with the imports. And I think Homeboys have done, especially in Malaysia, we have one of the best integration of Indonesian imports compared to everywhere else. We know how to make them feel at home. We know how to bring the best out of them. And of course, we're an aggressive region. So of course, anybody who feels aggressive wants to be here in Malaysia or part of a Malaysian team.
Yeah. Hey, if anything, I'm very excited about this because I know that the recalls will be there.
Yeah.
And also, like, in-game wise, Homeboys are really good. I think that they're the top team in their group for sure. They're a championship contender, I feel like, and Homeboys, they are the favorites heading into this matchup. But we know for sure that they're going to be bringing something today. They're going to be surprising Homeboys for sure.
Man, honestly, it's all been a surprise so far, and that's what we love here, of course, about M5. It started in the wild card where things were wild, if you can say, and then now we're here in the main stage. We even got Gideon dancing, but thank you guys for joining us, Mars, Shamilo. We wish you guys the best over there, too. Have a great time, a great cast, and we will see you hopefully again soon.
Yeah, we love you guys.
We love you guys.
Good luck, all the best also in the Philippines, and stay safe for you guys. All right?
Thank you.
Wow.
You guys take care.
Interview yang
Buat kita
All right.
All right.
Again, thank you to them, Mars, Shamilo, great guys, and you know, we obviously know who they might be rooting for. We heard the 2-1 predictions from them, and I think that's honestly a fair prediction based on what's happened here the past couple days. You can't count out Dave's Vault, right? This is a team that has done a lot for the region. And even back when we saw them in the wild card, right, Gideon? Like, we even saw Umbrella Squad over there and how they performed, and even surprising things from them. So, you know, Homeboys, for me personally, and real quick, is this still the Lungar strategy? Is that something that falls in their repertoire?
I mean, you know, this is a post-Todak meta sort of situation, so it's going to be exciting to see whether that Lungar strategy is going to have some reins to it.
Well, let's find out. Now, before that, we have to go ahead and give a big shout out to officiate the M5 World Championship, of course, is our marshals, and making their way onto the stage. They're here to ensure the fairness and integrity of our games. Rain, Wilbert, Shun, and Ivan, they've been doing an outstanding job here for all of us up to this point and beyond. And now we will go ahead, welcome the teams, the Malaysian champions. They have been using the results to do the talking, and Zorn does the recalling. Staying true as ever, they are Homeboys.
They're looking to get under the skins of Deuce Fall, and more importantly, to stand tall above the rest.
And next up, one setback isn't enough to stop this team from their journey towards being better than great. They're the pride of EECA, Deus Vult.
Have a straight-up chance to get into the knockouts if they win 2-0 against Homeboys. It still is going to be a big battle, and we know for sure that they're going to be bringing in the bomb today.
Can't wait to see it. Let's welcome their coaches and analysts here who will guide their respective teams to victory. For Homeboys, Coach Pabs and Seifel, and for Dave's Vault, Fly Solo and Worono. Now, again, as they get prepped up here, the handshakes, the hand bumps coming out. These guys are ready to play. We know that we're here at this point, guys. There's not much time left for these teams. We're seeing teams go home just like we did previously. Now, taking a look at Homeboys, if you guys aren't familiar, it's Rizel, Chibi, Sepat, Warlord, and Zorn here.
You know, a lot of questions have been asked here about what is the next team after Todak. What are they? What sort of a standard are they going to set? With SMG, it was cool, calm, collected. But with Homeboys, one of the most aggressive early games we've seen, one of the highest secure rates in all of MPL MY, with Chibi at that helm with his retributions. The Homeboys as a whole, neutral objectives, usually the Turtles, is theirs.
Then you have Dave's Vault from EECA, that's Garvey, Magistor, Kid Bomba, Sunset Lover, as well as Sawo. Many M-Series veterans as well. You can see Sunset Lover and Sawo have always been performing in the M-Series. And then you also have Carvey. Recently read about this guy. He's actually a Filipino that, quote-unquote, has been discriminated because of his... he is getting bullied because of his MLBB skills, apparently. But now, he's showing up in M5. So that's crazy, right? From a year ago, he's not touted as a good MLBB player. Even getting bullied because of that. Now, he's in the M5 World Stage.
Now he's here. If I recall this, he was actually in one of the interviews that we played here back on the early days of the group stage. So, you know, it's amazing to think how everything kind of gets started for these players, where they end up, of course. And let's also take a look at our predictions.
Whoa.
Very similar to what we, well, for you guys, for me, maybe not you guys. I went with the 2-1 here for Homeboys. Of course, you guys are thinking that it's going to be the sweep here. Any particular reason? Maybe I should ask Wolf. Give me an I already know.
Okay, my prediction today is entirely based off of me wanting to survive.
You better.
Yep. But kidding aside, I think the Homeboys, when it comes to how polished they are, I think it was their win against Geek Fam earlier in the group stages just proved how good they are already. And I think I'm very much impressed about their drafting as well. Don't get me wrong though, Daewoo, I think that they have a very good drafter with Fly Solo.
Right.
They're very veteran when it comes to like esports. But at the same time, Homeboys is a team that's like I think they're more stable when it comes to their hero choices.
Yep. He's sticking to the script. I told him about the fact that...
I actually am reading.
He's got it there.
He's got it there. Because I mentioned over on the jerseys of the Homeboys, on the jacket specifically, it says Public Enemy #1.
Hey.
Does it actually?
It does.
It does?
It does. Don't worry about it. We're not going to fill in the blanks.
Did they open the jacket and Wolf's face is there? So,
I need that jacket.
Hey, I feel like we all want that jacket. But aside from that, too, what's at stake here, right? Homeboys, they still have 2 matches remaining.
Yep.
This is also crucial, though, for them to basically make or break the potential for a 3-way tiebreaker.
Right.
You know, as we take a look at what the predictions are around the world here, this is always the time, even for the group stage, and really with what's at stake, the 8 teams that are going to be knocked out eventually. This is dire, because even for the fact that Deus Vault, right, this match alone also could make or break their chances for the knockouts as well.
This is the qualification matchup between these 2 teams, technically, right? Both setting themselves up to make it to the knockouts in a more comfortable manner than where they currently are. I'm just interested whether some of the same mistakes and the expectations we put on the Homeboys, whether it's actually going to pull through.
Interesting fact here. I know, Wolf. Why don't you go ahead and take us through that?
I love the headline. Once a Geek, now with the boys. So it was part of Geek Fam Malaysia from 2018 until mid this year, season 12, and he has left the fam to be with the boys. That's Geek Fam Malaysia. Naturally, he was behind the voices of my favorite all-time sticker. Well played, bro.
That sounds so perfect, man. I'm sure that is your favorite sticker.
Thank you.
That sounds like life advice, though, too. You know, you left the fam to go with the boys.
I mean, it's a coming-of-age story for
Right. Come on.
It's true. It's a coming-of-age story.
My mom and dad, I'm going with the boys.
Tonight's for the boys.
I don't know about you guys, but, you know, coming from my part of the world, that started at 18, right? I know it's a little bit different here in, Southeast Asia. But now, with that, we wait for the draft here. You know, you guys already mentioned some of these things. Speaking of, let's go ahead and load up into a game #1 draft. Wolf, I love to pick your brain, man, because you're usually on point. I would say you're pretty good.
Oh,
right?
thank
so,
you.
What are you thinking here so far from what we've seen to this? I know we have to wait for the bands to come out, but priority-wise, is this like, prio the Bruno, the Guinevere? We don't see any of those banned out just yet.
When it comes to priority, I'm thinking Homeboys will go for Joy and Baksha. What is that, man? I think that's Angela? That's Guinevere.
Yep, Guinevere.
Right. Okay, so I'm thinking like Baksha as well as Joy as priority for Homeboys, 100%, because that's the power hero, quote-unquote, for Mr. Chibi himself. And I'm very much impressed about his Joy gameplay. So I'm curious if Daewoo actually wants to give that.
I think it'll be interesting, right? Especially considering how the meta has kind of like shifted from where it used to be from the regular season of pretty much every MPL around the world. Everybody was playing the traditional Fredrin into Martis matchup, and then that's where we really got to see Homeboys kind of find their stride of like, we like to play the early game, we want to be aggressive, and I've heard comments from some of his team members that sometimes Chibi is so quick on the draw that they can't keep up with him.
Yeah, I think that's, important to point out here. But also, you have to take note as well for Coach Fly Solo. He likes to kind of deviate towards more unorthodox picks, right? That is something that he's pulled out before. We're talking about Phoveus mid, Matilda the Guinevere plus Terizla combinations, things that necessarily we might not be used to seeing here. There is strength in that, Wolf.
Yeah, for sure. That means that you can expect like Minotaur or Lilia. So they leave Baksha as well as Joy open. Joy might be the priority for Homeboys. And I think that's still a fair trade for Daewoo, just because of the fact that they still can secure this utility jungler that they also like to play. I mean, if you're looking at Daewoo, if you look at their matches, the more successful ones are under like utility junglers instead of like those assassins. Except the Nolan, because I think that the justification is like everybody can play Nolan anyways.
Yeah.
So you gotta learn how to use it.
Of course, of course. I think that's only natural, right? And I think, you know, why Joy is going to be a little bit more of a priority here for the side of the Homeboys at the very least, because they're one of the few teams that aren't scared of throwing it to Subbot in the EXP lane, right?
That's right.
And there are a couple of benefits with that. It's usually to jump into that back line and more importantly to have that vengeance. But here we go, Baxia to kick things off on the blue side.
Is this what you're expecting? I was actually, you know, the fact that even Bruno was open, maybe that would be the route, but they go Baxia here, Wolf.
Yeah, because if they take away a comfort hero from Daewoo, and at the same time, they can still, well, there it is, the Faramis as well as the Bruno, very strong pick, and because of the Lilia ban now, Homeboys will have to rethink how they approach this. I think the only choice left for them is to go for the Claude, and maybe get the Minotaur with it, because Daewoo is a team that will not hesitate picking up the Minotaur third pick, especially when the Claude is already picked up on the other side.
Yeah, we could see that, and I'm kind of expecting the Claude here, especially one of the greatest, you know, tools to deal with the NetherRealm anyway, but also the fact too, hey, Valentina is open, right? If you wanted to go that route, at least you have a NetherRealm yourself, you know, if you want to decide to do that, but then you obviously have its own minigame in itself, like trying to actually get the right ultimate. There it is. Terizla's going to be locked in along with Brody, so it's neither of those for now.
Very interesting approach, because it feels like, at least for the side of the Homeboys, they are focusing on other players than just the gold lane as well as the mid lane, while Daewoo are like, okay, Warlord, let's calm down for a second. Ryzel, who's been very consistent, they're targeting the Indonesians on the side from the Homeboys lineup.
Yeah, which means that Daewoo are put in a spot where do they pick up the Minotaur now, or they secure a hero for their jungler? Do you go for the Fredrin now that you know that the Brody is there as well as Terizla, or do you go Martis instead, right? So these are this will be the things that they will be talking about. So it's going to be the Martis, and then now they can ban the Edith. Oh no, not really the Edith, but more like mages, like Novaria, Valentina. Most importantly,
Valentina. Yeah. That's what still, you know, if that's left open, it could just be a safe choice. Go to Valentina. We see that often against the Faramis. Even with that, though, you know, what's left on the table, at least for Rome, let's say for Homeboys here?
Yeah. Oh, there's a lot. I think the Zorn can probably play the Cho, although it's not the best versus Faramis. There still is that Kufra. And maybe... Actually, they can pick up something like a Rafaela or any kind of hero that kind of gives them that healing, that additional support. Even a Diggy might be good for Homeboys.
Okay. They decided to ban it out.
Okay,
as our good friend LaFell say, there was so much damage when that Diggy was there, man.
Look, I'm tired of this. I'm tired of everybody getting Sawo pilled right now. We need to be more based in this draft, right? Bring it down to earth, because I think that at the very least, when we're looking at Deo's Vault, the way that they kind of want to draft has expected the bans that we were looking for gets taken away. At least for Zorn, let's not forget about suppressions, right? Let's talk about the fact that neutral objectives are going to be quite interesting to be maintained around, because both teams have done some great homework on each other.
Yep. Okay, so now they can go for, maybe Daewoo can pick up the Edith now, as those are or Benedetta actually might work well with their team. But yeah, you're going to be looking for a frontliner here for Daewoo. Either you go maybe steal the Cho this time to go with this Faramis. You still have that option of the Benedetta, as we mentioned. Heroes that will be, or Edith most specifically, because it is a hero that they also pick up against something like a Terizla.
Yeah, I think if they go with the Edith, that'd be great. Like you mentioned, check that box. You have this front line. Your Martis doesn't have to be, you know, so concerned with running into the front or running into the fray. You have that NetherRealm available. You definitely want to have a little more tankiness to this lineup so far, and then you can play around the utility, right? That is going to be the name of the game for this one. And this actually kind of works too, right? Get the Lapu Lapu, serves both that purposes. You have durability, you have good damage. You can actually pull off some flashy plays as well.
Yep. I think you're just left with Ward now, right? Oh, Phobius mid.
Interesting. Interesting. Wow. What's the call on this? I get the Arla, but then when you see the Phobius and you look at the 4 heroes on the side from Daewoo, it's like, okay, it makes sense. One slide tackle, you have the Mortal Coils that's considered a dash, the natural dash coming out from Lapu. Is there an expectation for another dash from the side of Daewoo for their last pick?
But what will be what will be other dash choices? Like, I don't know, like Kufra. Yeah, honestly, I don't like the Phobius. Maybe because of, if you think about it, Phobius actually deals a lot of like ramp damage, you know?
I was gonna say, this doesn't seem very burst. You know, there's not
it's a
like...
burst, yeah.
Yeah.
But maybe the burst will come now from the Brody. So I'm thinking, like, if you are Davu, you want somebody in the front lines, like maybe Tigreal actually.
Oh, man! Speaking of, you just might as well bring the Tig out.
Okay.
I personally, I am glad Tigreal is being picked again. He was the first hero I ever played, so I have, you know, it's
sentimental value.
Sentimental, yeah.
Oh my goodness, just deep-rooted feelings for this one. Break down the comps for me. Like, what are we expecting in terms of timings? Like, what's the game plan?
Okay, the game plan for Davu is just to group up. That's what they wanted to do. All right, they want to just stay in their bubble, stay in their box, have Magister end the eliminations with that. For Homeboys, the problem I have with this is they don't have wave clear that's like long range and can actually prolong the game for them, so they're kind of all in. They want to go in like Avengers this time, actually, with a superhero landing. One hero goes in, another follows. Trizap goes in, Brody goes for the damage from long distance, Phobius comes in, and then eventually it's a give and take. Like it's like a tag team, you know?
Well, we'll find out here as we load up into the land of Dawn. Game number 1 here, second series of the day. We know what's at stake. It's Homeboys versus Deus Volt. Now, you've already given your thoughts here, Wolf, as we get adjusted, seeing the rotations early on. Real quick, though, where do things fall into place? Like, is this something, is the lineups here where we're expecting an early first blood into that first turtle?
I'm not sure if Homeboys is actually fit for that, but thinking about it, if this is a mid lane Phobius, yeah, maybe they have an additional ultimate to go with that. So I think, yeah, maybe there's a little bit of hope for that for Homeboys, but at the same time, you have the Faramis. I think that's the more solid option when it comes to like killing in the first turtle fight.
Okay, we'll see if they pull it off again. You know, also taking a look just in a second here at the emblems, but so far, really how this kind of all falls into place is the amount, I feel like, of the CC going to be thrown from Davu here against Homeboys. Anything that sticks out emblem-wise real quick?
Well, there's a lot where there's not much Wilderness Blessing on Homeboys, which kind of weirds me. It's weird to me because they're typically the team that's very aggressive, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, look at that. Even with the Brody build, like we've been seeing tenacity and as well as agility the entire day, and now it's like, okay, give me some penetration, give me Weapon Master as well.
I think that, you know, going back to it when we were talking about the draft, and I was like, well, they're not going to have a ton of this burst damage early on. Maybe that's the way to do it with these emblems here. So already focused, but I don't expect any go signal just yet. They're going to go ahead and just poke things down before, you know, we're 10 seconds away from the first objective. You can see as well the other members of Davu kind of gathering up here. We know how important these level 4s are leading into these first objectives, so we'll see how they all play a part. But, you know, right now this is relatively, you know, slow and steady as both junglers get ready here.
But Chibi is level 5 for some reason. Able to take out some of the extra jungle creeps, so this is massive.
Oh, it looks like they've already started the fight. Kid Bomba is under attack. NetherRealm forced out as well as the bravest fighter. Zorn's going to take his time, and now he jumps on top of him, forcing out the demonic force coming out from the side of Warlock. Underneath the turret, he needs to use the iframes to get on out of there, and first blood falling into the hands of Deus Volt. Kid Bomba not dying to the trade at all. GB's trying to take it. Penalty Zone is going to come out to slow them down, but they're getting chunked out, and Subbot will eventually fall. Even the flicker came out of him. They don't find any trades. They kill Magister, Subbot, and Zorn really low. Kid Bomba jumps in with the bravest fighter, and Zorn outplays it. Kid Bomba finally takes him out. Retribution as well, and then GB takes out Kid Bomba. You were right. You were totally right. The trades.
This probably will be the game with the longest skirmishes because there's no burst.
There's none.
There's none. I think that if we don't have Ryzel as well as Carvey, there will not be any kind of burst, and it will be a long drawn fights where there's not much happening, and then the Faramis ultimate just makes it even worse.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of tanky dudes swinging at each other and then looking flashy, right? Because you got the bravest fighter jumping around, and you know, you got the final slashes and everything, but really, yes, as long as the gold laners are in their gold lane, expect these long drawn fights, which hey, it could work for either of these teams right now, the way things are falling into place. But even itemization-wise, anything sticking out here early on?
Not yet. I think if Sword will continue with this, is he actually building for damage? Might have gone for target, in fact.
I mean, he's got 2 assists. Like, why not? You start off with that Fury Hammer, and then you kind of build full tank from then on, considering how this game has gone. And now Sawo flickers forward, finds the implosion into the Ashores, or a perfect combination, not giving Ryzel any opportunity to flicker out of there.
2 catapults, 2 gold cannons not going to be available for Ryzel. That's going to be massive.
Yeah, and then, Subpot getting chunked out on the top side of the map. Brave Spider already being used by Kim Bomba to actually even out the scales here, but you can see the massive EXP lead for Subpot.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Ryzel, that's actually pretty bad that he lost that. Nobody's scouting for him.
Okay, yeah, even with these like pulls, right? There's really nothing that can be done just yet, especially with this turtle coming up here now. But good point, because gold laners, we know that they have to hit this, certain level, certain timing when it comes to the spike, the power spikes, and timing's going to be important here. So if you get focused on early on, you get in a trouble situation. So now, once again, turtle being up here, both teams getting in position, but it looks like could possibly just go over here to Homeboys. Yep. So secured.
Good zone out from Warlord. Now that he has Clock of Destiny, he's quite tanky actually, not because of the Clock of Destiny, but mainly because of the ultimate that he can actually go onto the Martis. And Martis have natural dashes. And by the way, good synergy between like Arlott as well as Phobius. That's a classic combo.
Oh, they're jumping in.
They want to jump in even further, right? Final Slash getting cancelled out by the implosion, getting all 3 of the members all in one tight little space. Shadows MP pulling 3 back. Harvey already fighting 1 onto Zorn. Warlord trying to go on the run. Demonic Force has already been popped out here. They're low, but not enough to finish them off. But here we go! Ryzel, part of the fight. Magister is down. Double kill coming out as Carvey takes Warlord out. Finally, 2-for-2 trade.
Man, these players are just really going at it. And Zorn already picks up the Thunder Belt at 5 minutes. That's pretty fast, and imagine having extra damage. Like, he's a roamer for sure, but he's not gonna be that quote-unquote tanky roamer. Eventually, maybe after the Thunder Belt, he will go for like defense items, but because he went in for Dire Hit, if I'm not mistaken, that means that he will be focusing on damage now. And Chibi, a very early Blade Armor pickup. This is gonna be massive in the team fights.
Not only that, but now even with that last exchange, Ryzel able to get the Malefic Roar, able to pump out some of that damage. So even at the 6-minute mark, this is where you get to the point. Okay, some of these gold laners, they'll obviously be rotating to some of the fights. Carvey did the same thing, the previous exchange, but really, who's going to come out on top in those early skirmishes, these fights later on? That's kind of what has to be witnessed as we see them duke it out. But right now, the fact that you have some of these defensive items being built up too will all play a part into this. Now, as we wait for this third turtle to come up here, it really is down to how do they decide to approach these objectives, right? The 4-man is going to be the 4-on-4, or will these be full-on fights?
And Sawo now picking up the dominant size. Is going to be playing an important role because so far, Homeboys have been relying on their sustain, right? Well, literally everyone is a tanky dude now, except for both Carvey as well as Ryzel. So that dominant size is going to be very important.
Yeah, it's basically WrestleMania at this point, right? Everybody's getting into the ring. It's like from the top rope, you see Warlord jumping in every single time, but every single one of these turtles,
what do they call that?
Royal
Rumble. That's basically what it is at this point, right?
Oh yeah, look, top rope once again. Warlord's really getting hefty on it, right? Procking as many of these demonic forces, forcing out the retribution as well from the Magister himself. Warlord playing as if he is not a mid laner anymore. He's part of the fight. Final Slash already coming out to try and get on top of Carvey. And now the Netherrealm looking to protect him underneath the Sorry. Kim Bomba needs to be part of this. Here comes the penalty zone. They find the initial turret, and now Sawo out of position. They found 2 as they keep on pushing forward. Man, this is so awkward. Torn apart memories coming on out, getting back into the fight. Good vengeance, and now the demonic force has popped out again. Naturally, Final Slash, and Chibi kills Sunset Lover. We got to talk about tempo. What the hell is this?
That's like I don't know, probably some of the slowest build-up tempo, and just everything happening at once at the end.
Exactly. You just have to wait. Like, okay, who dies in the end? Like, whoever does not hit the ultimate, basically. And like I told you, Homeboys' lineup, they're the Avengers, the superhero landings, right? Yeah. Somebody goes in, that's Warlord first on the right side, and then eventually it will be Chibi. Then Rizal pops the ultimate. All of a sudden, when they will thought that they will be able to get out, then there's Sepat with the ultimate.
Here's a penalty zone.
And a penalty zone.
And by that time, another final slash is
Exactly.
available. So,
Exactly.
you know, how do you work around that? That's one thing.
I don't know, man.
Oh, here we go. Sunset Lover getting pulled in. Retribution coming down for Magic, so he's looking for the Decimate. Oh, it doesn't connect, but he still finds a kill onto Warlock, pushing him in. Demonic Force is already coming out, as well as the Implosion to keep it in place. Finally, a mistake being made. 2 kills falling into the hands of Deo's Vault, evening out 7-7.
Yep. That is the way to go. Make sure that the Implosion will be, I guess, for lack of a better term, best value, wherein the timing will be good. Doesn't mean that you need to catch everyone from Homeboys, but it means like you catch maybe Warlord mid-animation, for example. So those are the things that maybe this Bull can use.
Yep, NetherRealm already popped his Shadow Step. He's just going to pull them back in. Sapat is done for. No ultimates being abused as Chibi is able to take the Cyclone Eye out of there. 20-part memory is not really going to do much here, as Sawo is still alive and is passive, making sure that he is one thick boy.
Great job, great work there from Dave, who were able to, you know, push into that territory, secure the Lord for themselves here. So, you know, that, what, 3, almost 4K gold lead that Homeboys had, they've shrunk it down a little bit. They can work around this. Biggest thing they could get from here is obviously space, right, to work around the map.
That's right. I like the box formation of David. They're going to be the win again.
Here we go. They haven't forced out the Demonic Force just yet. Chibi's taking a lot of damage, but here we go. Warlord jumps in for the top ropes once again with the Demonic Force, making sure that he's buying space and time for his team. Man, he's actually so much more sustainable than I thought he was with these fighter emblems. But Deo's Vault, they're going to start moving in. They back off, and it looks like, well, not much was achieved here. Not even tier 1s. Topside tier 1 should eventually fall.
Every time that they don't have the Paramis ultimate, they have to just back down and did not fight. And this is Daewoo's composition. We talked about how they should be like grouping up together, forming their box, and just destroying Homeboys. Okay.
Well, I mean, they can try with the Implosion all around. Final Slash pushing them away from a Chibi. He's buying a lot of time. NetherRealm even being popped as Rizal finds Sabo walking away from that fight. Kimbomba is chunked out. He's forced it now. It's an all-in. Rizal gets Sunset Master, kills Optorin as he's trying to slide tackle away. Carvey needs to get out of there. Rizal says no. Warlord does not go down. He is the leader of his people, and he continues to press forward.
Is this not the most Malaysian draft ever?
I don't know. Going back to it again. They're still trying to hold it together.
Rizal, he's in trouble. Oh, he goes down! Kimbomba finally finds the trade, and Sunset Lover taking his time with this, but eventually the sustainability for the side of the Homeboys keeping them topped up. This is, I honestly, you say that is this very Malaysian? You know what? Sure, yeah, we'll take it. I don't usually get to see Warlord play Phoveus in the mid lane, but when he does, in the way that he's playing, why not?
Yeah, it's okay. It's not the Malaysian draft hero per hero, but when it comes to like composition and the raw idea of going in, just literally chasing everyone, you're gonna see a very long chase. It's the entirety of the half of the map, basically. Entirety of the mid lane.
It's a marathon.
It's a marathon. You saw how well they played aggressively, and then all of a sudden, you can see Rizal being punished. What the hell is this game?
The funny thing, going back to the Royal Rumble, you know, metaphor here is like you have all these guys just in the ring, and then all of a sudden it's that one guy that runs into the ring, picks up, you know, a chair or something, gets a couple and runs out. That's what Rizal did there. But, you know, that's kind of what Carvey has to do. He is the same person in this situation, right? You have to be able to get there, and right now he's double buffed up. He's trying to push down some of this space in the mid lane, all this before that Lord comes up.
Yep, GB is going to stun up Kimbomba for the time being. Sapat not finding the right targets to jump in just yet. But let me tell you, it feels like at least for the side of the Homeboys, it's great that if Deo's Vault backs down from the fight, the chases, their dashing backward, it's actually counterintuitive. As Homeboys will keep on going, right? Look at Warlord. He's procced the Demonic Force so many times, and they should be able to take this away free.
Oh, that's stun!
No, unlucky. Kimbomba nails it. Final Slash doesn't connect as the Implosion locks him down. It's a mistake. Warlord finds Kimbomba, and now with a penalty zone, it ain't enough to stop them as Chibi is trying to slow them down. NetherRealm is already down as we see Warlord trying to clean this up. It's not easy. Rizal's already dead. Carvey's still alive. He's still making the plays. Warlord! is able to find one! Stop dashing! Just walk away from him! He won't let you run away at all! Warlord, he's done for. And now that's a 4-for-2 trade as Magister breaks open tier 2.
Are you not entertained? Homeboys, specifically Warlord, did a great job zoning out Magister already. Nobody was in that area, but the Lord was with Daewoo.
I just gotta say, that is a Warlord if I've seen one.
Oh,
what a player.
God! The Lord knocked up Chibi. The right moment, and Kid Bomba is CC immune.
This is
so
painful.
Goodness.
Look, it's so painful, especially once I'm like gassing up my boy. He doesn't misses the red tree unless the Lord says no, not this time.
Unless
Sorry,
it's
sir.
Kid Bomba, right? Like again, in amidst everything, Daewoo pulls something out like that, but still, you can see there is still going to be a struggle, right? With some of these fights, they have to be able to handle, of course, even Warlord alone, and keeping the whole time Carvey alive. Once that Nether Realm is gone, you guys saw it, right? So let's take a look really quickly. How is the items coming into place?
Okay, when it comes to items, naturally Zorn will go and pick up the defensive items after the Thunder build, but he seems like he wants to consider another damage item after the Kiras, which is understandable. Now, however, for a Homeboys, you're gonna be worried now at 15 minutes in, because Rizal and his he will eventually reach critical mass to the point where Daewoo might outscale him.
Speaking of critical mass,
wow,
Carvey
Chibi
getting chunked out by Chibi, even committing to the retribution in case he continues to go out of position. Even Magister trying to slow them down, right? These fights, I mean, this is one of the few games where we see some of the highest kill counts 15 minutes into the game. That's 28 kills in total so far.
Yeah, it's crazy to even think that it's been 15 minutes, right? It seems like it's a little bit longer at this point. But really, talking about critical mass here is it's up to both the gold laners for the most part, but maybe also that's why Zorn is going and opting for some of that damage, right? To be able to provide some of that pressure onto Daewoo, and we'll see if they actually have a response to that.
Yeah, because eventually Warlord will just be still a problem, but at the same time not the biggest of problems, right? Because this is not like a 1-1. This is a Bruno that can dash once, and then eventually what you're going to do is to pop the Purify, then punish Warlord. So obviously, there are so many ways for Daewoo to kind of end this game, especially when they just keep their box. But Homeboys, this is their time. All right, back-to-back Lords have been taken away from Chibi.
We'll see. They're going to get in position here once again. They're just blitzing the Lord, though.
Yep. Kid Bomba again,
don't
my
do
God.
it. Don't do it. Don't do it again. He tries, but Chibi is able to secure it, no problem. Warlord already using the Demonic Force. He's got to reset, but he doesn't want to commit to it any longer. Whoever backs out here, it might be a problem. Conceal already being used. Chibi's draining out of the way as Sabat uses the penalty zone to call for a disengage. Zorn, wait, hold on. The Nether Realm, it's already outside. Explosion on 4! Pushes them back! They can't get out! Final slash to try and disengage, and here we go. Rizal is already dead. Majority of their damage is gone, but they still finds a trade onto Magister themselves. Call it off! The Lord is already spawned and walking.
With only that? There's only one?
Chibi wants Garvey! Chibi wants Garvey!
Okay, he's swerving, but again, they have to deal with the Lord here. What a setup!
Are you not entertained? Oh my God, Sao! Very patient, lands the big ultimate, and that meant that the Lord might not be used by Homeboys as you would want to. That means the defense will be there, especially because Rizal was taken out. So, I mean, Daewoo, they might have lost that battle, but because of the implosion, it was now enough for them to kind of prolong the game again.
Yeah, I mean, especially in combination with the motor coils, when they're all so close together, how much time was wasted? How little frames do Homeboys have to work with? Especially Rizal, right? He wants the flicker, he can't. He's been trying so many times.
I wonder if Rizal might rethink his battle spell. Maybe if you had Purify, those would be different. But then again, you're a Brody, you want to be on the aggressive. So, but there were so many times in this game that he wished he had Purify.
Oh, for sure.
You can see that in those exchanges, right? And, you know, we've all seen it before, especially when the Tigreal's locked in. You sometimes feel like, okay, I just want to play, right? You're either in air or suspended or being dragged either way. But even with that exchange that we saw, okay, Chibi's going to be the focus here. Are they going to commit?
I don't think so. I mean, Chibi did use his Tortoise Poissons, and I feel like the Eos Vault, they're looking for Ryzel again, right? I think those are the two main targets, Warlord and as well as Ryzel. Warlord's going to take way too much effort, but Ryzel is so susceptible.
Yep. It's going to be the Halberd picked up by the Brody.
Man, they still want to go.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to commit to the chase here. Chibi is getting pushed back. Penalty zone. So nicely done to slow them down. Even the Decimator's coming out. It pops the Immortality in towards the Implosion, landing on two. Ryzel is able to get some free hits here, but look at this Demonic Force buying so much time. Some butt by Harvey. Warlord manages to get a killing spree onto Sunset Lover, and Sawo left out to dry. That's a 2-for-1 trade in favor of the Homeboys. 22 seconds away from the Lord.
Will they try to end this? There's a lot of defense. This is Faramis, this is Lapu-Lapu.
Wait, no.
Homeboys, this is not the best shot.
Wait, buddy, let's calm down here. Proxy as many waves as possible. Go
they
for
want
the Lord.
it. They want it.
They're going for it. Kimbomba is looking to close. Is trying to clear up those waves. Final slash onto Magister. They're trying to protect that last cannon minion. It's gone, and now they jump on in with the Demonic Force. They committed too much about. No more immortality for him as another inhibitor drops down. Warlord is on the run, and now they're done. Out of gas. Finally.
We do get to take a breather from this, but the Lord's going to be up here, and you see them make a straight line for it. So they're going to start it up. Daewoo has to defend their base. They hold on to the one base turret. Are they actually going to try to get here in time? It looks like Magister also making his way.
They want it. They have the Faramis ultimate.
Yeah, this is a little risky. He's also has the immortality, and Daewoo gets here in time.
Yeah. They can play the Lord dance now, homeboys. That's what they need to do now. They're so separated from each other. It's Sawo already looking for an angle. Doesn't have the flicker though.
Oh, they're instigating the fight. Warlord's right on top of Carby as much as they can. They're trying to peel him off, but here we go. That's the implosion already going down. Ryzel's walking up forward. Netherrealm is gone. Kimbomba tries to make a dash, but it makes Warlord deeper into enemy lines. The Mortal Coils is doing some great peel, but finally Sunset Lover finds Sunset. But it takes him out instantly. Carby finds Warlord as well, but they take out Sunset Lover in trade. It's 2-for-1 this time in favor of Deo's Fault.
And it's also just a Faramis, so he's actually now alive.
Back up.
Some of the stacks that you got there.
Homeboys down the two numbers here for this fight, and Chibi also does not have that immortality anymore, so they're gonna have to just give this up, possibly, unless they can pull something off. But this looks like a Daewoo Lord.
Yes, absolutely, and the minion wave for Homeboys are pretty bad as well.
Woo. I mean, that's what happens. You lose these timings of your waves just because of how hectic and how long these drag down fights are going to be.
And with that, again, Lord here secured for Daewoo. They're going to make their way down the mid while they wait. Lord going up to the top side. Tier 2 now falling. And just this is their time to go ahead and knock on the base here of Homeboys. Defensively, though, you know, still so far from what we've seen just from this game alone, now almost 22 minutes in. Some of these team fights, they're so orchestrated, it really does depend on which gold laner is able to withstand all of the things being thrown at them.
Exactly. Whoever gets caught, is gonna have a bad time. And the thing is, during that fight, there are so many resources that Daewoo didn't have, like the flicker onto Sawo, some of the immortalities, for example, onto Kid Bomba, it wasn't available in that fight. Now, it will soon be cooling down. In fact, you have the flicker on Sawo again. So now, it's a much better team fight for Daewoo.
Yeah, it looks like Homeboys are just letting them take the inhibitors here. Their high ground defense may not necessarily be as strong. Remember, it's all about protecting the king, and the king is Ryzel, and the same can be said about Deo's Vault. Harvey, he's got to be careful as Lord is going to crash down. That's 2 inhibitors so far. Looking for a third, but I think that's where Deo's Vault is going to call it quits unless we see a mistake from the side of the Homeboys.
Yeah, so basically what we have is just both bases holding on to one turret. Unless Sawo wants to press the situation, he's gonna go in.
He flickers in, gets the implosion. Kid Bomba jumps in to follow up, and here comes the Netherrealm. Now Warlord getting chucked out hard. Harvey, he's gonna be brought back with the help of the Netherrealm. Penalty zone instantly, as now the waves are crashing in. They're running out of time as Ryzel's able to chuck them down one by one. Sword takes out Harvey and Ryzel into Magister. 3-0 so far, and that just might be a full wipeout. Sawo, Sunset, all gone. That's it. Homeboys now make a beeline through the mid lane. Sunset's coming back in 10 seconds.
The Faramis, can you do so much about this? It's so difficult. And look at their lanes will be managed by Sebat. It is more than enough. Oh, they cut 3 lanes. Oh, this is bad.
Yeah,
it's not the best.
Sunset Lover, he's all by himself here. Homeboys getting ready to push it in.
They got it.
They got it.
They got it.
Oh!
Oh, no, it was
Sunset flickered for it, and he dies to buy time. He does it. It takes out TV. What a defense!
What a play and a decision from Sunset Lover.
The mistake was they attracted 2 lanes.
No!
They went in front of the base too soon.
No!
And the defense was there. They were clumping up together.
Dude, why is it when I'm doing the play-by-play, it's these types of games? Oh, man. From wild cards all the way to group stage, let's look at the instant replay.
Oh, Chibi got the... Oh, no. I understand why they want to tank it, but the final slash... There were so many minute details that went wrong. And you know what the worst is? Their jungler is dead.
Yep, he's gone for 15 seconds here, so it's up to Homeboys if they want to try to delay this the best they can. Daewoo gonna go ahead and continue down this Lord, and we'll see if Homeboys can actually hold it together.
Oh, it's their Lord. It's their Lord now.
Yeah, they gotta try. Demonic Force is already out. Kimbomba is on top of Ryzel.
No reset.
He's going to use his wand as quickly as possible. NetherRealm is going to keep Carvey alive as they're trying to delay this for as long as possible.
Reset.
And Ryzel kills Kid Bomba. They reset the Lord, and this is a success. Zorn has bought just enough time, and Chibi is back in the fight to chase down Sawo. What the hell? Oh
what is going on?
Hey,
Please.
It's back-to-back team fights. You gotta have to hand it to Ryzel.
My poor little voice. Come on, this is day one of me doing play-by-play, man. Come on!
Ryzel survived Kid Bomba once again, and that's Immortality action they was able to punish, and they were able to reset. Big props to Warlord for sure. Big props to Ryzel as well. And they have bought enough time to beat Chibi to come back. Magister is still alive though. So, Homeboys, this is not a guaranteed Lord.
Oh, Sawo, he's going to be pushing Warlord in. Penalty zone lands onto 2, but not onto Carvey. Carvey takes out Warlord instantaneously before he gets it off in time. Oh, the cut, the final slash from Zorn. Doesn't let Magister get into the pit. They secure another Lord, but Warlord is out for 60 seconds.
Oh my god, this game.
This is game number 1 of this series. The back and forth here. So yes, Warlord is down. Daewoo trying to keep the Lord holding here the best they can. Carvey's still going to be up. Of course, both teams of full force can actually still fight if they want to, but this is a beefy Lord here.
Oh, my lungs are in pain as Daewoo's Vault is continuing to push forward. Sabat getting pulled by the Shadow Stampede. I mean, Chibi, he can tank some damage, but Sawo is the big problem here. He's been catching out Ryzel too many times, and now with this Luminous Lord just getting chunked down like it's absolutely nothing, they're allowing the waves to kind of build up on either side.
They know that without Warlord, there's not much that Homeboys can do because he's the main problem. They will try to push this. They might go for the Megas. They do get it.
Okay. I mean, it's not going to result in a game-end play just yet, but at least another advantage being built up. 1 inhibitor for the side of Deal's Vault, none for the side of the Homeboys. And I don't think they're going to chase this, but for the time being, at least, like Ryzel, he needs some breathing space.
Imagine like winning the Lord fight, only losing 1 hero, which is Warlord. And then all of a sudden, the enemy has the better turrets.
Yeah.
What is this game?
We got a preview of it, 2-3 minutes in. That's kind of what we expected. And at this point, this is where the itemization juggling goes around, and that kind of falls into place. But relatively what we're going to expect is in the next 70 seconds, Lord's going to be up. Both teams going to battle it out. Now, advantage-wise, Daewoo has that 1 turret standing, right? They can hold on to that. That is still an advantage here. But, man, right now, a lot of these exchanges really what matters and how they build up. One of the hardest things that I see, even for Daewoo, is the fact that Zorn, for the most part, sometimes he's using the final slash just to keep Magister away, right? So you have to be able to play into that, to get around that. And not to mention, once again, if they lose Carvey, they, can you even fight from that point?
Exactly.
I wanted to say no, but at the same time, Kid Bomba just comes up with something as well as the Faramis.
yeah.
Sunset Lover, like.
That's exactly it. That's exactly it, right? Because again, it's one of those like slight feints that we've been seeing from Deo's Vault that kind of like draws attention from the homeboys, and then the next thing you know, Sawo goes for the flicker implosion play, and they layer it in a sense where somebody's gonna go for the feint, somebody else is going to try and get on top of Rizel to get all of his resources.
Man, what do you even expect from this game, right? Well, one thing for sure is the Lord fight. Unfortunately for Daewoo, they have a better lane down bottom just because of the fact that they took out the inhibitor. And I believe Sepat is already setting up for the slow push onto the long lane. He might meet Lapu Lapu, which is not a problem at all. Or is it? Implosion committed!
Yep, they've already committed. They want to take out Sunbot as soon as possible. They've got Zorn. Penalty zone already coming out, forcing out the Nether Realm. As Chibi's trying to get on, Kibamba jumps back out. Warlord's in the fight. Final Slash is already done for. And Warlord finds Carvey! It's too late. He didn't buy his items in time. They're trying to make a run for it. Rizel gets the free hit in the meantime as Warlord finds a double. And Sawo getting on top of Rizel. It isn't enough. Sunset Lover chunks Rizel out. And even the immortality is broken from it. Crossa trying to try and get on out of there too. Zorn trying to slow him down. Sawo pulling Rizel out of the fight. And Sunset Lover takes him out. It's a 2-for-2 trade once again.
Unbelievable. What a play from Sawo. He pushed Rizel to the loving arms of Carvey. Obviously, the Tiger will not have enough, right? Against the Brody. This is a tank. But what he did was to bring the opponent to his teammate. And honestly, Daewoo got the better end of the deal because now Rizel is responding for 11 more seconds slower than Carvey.
Oh man, we'll see again if either of these teams can actually go ahead and get this advantage for this Lord Dance, but what a play, and also...
no Zorn. No immortality.
Again, Sawo.
He's sucked on in. Straight away, Warlord is forced to jump into it. Three-man implosion once again. NetherRealm comes out. It's Zorn. He's done for it. The stacks built up by Sunset Lover. It's starting to outscale the entire composition. The Toys Boy Sauce is going to reduce a little bit of healing, but it's not going to do much at the end of the day as Warlord can't necessarily peel the entire team off of Chibi in the meantime. Someone has to clear down that bot side. Rizel isn't coming back up anytime soon. Finally, Sunset Lover finds the kill, and Warlord, he's done as much as he can, but the waves are so messed up.
Yes, they want to make the belay towards the mid. They have so much minions, and they don't have the mage to kind of deal with this.
They got to be careful, though. Rizel is up.
Oh, my word.
Do they actually just commit to this base? It looks like they're going to plant themselves there, though. Lord is up.
I think they want to trap Homeboys because they know that the only way for Homeboys to kind of contest the Lord is to turn onto heroes. And Daewoo wants to set up traps.
Or they're looking to end this.
They can end it.
They've got the man advantage. Here we go. Carvey gets hit.
But
straight away we see the play being made by Kimbaba and Sawo. Pulled in another round to end it all. GG, well played. Deo's Vault take game one.
What a battle here between these two teams. Finally ending there with decisive action from Daewoo.
What a disgusting game this was. Absolutely nasty from both teams.
At the end of the day, as Rizel, you would wish you had Purify.
Yeah, you said it earlier.
I said it earlier. I'm going to say it one last time. My goodness, but gonna have to hand it to Sunset Lover. And some of the, emotional mistakes, I would say that as the Team Homeboys had to suffer, especially that base push where all of them got torn apart literally by Sunset Lover. I'm out of words. I mean, how do you even analyze that? There are some games where it's so one-sided that there's not much that you can analyze. This game, it cannot be summed up in just, 8 minutes of analysis. Impossible.
I'm at a loss for words. I really am, because there are definitely moments where Homeboys were like, this composition might actually work out. They found the linchpin, and then, oh no, I got knocked up by the Lord. Oh no, I stand too close together, and I final slash Sunset Lover into us, which causes our minion to die. It's all these tiny little details that honestly made the difference for Daewoo.
And even with that, I'm not sure who you guys' MVP is, but Sunset Lover to save the game there.
Yeah.
Hey, man, again, a performance time and time again. There it is. He knows it. And even Kimbomba, the fact that he was able to get that Lord earlier, but sends Sunset Lover here, man, I can't even speak, because the plays that he was able to pull off to stay in the game was just simply amazing. And like you guys mentioned, even the damage, you have to respect it, even though it's just a fair miss here.
Yeah. We're gonna see through the highlights, thankfully. And then there will be so much this game. I wonder if they are gonna give us skirmishes, because skirmishes are quite long, right?
It was honestly painfully long, right? I mean, even at the start of the game, you would have imagined that like this is a kind of interesting comp from the side of Homeboys.
Yeah. You know that they planned for it. I mean, there is some merit to taking this Phobius, and you see that how good it is against Faramis when it comes to like windling down the shields, because you deal AoE damage anyways, and you just jump into the backlines and then allow your teammates to just get back. But at the end of the day, the Sunset Lover, the Faramis, is a problem. That was a maniac that was just spoiled by Rizal. Look at this. It was just knocked out. Basically, that's it. That's the story of the game. It was just literally knocked out, and then eventually they lose this fight. And it'll be wonderful implosions that you're going to see through this game. But even better, Sawo with his... there were so many alley plays that we're going to see. Right? For example, this one, Sunset Lover pulling back Chibi, and then there's already the follow-up. Sunset Lover was very on point with the Shadow Stampede, and everybody was. Rizal actually managed to outplay Kid Bomba in many occasions in this game, but there will be so many times where he would wish that he had the Purify. Then another team fight, for whatever reason, everybody was just dropping. And look at Magister. It's being very difficult to deal with because he wants to go to the backlines. Now, you would think that they win this, right? Honestly, if they leave Sunset Lover here, they might have had a better shot because of the passive. But man, they got destroyed. And even after all of those winter trunches wasn't enough. Look at this. I think this will be the Alio play. Rizal will be able to run away from this, I believe, for now. Then Sawa will just stay in front of Rizal. And then the communication between Sunset Lover. Nobody's stopping Sunset Lover there. Look at that Alio. Beautifully done. My goodness.
Yeah. Personally, I think it just shows great chemistry, great communication from the
100%.
side of Devu, and to a point where even the homeboys like trying to get creative with their composition, it started to really narrow down in comparison to like the mobility options that we see from the draft of Devu.
31 minutes, man. This I don't know about you guys, but for me, watching those highlights, watching those team fights unfold, that definitely had to be some of the longer ones, you know, that we've seen just kind of unfold here in place. And really, I like these lineups that they decided to both draft for this situation.
Yeah. My goodness. And you would think that this will be a game where it's like already one-sided towards homeboys because of the start that they got. And then eventually, late game, you would think that, okay, Dave has a better scaling. But then again, homeboys are fighting well to the point where you think, okay, they can actually do this. But after some of the, just not even mistakes, right? But it's just like emotions just raging, lack of control. And you would think that hindsight for us, for casters, it is far too easy for us. Just don't fight there. But from the perspective of the players, with everything that's at stake, right? They would wish that they ended the game and they will not have the best judgment possible. Still, I would say Daewoo is such a big contender as well as homeboys. I know for sure that this will be a very tight series, but with 31-minute game one, what do we expect from game 2 and game 3? What, another 40-minute match?
I don't know, man.
Just pain. Just pain for me. Just agony.
Because even those team fights, right? When you're spitting the fire, the play-by-play there, you're like, man, they're still going.
They're still going. And the crazy thing is, like, you would imagine that these fights would eventually come to a pause at some point of time. Even when you have death timers that are going above a minute, like, come on. They still hold on to every little inch of space.
But I think that's, again, you know, when you have a lineup like this, both sides here, and you're trying to, we were talking so much about the gold lane, those being the priority of the damage, but then eventually it evolves, right? It evolves, especially with Sunset Lover again, being able to pop off with the damage, provide a ton of it. And the same thing could be said even on the other side for the homeboys, but still, it all came down to those momentary fights, right? The decisions that they made, the placements, again, the communication, and we always talk about this too. The synergy between these teams, these players, is really what stands out here, right? Now, Of course, Homeboys has it. I mean, all the teams here in the world stage have it, but this specifically comes down to, hey, Daewoo just pulled it off better this time. So if we are going to think about the game ahead of us, game number 2, and what we saw unfold here in game 1, who's to say that they don't have a similar lineup? But, you know, I don't even think this garners the bans for some of these specific heroes, right? They're still probably going to slip through for the most part because, you know, I like to call the lineup, usually when there's like 3 tanky boys, I call it the beefy boy lineup.
Yeah.
This is like something even else. I don't even know what to call this. This is like 5 tanky heroes.
Exactly.
Death ball composition.
Exactly.
I haven't seen a composition like this since what? A while. I don't want to say. I would imagine this was looking a little more like M1 even,
M1,
you know?
yeah,
Where
exactly.
it's like Rock Hylos to kind of have that type of composition, just run for it and fight.
Well, look at this, right? The bomb. The Bomba mentality. So from King Bomba, it means a lot to get acknowledged. But of course, for me, this is not enough. I'm here to win M5. I'm also hoping for a comeback against Homeboys. Hey, right now, they're leading, right? And with that, you also have to just acknowledge the fact that, you know, this player alone is a integral part of their success up to this point, right? He plays a massive role here, so it's great to see. And also, speaking of great, we have Kyrie. Kyrie, the quote, Homeboys is getting better. We scrimmed with them a fair bit before M5. I personally predicted that they would win against Geek Fam.
Yeah, and you know, all of these improvements from the teams, like specifically for Homeboys, they've come a long way, and then they're drafting super duper well. I'm very much surprised about Daewoo, though. I mean, they came from out of our radar, basically.
Yeah.
Then when they came here, everybody was, you know, there was a word in the street that Dave was actually pretty strong. Even some famous analysts, famous coaches are saying that when they scrim against Daewoo, they find them really, really strong. And I think that now we are seeing the product. It's just, you would wish to see both of these teams in the knockouts, right? Yeah.
Again,
but there's a straight up chance. I think that if Daewoo wins 2-0, they have a very strong chance to go with Homeboys. If Homeboys does not lose against TOB, something like that.
Yeah. Things have to fall in place, right?
Exactly.
I mean, we're at the point. It's always like when you get towards the end of the group stage, certain things can happen. There's chances for tiebreakers and everything else. But you know, I really like this about even when we had the M5 wildcard and where we highlighted these regions that, let's say that a majority of people don't have their eyes on, right? You can't catch all these regions playing Battle It Now, but that's what we love about the world stage here, where you get to see, wow, that competition really on this side of the world is getting to a certain level. They're catching up. They're getting better. There's these names and these players, coaches, and everything else that you really need to keep your eyes on, right? This is the exciting part, I always feel like, about the M series.
Of course, but also it does bring... I'm thinking further into the future here. I'm thinking for the fact that like this might end up, for some of these regions, emerging regions, with such powerhouse teams really setting themselves apart from everybody else because of the world stage experience and scrimmages that they get, that it might just become another Todak situation where they dominate they dominate for so long, and teams like the Homeboys, who are good and talented, always get pushed underneath the water because of how dominant they are. It took Homeboys a total of three and a half years to get to the point, and sacrificing some of their core members, Malaysian players, to get better ones to elevate their gameplay.
And I still feel that Homeboys, what they did was probably one of the best moves ever, because they imported Indonesians, right? So that the language barrier will not be that much of a problem. Particularly though for Daewoo, I've heard that they have mixed nationalities as well, but they're the same region. If I remember correctly, Kid Bomba was from Germany. I read that from the article somewhere. Like he wants to be recognized not only as a player for Daewoo, but also as part of Germany, right? Which is crazy. And then you have Carvey from, I believe he's a full, I think he's a Filipino citizen. Or Philippine rib.
This is where it gets tough, right? Even me. I have a dual passport. I was born here, moved there. You know what I mean? That's kind of what it is. But ultimately, at the end of the day, all these guys, all these players here, all these teams are connected by MLBB, right? And they're able to go ahead and figure out this type of synergy no matter where they're from, right? But obviously, they make it work. And that's the amazing part of it. And again, when you're comparing it, especially who they're up against, Homeboys here, and like you said, Gideon, it took a while for them
Yeah.
to get to this point. And really, you kind of have to wonder, going back on that point, you know, you teams getting kind of shadowed because one team dominates for so long. You know, how do you actually solve that? You know, how do you technically handle that?
Well, technically, that's what Wildcards was introduced this year for this exact purpose, to have a little bit of a taste. And that's why we're seeing teams like Little Gun come into the scene, teams like Umbrella Squad, Imperial as well. So many great teams just that we don't get to see on the big stage just yet, having at least a chance to make it to, you know, being better than great. But it's time we get into the drafting phase, and well, good luck to you, Wolf. I'm gonna give my hats off. You know, more than enough respect. I know you're public enemy number one, but this is a tough one.
Gideon's got to get ready after that last one. He's got to rest up, hydrate. You never know if it could be the same thing, but we are going to be loading into the draft here, game number 2. We'll see how things fall into place. Homeboy's going to be on the blue. We have Daewoo on the red. Draft-wise, 1-1 being taken out. Nolan. I'm wondering, too, if one of these teams wants to take out the Faramis.
Yes, I actually would want to say that. I think the Faramis should be the ban for Homeboys. This is not the first time that Sunset Lover was phenomenal with the Faramis. Even if you look at their qualifier for M5, it was one of the heroes that Sunset Lover plays a lot. So I'm actually very much surprised that Homeboys let it through. And I believe that it was the biggest problem in that previous game, especially when you see Daewoo ban the Lilia on their 3rd ban. It made a lot of sense. So maybe instead of the Angela for Homeboys, it should be the Faramis.
It would be an interesting adjustment, right? But I feel like at least for the Homeboys, what's the takeaway from game number 1? Because it's like you start building upon the things that you learn from the previous games, and I feel like to a certain extent, game number 1 is like, oh boys, kind of unlucky. Don't worry, let's move on.
Yeah. Wow, they banned the Baksha instead. They are.
Interesting.
They may be eyeing for the Faramis, so they will not ban Lilia this time. That's what is going to happen. Perhaps what they will be banning probably might be Bruno, in fact. Or no, they pick it up themselves. So, yeah, I don't think it's either the Lilia or the Faramis. I think both of those mages will be open.
We'll see if they're open. Again, last ban here for the first phase coming out in just a bit from Daewoo. Also makes me wonder, too, with the Baksha ban, like maybe, I don't know if Homeboys actually wants to do this, but pick up an Angela or go opt for some of the healing heroes, you know, that healing meta that we saw so much of before. Oh, there's the Angela ban. So, good answer from Daewoo. They take that out. Now, yes, Bruno's open. Faramis is here. What do you think, Wolf?
Oh, it's Joy instead. Oh, obviously, we forgot about that hero. But then again, that still opens up Faramis and Bruno, which I think it's still pretty good. Or, what if Daewoo rushes the Minotaur? Maybe perhaps 3rd pick.
Minotaur 3rd pick, and not just, I mean, I feel like if we really had to force a roamer out now, you might as well just go for something like Kaja or Franco, right? I mean, that's like, you know, maybe this is just me looking at the surface and being like, okay, that's enough for me, right? That's the solid answer.
For sure. But that also means Daewoo can pick up, that means Bruno and Faramis should be the top priority now. And they're really talking about it. There's also a merit of taking the Valentina earlier on, because it's also a hero that they would. Okay, well,
that works. So is this Faramis just going on the other side? You know, like, is that the sure answer? Or do you still wait? Because so far too, you know, something I've been personally happy is seeing Gord pop up, right? Obviously, usually an answer, even when Valentina is there, right, to handle that into that situation. Not sure if you really want to go that, because again, playstyle, considering the playstyles here, and even from the previous game, that's one of the downsides of Gord, right? You really have to play from a distance, and you're very susceptible to, you know, all these different angles.
Yeah, I wanted to say that maybe take Faramis, Terizla for sure, Terizla. But now, I think Daewoo might really just get the Minotaur. It's so weird, right? Because I'm saying that typically that's the Franco, that's the Kaja that you answer against this Joy. But at the same time, I think that Daewoo's playstyle is more about like keeping together Carvey, like peeling for Carvey. Surely you can do that with Franco and Kaja, but no other roamer does it better than Minotaur. And at the same time,
Fight for the ultimate.
Ooh, Hilda to counter the Joy, but this might be too early.
I was gonna say, is that a little too early, or is that?
I don't mind it because both Joy and Terizla have already been shown for the side of Homeboys, right? So in terms of quote-unquote flexibility here, I don't see Terizla going into the jungle anytime soon, right? Or being flexed into any other role. So at least, you know, it's like, okay, we're going to harass you. Let's see what the response is in the ban.
Yeah.
They might ban Tigreal eventually, maybe second ban. The first one might be just Cho, because it's a Zorn special. Understandably, because they don't have the best dive.
As soon as Gideon said that, I was like, did I recall in the wild card there was a Roam Terizla?
You know,
I'm so...
I'm just going to pretend. No, I totally didn't see it there.
So, you know, going back to it again, Ixia is going to be banned out here. Obviously, gold lane still left up for grabs for Homeboys. We'll see how they want to kind of navigate this, knowing that, yes, you are against a Bruno. We saw the Brody in the previous game, and, you know, even with this lineup, okay, they don't take out another gold laner, they take out the world.
Yep. Okay, what do you ban? You ban maybe Martis for Homeboys. And if you're doing your research, you would see that Davu actually has one assassin jungler, which is the Lancelot. Whether or not that will be the ban, will be, you know, I think it's just between Martis as well as the Lancelot when it comes to the bans, because you want to limit Magister heroes. And to be fair, I think he played the Martis really well the previous game, despite them like losing so much. But I think the general idea of how they wanted to play it just makes sense with that hero.
I think that if they really have to decide between these two types of heroes, it's one, do you have the confidence to kind of like make the Lancelot work? And if not, let's just keep to our philosophy on the Martis in general, right? Homeboys, they deny the option. Now it's like, you better be confident now, or you go back to utility junglers.
Okay, there's an option for Davu to go back to the Arlot or Lapu-Lapu for Kid Bomba. Both works well. But there's also the benefit of getting the Edith so that you have additional PO for the for this Bruno. At the same time, you have Shred for the shields of the Faramis. But I think that picking up the Lapu-Lapu is just A-okay for Davu. Especially because you can use it to kind of deal with the Faramis ultimate. I wonder though if... Do they pick up something like a Tyroth actually in this particular game?
That's very bold.
Exactly. But it's a massive burst that Joy might not be able to stand.
Thorns remain.
Oh, there it is.
The Lancelot.
Yeah.
As expected.
Okay, I guess they want to see what the entire composition of what Homeboys want to do before considering the lock-in, right? Because again, as you mentioned before, Arla is this S-tier pick that's able to kind of really start disrupting your opponents and really isolate the fight in case, you know, we do see this droid kind of dive a little too deep.
Yeah. I want to see Tigreal for Homeboys. Hopefully not carry, but carry makes sense. I think if you want to win this, you want to pick up the Claude, but it might be countered easily afterwards. But that is kind of the safest pickup coming from Homeboys. It gives you late game, it gives you a way to end the game. If you are concerned about the Hilda, however, you might want to consider picking up the carry. If they go Irithel, there's
the Minotaur you guys were talking about earlier, but this time it's going to be for Homeboys.
That's right.
Irithel, again, gets picked up, and for a while, you know, Irithel was constantly picked up, right, for the most part. And it works also if you think about, you know, you're going to be possibly dealing with Nether Realms from Davu. When it's stolen, you could work, you know, with the heavy crossbow into that. But still, placement-wise and everything else, you know, things still have to fall in place for them. So, answer-wise is going to be the Lapu-Lapu.
Makes total sense. It still is good versus the Irithel. Obviously massive against the Faramis Nether Realm because of the additional damage that you get out of that. I wanted to also take note that Irithel is a hero that kind of works with the Minotaur because he kind of slowly siege. It's like a moving box. It's very much alike what the opponents about like a Davu wanted to do in game number 1.
Yeah.
So it's like a flip of the switch here. Whereas Davu, they are going to be relying on their early game invades. How good is Sawa with a Hilda? Because Sawa is phenomenal with setup heroes, but with a different category. It's like it's a pocket strategy. It's a invasion kind of hero. Is he actually good at it?
Yeah, I think we have to see if he's able to actually put the pressure on, you know, where he needs to, and also at the same time peel, or is he going to be more aggressive? That's always the question with this Hilda. But now we'll see it all unfold once again. Heading into the Land of Dawn, game number 2 here. It's up to the match point for Davu. Can Homeboys turn it around? We'll see how it all unfolds once again as both teams get it situated.
All right, Homeboy's going to be starting on their purple buff side of the map, and Daewoo going to be on the same top side as they start orange. Now, in these types of situations, I'm just hoping, at the very least, the early game is going to somewhat look a lot better for at least for Daewoo's fault, right? Because once we start getting into the later stages, that's where I start to get concerned for them, because let's talk about scaling for an example, right? If it does go into that 30-minute level game, then okay, at least Farmers will have value.
Homeboys will have, actually both of them will have scaling from their junglers. I would say Joy is much stronger in the latter portions of the game compared to a Lancelot, just because of the AoE damage and the fact that it's magic based. When it comes to gold laners though, we gotta give to Carvey.
The last auto attack. Why was the projectile so slow? He already flickered, he thought he was out, but still, first blood falling into the hands of Daewoo's Vault, and now Sawo gets to get on top of GB for free.
Retribution used this time. So was there? I knew it. So he went for CDR for this for Chibi because he definitely needs that. Okay, who wins this? Who won it? It's Magister.
Yep, Magister now having a pretty significant EXP lead over Chibi and is winning a majority of the neutral POIs, right? He's already got the Lethal Wander. He made sure that no invades were actually happening from Chibi's side. And as we start looking at the items here, again, most starts, it's about getting boots quick, right? Nobody's greeting out in their lanes. Nobody's like, I'm going to force out the House Claw as soon as possible, even for the gold laners.
And you know what's interesting about it too is Sunset Lover this time around, being on this Valentina, you actually can choose, I feel like, relatively from 3 ultimates here, right, from Homeboys. You can work around, depending on the situation. Right now, he's holding onto the penalty zone for this first turtle take. But there's also, obviously, Zorn. You can also use another realm. We'll see how they all play out, though.
Yep, here we go. Brimspider already on. And ooh, straight away, having to force out the nether realm to protect Subba. Penalty zone not canceled, now gets on in. Especially for Chibi, electrifying beat so close to killing Kid Bomba. They don't find the tray. Kid Bomba gets the shield and manages to walk away somehow, some way. Warlord on the run, and Magister going to commit. Zorn finally getting 4 and getting them in Owen Fury, allowing Chibi to find his own trade against the Magister himself. Looking to run around, but Sawo, with the power of the Wilderness Blessing, he is just so tanky and he sustains through all of the damage.
Still is a lead for Daewoo though. They are able to get the first blood, and not only that, they are faster when it comes to like farming. Then again, Homeboys, the fact that they took out Magister, that's actually something of a positive note for Chibi, because it kind of means that there's a little bit of slowdown where it comes to the farming of the Lancelot. I would still feel that early game belongs to the Lancelot though, because he's way faster farming. But Chibi, any kill that he gets in the first 8 minutes of the game, that's golden.
Yeah, not only that, but also the hard part here for Daewoo is really finding out where's our entry points, right? Obviously, Sawo's going to be jumping around. You also have Kid Bomba doing the same thing, but really, you know, that's extra work, right? It takes extra finesse even for Magister to pull off this Lancelot once again until you have the gold laners battling out. But that's why even right now, oh, hold on, top side. Should be fine, but Turtle going for it.
Yep, it's going to be a 50-50 here. Magister has a significant advantage. And yep, Thorn Rose straight away into the Retribution, securing the very first Turtle, but now a committed fight as Sawo gets right on top of Warlord. Perfect execution, straight into it with Kid Bomba to finish off the kill. Penalty zone came a little late, but with the iframe, it's just too much. Chibi able to dash away just in time. And with the losing lane on top side, things are not looking good for the Homeboys here. Harvey is going to get some damage now, but luckily, with the explosive crossbow, able to clear up those waves just in time.
That'd be pretty good. We're pretty comfortable for Daewoo, actually. And on in a very good spot where they have the early game headed to them. And Sawo didn't even have to like invade. Now he's very tanky and there's no one that can punch him. See? And now Kid Bomba, very early invade.
Yeah, he's going straight for it, right? With the assist he has and with the Festival of Blood, he sets it up to get on top of Warlord. Penalty zone on top of Kid Bomba so far. Sunset Lover is out of there, but that's going to be a trade. Kid Bomba sacrificing his life and maybe even a second kill falling into the hands of the Homeboys. It's going to go over to Subbot, and Sawo continue to put some work into Zorn, but that motivational roar is just keeping him topped up.
Nevertheless, they were able to invade it and get the purple buff. So I think that's a lot of like... obviously, losing Kid Bomba is like the mistake there for the Daewoo. They will lose a lot of like tempo because of that play. However, the fact that they took out another purple buff from the Joy, it kind of just expands the lead for Magister, who went it for War Axe. Interesting.
Alright, now GB, he's getting chunked out by Sawo. Sawo's damage is still relevant in this stage of the game as Kid Bomba wants to get back in on top of Warlord. Gets cancelled out, manages to land the stun. Woo! Instantly.
Beautiful.
Warlord just did not want to commit with the ult. He's like, alright, just take my life. It's fine.
Yeah, there's a lot of skirmishes happening here, right? And really it's a pendulum between both of these teams, but right now, still Chibi just trying to hold down that mid lane.
Good spacing so far. Magister still level ahead, and finally the Starlium Scythe is complete. Topside, however, this is it's starting to get really dangerous, right? We are starting to see Deus Vult actually get a significant lead, especially in the early game.
Man, that's so intense, man. And I gotta say, Devo are already taking their check boxes when it comes to like their win condition. It's gonna be up to Homeboys and how they are able to use Ryzel.
Sawo.
Done some significant damage. Kid Bomba will be able to take the tier 1 down on the bot side of the map. The tempo seems to be very, very different for both of these sides, and Magister very confident he can get back in. They're trying to slow him down, electrifying beats, they take away the turtle, but I don't think they will really mind. Take the turtle. That's not exactly our biggest priority.
Yep. Just take it away. They have a comfortable lead at this point. 6.5 minutes in, 2K ahead, they're working, they're putting pressure on Chibi, trying to slow him down a little bit. Again, one of the strengths of this Joy is how fast you can farm, but also, like this, Zorn in trouble.
Yep, Minoan Fury is going to get committed. The Sunset Lover tries to get on top of Ryzel. The penalty zone. Kid Bomba, in the meantime, going to chunk out Zorn. No Flicker, no Minoan Fury.
Yeah, man, this guy's good. I think Kid Bomba with his Lapu Lapu, catching up steam. I think, especially with how he performed yesterday against Geek Fam, and now proving it again that it's not like just a fluke.
Yeah.
Now he's actually in control of the game, back-to-back games. And look at how aggressive he is. This Lapu Lapu should have been banned out by Homeboys, and especially because they rocked the Faramis. But now, they will have to deal with it. I think until the latter portions of the game, Kid Bomba will have a lot of impact.
They've made the choice, basically, to deal with the bomb.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's what's happening, and that's how he plays this Lapu Lapu. I love to see him play it this style and this aggressive. He's just got to make sure at the same time, he doesn't get overzealous later on in the game and cause, that disadvantage for Daewoo with the lead that they have. But so far, everything's kind of fallen into place here. And if you notice as well, Sunset Lover, for the most part, majority of these ultimates, is that penalty zone. So even just to keep Chibi at bay, to kind of slow him down and let Magister to work around the map and for the rest of the team to do things that they want to do to get that advantage in terms of space or resources like the buff. This is all part of the plan here for Daewoo.
Yeah, it is a little part and parcel for them, right? I feel like, especially for Daewoo, there's no point taking unnecessary risks. The people who you want to get ahead are getting ahead. People like Carvey, for an example. Magister, even though he's died 2 times, at the very least, Kid Bomba is making a name for himself on the opposite side of the map. Now, Magister is going to go for the split push as the Lord has already spawned, and it's really not going to result to much as he still maintains his lead over Chibi.
Very smart base. Now, I think Lord 1 is still Daewoo sided. Let's just say that there's no lead whatsoever. It's just natural. I think that overall Homeboys don't necessarily have enough tools to deal with it, especially because they're rocking the Joy anyways. They're going to have to wait for level 2 Lord, where both of the junglers are already maxed out when it comes to EXP. And obviously you have 3 items up on Chibi, which kind of hurts a lot. Like nobody can stay in front of the Joy anymore. So that's gonna be the timing that they will be waiting for.
We'll see how they all play out. Again, first Lord here. We'll see if Daewoo is able to secure it. But Zorn could be the starter of this fight. Kid Bomba gonna jump in.
Oh, Flicker on Flicker.
Yeah, it's looking good. He gets on top of Warlord. He should be able to secure this kill, no problem. No, jumps in, doesn't get the kill at all. NetherRealm already been slowed away by the IMU. Zorn goes in for the Minoan Fury. Somehow comes in with the penalty zone to slow them down. They don't find any trades, but Zorn is already dead. No Flicker as well. They get one more into Subbot as well. And Deo's Fall just punishing the Homeboys tit for tat every single time.
Sunset Lover, can he survive?
No.
Okay.
No, Chibi runs him down with electrifying beats, and they will be able to secure this Lord with no issues, no contest whatsoever. Ryzel's not going to die here, is he?
Yeah, I don't think so. That's the turret. I think they're fishing for Chibi. Speaking of tit for tat, Gideon, I like what Daewoo is doing. because the way that they drafted this, they have the Hilda to initially deal with the Joy, but now he can actually be in front of Ryzel. That's why I thought that the Claude might be a better pickup, because you can see how many problems this Irithel has to face. He's not even picking up something like a Demon Hunter Sword to kind of deal with the Hilda. So Hilda is just staying in front of the Irithel, which kind of alleviates the pressure onto Kid Bomba, because Kid Bomba is usually designated to the gold laner.
Yeah.
Now he can be what he is designated to be, which is to be a problem for the Theramis instead.
Yeah, not only that, but again, the assertiveness from Kid Bomba is really working out for a lot of these team fights to break out, where it gives them that space advantage to work around with. Now, it is only the first Lord. They're going to go ahead and make it work as much as they can, get a couple of turrets, and work around the map. But really, Homeboys is kind of scrambling, right? They're playing to the tune of Daewoo right now. Now, the one thing that could really change that as well is if they're able to get a great Minoan Fury off, once especially that flicker is available, because so far, guys, we haven't seen the gold laner shine just yet, right? This is a Wind of Nature being picked up for Ryzel. He could turn the tide of some of these fights if there's an overextension even from Daewoo.
Yep, electrifying beats coming out from Chibi's side, and as you mentioned before, right at the beginning of the game, that Homeboys want to kind of play around this box, right? Daewoo's Fall, on the other hand, now kind of devolving to that strategy, especially since there are no more tier 2s to actually worry about. It's just inhibitor turrets left. They have all the control that they need.
This is the real benefit when you get the Bruno, especially if you go ahead. I think that this Lapu-Lapu really is the problem right now.
Huh. Right now, Sawa just going to chase down Chibi here.
Uh-oh.
Understood there.
Perfect execution already coming out as well. Kid Bomba not going to pull the trigger just yet, but it looks like now is the time that he goes back in. He's got the damage reduction as he's going in and making sure that at the very least he is going to try and force out some resources, right? You can see the rotation from the mid lane, from Sunset Lover, as well as Carvey, and they recognize that. Ryzel is able to steal a tier 2 in the meantime. Electrifying beats finds Sunset Lover as Sawo takes the kill onto Chibi.
Is that worth, Wolf? At least Chibi gets something there, takes Sunset Lover.
Yeah, I guess if you think about it, like the grand scheme of things, yes. And fortunately, the shutdown goal was given to a roamer, so it's not like as devastating as it would be. Was it worth it? It's probably break even at best.
Okay, well, with that, Carvey also picking up Malefic Roar. This is going to pay dividends for him, because we've seen some of the damage being output here, especially with this even Minotaur on the inside. Okay, hold on. He was actually...
Ryzel got it.
Yeah, Ryzel was able to get it. So with all this, Chibi will now spawn second Lord here up. So they should be able to contest it, right? With the things falling in place, itemization-wise as well. Yes, it's nearly a 7K gold deficit that they're working against, but obviously they still want to go and try to contest this. But look at the positioning here from Sawo.
Yep. It's a problem now. This Ryzel is important.
Yep, he's going to make sure that Ryzel is getting monitored each step of the way, and now they start intercepting them inside their own jungle, right? Supply get brought down to 50% of his HP as Sunset Lover and Kid Bomba start taking space by that L bush, and now that Tri-Brush is cleared, and more importantly, they have an idea of where Zorn is. Daewoo, they're going to back up, take their time with this, and
he got the flicker.
Yeah, he got the flicker out of him. Okay, I'm surprised that it was Sunset Lover who loses his resources.
Still, Sawo waiting patiently there, going to look for his own angle.
Penalty zone already jumping in towards that bad line. Kid Bomba is trying to look for his own, but no, all of a sudden, with the Netherrealm, and especially with Electrifying Beast, they take down Carvey. Perfect execution getting denied, as now the rest of the team starting to lose. Sabut's down. Kid Bomba, Carvey, and Sunset Lover already down. Deus Fall are scrambling. Magister finds the double kill on towards Warlord's side, but even so, Ryzel, he's trying his best with some nature to buy a little bit more time. Chibi's back into the fight with another Electrifying Beast. He takes down Sawo. Magister against Chibi in the 1v1 of his life, and Chibi wins it out. It's a wipeout.
A costly fight for Daewoo as well as Homeboys, but in the end, it's Chibi just winning it all. And I think the main problem there was the ultimate command from Sunset Lover was forced out, as well as the flicker. That meant that when they went in for the Netherrealm play, there wasn't any exchange, and that Homeboys just went in together as 4. The death ball was there. They have the retribution. No way, right?
Okay, I thought it was happening again. I could see the moment that it was about to happen. Thank goodness it falls into the hands of the Homeboys, and now they've evened up that score. That gold lead shrunk.
That's what we're talking about. It really is. If Daewoo lets it slip through their hands again, that was a 7K gold lead they had, right? In a moment. just in that exchange, it has now been whittled down pretty much even, right? Across the board. This now, Lord in favor of Homeboy is going to be marching up the top side. And Daewoo now has to kind of answer at this momentum from Homeboys. Real quick, itemization, anything specific here, Wolf, coming through?
Still lack of DHS from Ryzel. I'm actually concerned about this.
Yeah, because now the backline's already getting attacked by the
Chibi.
electrifying beats, but he gets stunned down. Carvey takes it out. No A-OK, no problem. And now this Lord push completely swatted by the backhand of Deus Vault.
It's so weird seeing teams like do that all the time. Like they get the Lord and then they
decide to go.
They decide to go. In between turrets.
Yep, in between turrets as well. I mean, it's just...
Oh, there it is. DHS, finally.
Okay, he's doing some good damage onto Sawo's side, but it's still becoming a problem here, right? Because as much as Ryzel wants the free hit, there's just a lot of ways for Deus Vault to get on top of him. And now that Carvey actually has that Winds of Nature, taking on Ryzel in this 1v1 is very much possible.
That's right. But that is not what Homeboys is looking for. They want the Joy to take care of Ryzel. And as long as there is no Faramis ultimate, they're gonna be, copied NetherRealm. It's gonna be A-OK.
Yeah, I think this is where, again, as they battle
Sword.
out here. Oh, hit Bomba, gonna jump in again.
Yeah, he's jumping on towards Warlord's side. He's handling him as much as he can. The Zorn is taking as much damage as he can. Ryzel is taking out Kid Bomba, but no Fury does not connect on anybody, even with the committed Flicker 2. So technically, I don't know how worth it that really was.
Well done, Warlord, actually.
Yeah.
He gets out.
Good thing that he got out. Again, this is going back to what I said earlier. It's great when Kim Bomba does that type of stuff, but at one point, it might be at a disadvantage, right? Because you jump in, you expose yourself, you get taken out, and now you're down a member. Yes, Lord is still a little bit of ways. He should be back up for that and everything, but the longer the game goes, you've got to kind of be disciplined, put that in check, or at least if you obviously do jump in, the rest of the team is there to follow up with you, and really Homeboys just kind of played around that really well.
Well, I think the real question is how long can Homeboys kind of keep this up for, right? Last time it was 30 minutes, and eventually Deus Vault was able to edge them out to the very end when it came down to the ultra late stages of the game. So now that with 10 seconds left and the Lord about to spawn,
Sunset Lover.
What's the preparation, right? What is the key that's going to make the difference?
Well, Sunset Lover is going to play a crucial part.
What ultimate does he take?
Yep.
I think the Faramis might be better.
NetherRealm.
NetherRealm.
Okay, here we go. Sawo's already on top of Chibi. He gets chunked down. He's too low. He ends up dying. Ryzel chunks him out. And now with one member down, it's a
Zorn
4v5. Zorn, he gets knocked out by the Lord. He might have to, he doesn't have to do much just yet, but he needs to get topped up. They might just reset this to look for an upcoming fight. But the waves, bot side, not looking very good. Mid gets shoved out. And now Kid Bomba jumps in for the fight. Minoan Fury has already come out as NetherRealm has been popped. They're starting to move forward. Carvey can only do so much. Minoan Fury knocks up 3. Now the Winds of Nature comes out. Chibi is already taken out. Kid Bomba. Ryzel ends up dying. What a crit!
What a
fight!
Crit. What a fight! Even I would think that I already mentioned like Sunset Lover should copy Faramis ultimate, but it's not the case. They didn't need it. And I think that the problem there was Sepat was already poked down very, very low, and that's a massive player, hero to have in those team fights, because the penalty zone is going to be very important to lock down Carvey, so that now Chibi will be able to take out that Bruno. This kind of knocks him down.
Yeah, they're going to push Zorn back here. He has immortality.
All right. I mean, they might just break it here. Electrifying beats have already come out, and that just might be the green light for Deus Vault to start this.
Sunset Lover just walking casually.
Right, Sawo is dead, and now Magister and as well as Carvey are going to try and rush this down. They're running towards it. Sunset Lover, keep in mind, he's got them in Minoan Fury. He's trying to zone out 3 people at once, while Subban is keeping an eye on the health bar of the Lord.
Ryzel's back.
Ryzel's back.
Yeah, he jumps on in, Zorn flickers forward, and jumps on forward, and now with the committed Minoan Fury, NetherRealm pops out. Kid Bomba still looking at Warlord. Sorry, Carvey's chucked out low. They turn things around. Sunset Lover knocks them up for the re-engage, but Chibi doesn't let the Lord reset and takes it under the noses of Deus Vault.
What a play there from Homeboys, able to stall that out. Again, Ryzel was gone for a while. They keep from Daewoo from actually initiating, and again, that we're in a position to do that. They had their gold laner, but it would have to come down to the Retribution battle. They can't pull it off, and what is the result? Homeboys gets the Lord.
Yeah. And also you will have to mind the lanes that Homeboys already set up. The bottom lane naturally pushed, so that's a lot of macro advantage that they were able to get. And then the mid lane will be also taken out. Apart from the things that you've said, Naisu, these are the things that Homeboys did perfectly well, and now you're feeling the scaling of their composition. This Joy is going to be a problem. And if you think about it, since they went in for the Hilda stops the Joy in the early game, but in the latter portions, there's no lockdown that can actually take out this Joy.
It's going to be rough. Now we're starting to push into the Luminous Lord, crashes into the inhibitor side. Kid Bomba can try his best to clear it and hold back these waves, but look, it's staggered. Supply comes on forward with penalties on onto Kid Bomba, and now the Netherrealm was out. GB tries his best to get on top of Carvey. He manages to survive. They're looking for crystals. No more minions. No Fury to disengage the entirety of that team here. Sawwall getting chucked down, and now Ryzel, he's popped out the ball. He's cropped out the explosive crossbows as much as he can as Carvey tops back up. The crits are actually relevant in these fights. They've taken out 2 for 2 so far, and they back up. Successful defense coming up from Deo's Vault.
Homeboys there's no stopping them, right? There's no leash good enough or no chain strong enough to hold the Malaysians down.
Yeah, they're still going to be playing for forcing this mid turret in.
Oh, and there you go. Once again, Supply with the penalty zone. Doing it again. Magister with a perfect execution gets back out of there, but Sunset Lover is actually kind of low. Ooh, interruption. Purchase just in time as Ryzel able to close things out onto Sunset Lover. Good night for him as the third inhibitor collapses. Homeboys, 21 minutes into the game, 17-16. Now, no inhibitors for Deo's Vault.
The Magister wanted badly to get that orange buff, but is denied of it. Chibi will now be respawning. Good buy time going up from Homeboys, especially because they took out Sunset Lover, and it's 22 minutes into this game now. So death timers, they're quite massive. Magister doesn't have the immortality as well. And here they go, 3 lanes crashing in. Again, no chain strong enough to hold the Malaysians down.
Look, their discipline is fighting. That is, why are you telling us to hold back? There is no reason to hold back this anger, this rage. Sword flick is forming, no Fury trying to get on top of Carvey, and now the Electrified Beast chucks him down. Warlord successfully takes him out. Magister using as many dashes and plunges to actually survive to clear out these waves, but it's too late. Sawwall is next to fall, and nobody can touch Ryzel as Warlord takes out Sunset as they push this over to a potential game number 3. It's done. Magister, the last remaining member, and Homeboys farming the stats. Crack that crystal. GG, well played for the Homeboys.
And after another decisive game, Homeboys able to regroup, recoup, and take us to a game 3 here against Daewoo.
Can I just say that I wish this was a best-of-7 series?
That's
this Gideon.
Oh, hey, look, I'm telling you, every time I'm doing play-by-play, it's always got to be the hardest, longest-fought games of all time.
We did wish for a game number 3 after watching game number 1. This time, I did not expect it to go this way, especially because of the lineup of Homeboys. But then again, if you dial back in the drafting, when we were talking about the win condition for the side of Deus Volt, it was definitely in the early stages of the game. But for some reason, they lost control of the game, and that's when you feel that this Hilda loses its team. I would say, though, that they were playing so well. I think that their distribution of tasks was good, like Hilda going in for Ryzel, while you see the Lapu-Lapu Kid Bomba was just on point controlling Warlord. But there came a point where Warlord just, went Super Saiyan, it just Ultra Instinct, and he knew where to go. He used the walls to outplay Kid Bomba many times and force him to get back. And in fact, at the 12-minute mark or 13-minute mark onwards, it felt like Kid Bomba didn't have an impact because of how Warlord outplays him.
Yeah, not only that, but, as we wait for the MVP here, even Chibi able to play at, again, he was at a deficit, right? Is he the MVP here? Hey, deserving, right? But
yeah.
We got the camera actions going, but of course, MVP gonna be Chibi. As I was saying, he was at a deficit. There was so much pressure on his jungle, the early rotation and everything else. Right. But you have to remember, a lot of this had to come down also what was Sunset Lever going to take for the ultimates. Chibi did a great job at forcing sometimes even the flickers out early on or forcing Sunset Lever back, and was able to just play from that deficit he had early on.
Having to secure the premise was very important for the side of Homeboys, and they were given that chance. I kind of doubted this Minotaur pick because there's a vanity on the opposite end, but my oh my, they played well. Look at this, the first outplay from Warlord, eventually allowing Chibi to get more kills. And the timing of his Netherrealm, hitting up the 3 members of Homeboys, eventually saving the team fight for them. This is one of those turning points, and this was the more important one. When Sunset Lover didn't have the ultimate to copy any, the Netherrealm now allowed them to get into Harvey. The red carpet was already drawn. This eventually will be a very long team fight that only one player survives because of the aggression from Homeboys. Like I said, there's no amount of chains can hold down these Malaysians. Rizal still wanted to fight Sawo, understandably so, but then comes the big boss. Chibi, the only one surviving. Eventually, you'll see the Faramis after this, but it's only because of the cooldown that was out. Then they secured the Lord. Yeah. Another big team fight in here as Chibi will go to the backlines once again. And look at that Shadow Stampede controlling Sunset Lover and Carvey. Right after the penalty zone, you still have the Shadow Stampede. That's just brutal to deal with. Yeah. And the thing that Homeboys did after this play, even though it's like very aggressive, they did not let go of the pressure. They continuously pushed, and Rizal did not die afterwards. So that was actually one of the beautiful things that they did, especially the immortality picked up by Rizal. Eventually, he looks very slow as he's hitting that because of a defensive item, but you already know that he already did his job. And then Chibi was there to close it out.
I think, you know, you pointed out some really good stuff, but despite our MVP Chibi going in really, really hard against Cardi, for the most part, because of what he's been doing the entirety of the game, the fact that he has the tenacity, the fact that he has the Rose Gold Meteor, the fact that he has a team that's trying to peel for him, I think that Chibi was only able to get through at least 65% of his HP. The last 35% comes down to both Warlord and Rizal, sometimes even Subbot, to kind of break that shield early on to look for the finisher.
Yeah, again, things really fell into place for them because at one point they were, what, nearly 7,000 gold behind. They kept things disciplined. They punished some of the early aggression and the mistakes or mispositioning, even if you will, from Daewoo, and they were able to get back into this game, of course, and turn things around, and that's where really things fell into place. Even with Rizal, some of those decisive positions that he took early on was able to get key people down, whether it be Carvey or whichever here. But, you know, those things all play a part, and that's why, yes, it was still relatively a longer game than what maybe our average time is, but not as long as the previous one, but still, they got the job done, right? They relatively well with how far they were behind here.
There's so many things that we have to really address in this game, and I think that, you know, if you're a content creator, and probably I would do it, just these 2 games would give you, what, maybe 4 hours worth of analysis, right?
Yeah.
Just the 2 games alone.
Yeah, or even like for Clippers out there, like there's so many good moments in this game that if you really like kind of zoom in with a microscope, like at any moment it could have turned for one side or the other if somebody missed an ability or whiffed an ability.
Yeah, and just watching these 2 teams, I just completely forgot that there's like the likes of like veterans like Onyx, AP Brand, Blacklist, right? You just forget about them because this is like peak MLBB that you're seeing.
Yeah,
like
with a different, it's like a different flavor of peak.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's what I would call it.
Actually, it does kind of remind me of the last time a Malaysian team has fought against an EECA team, which, if I remember correctly, was Todak versus Na'Vi back in M3.
Right, that was a 5-game series.
That was a 5-game series. Almost I'm not gonna lie, it was kind of similar to this to a certain degree.
I gotta say, Sunset Lover and Sawa was there.
Yes, they were.
By the way, I saw you and LaFell hyperventilating all throughout.
Yes, it was not an easy game to watch. It really wasn't, because this EECA as a region, they have quality players. They have quality teams like Daewoo, and it's hard to see them come against, you know, our local favorites at the same time. You want both of these teams to rise up and succeed.
I just wish there will be like constant like West, like MSC version of the West, you know? Although MSC has evolved to a point where
it's starting to get to a point, yeah.
But what I'm trying to say is, like, I hope that they also have their own thing, like where all of the, like, NA going up against EECA, all of those teams out there, Farflux eventually, you know, from Turkey, like, all of those, I think it's actually...
So you're talking about, like, MSC 2.0, but different part of the world or something?
Something like that.
Have to be a different name or something.
Or, like, MWC, Mobile Legends West Cup. I don't know.
Yeah, it's MWI with all dudes, right? You know, Mobile Legends Western International. Clearly, that's what it was made for, right?
You never know what can happen at this point, right? But again, I like this. I like that we're heading into a Game 3. Because before all this, we talked about what's at stake here for both these teams. But before we head to Game 3, we are going to have to go throw it over to Manjin, I believe, out there for an interview. He's got something to say. Manjin, take it away.
Thank you so much, Naisu. Man, this series is intense. 1-1 for Deus Volt and Homeboys. But speaking of Homeboys, I have here their main supporters, the Flame Boys! From Malaysia, fresh from Malaysia. Can you please introduce yourselves to everyone?
Okay, nama saya, orang panggil saya Papa Frost. Saya berasal daripada Negeri Sembilan. Ni kawan rakan-rakan saya, kami daripada Malaysia. Datang sini bergerak pagi tadi. Baru sampai hari ni terus sokong Homeboys.
So his name is Papa Frost.
Papa Frost?
Yes.
Papa
And
Frost.
He came from the state of Negeri Sembilan in Malaysia. And they just arrived this morning and they came straight from the airport, straight here.
Okay, to cheer. To cheer. For your information, everyone, they are the official fan base and the official cheering squad of Homeboys. So, how was your flight? How is Manila right now?
Manila setakat ni kami tak dapat rasa lagi apa itu Manila sebab kami sampai je tak sempat nak explore lagi. Terus datang sini, terus support Homeboys, terus bagi yang terbaik untuk Homeboys.
Okay. So at this point, they haven't had the chance to explore Manila yet. Because, like they mentioned, when they got here, they came straight to the.
So there's no time.
No time.
There's no time. Okay. Just your time. You made it right away here. Now, since you guys are the official band, first of all, I have a question. Why do you support Homeboys?
Sebab Homeboys nombor 1 kat Malaysia masa sekarang ni.
Because they're number 1 in Malaysia at this point.
All right. That's the main reason. Again, since you are the official band, can you give us an example of your cheer, please? Here we go. Teach us the cheer. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, wait, let me do the intro first. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Flame Boys. It's easy. Three homeboys. Who made the cheer?
We make it simple because we want to attract the crowd.
Sorry, what?
They made it simple because they want to attract the crowd.
All right, can we do that again with the crowd? All right, okay, let's do it again. This time with the crowd. All right, you know how to do it, right? You cheer 3 times, right? And then you say, oh, Homeboys. Okay, that's it. All right, let's do it once again. Ladies and gentlemen, the Flame Boys! Oh! Everyone, let's go! Homeboys! Oh! Homeboys! Come on, energy! There you go. With a lot of enthusiasm. There you go. Thank you so much, Papa Frost. All right. Any words to the fans of Homeboys back at home watching? Any messages?
Okay, untuk semua penyokong Homeboys yang berada dekat Malaysia, jangan lupa untuk doakan yang terbaik untuk Homeboys. Kita dapatkan balik top 3 dekat Asia ataupun dekat dunia ni untuk pasukan Malaysia.
So for those fans back in Malaysia, don't forget to pray for Homeboys. They'll get at least top 3 in M5.
All right. But are you confident? Are you confident enough that they will be champions?
Yes.
Okay.
100%.
Okay, that's it. Let's throw it over to our casters. Take it away.
Thanks so much, Manjin, and also to the Flame Boys there. Great to hear you guys chanting. I don't know if this is the first day that, by the way, we've had drums.
Yes,
but I love it, right? We're getting to that point where I feel like more and more drums and instruments are going to pop in here for M5. But again, what is at stake here? We're at game number 3. Game number 1, if you guys missed it, that was like a 30-plus minute game. Game 2 has now been secured for Homeboys. They've evened it out. That was a 22-minute game. 2 games with actually very different strategies, right? But nonetheless, a great showing.
Yeah, especially because of the way that they adjusted the draft. Like, I think that right now the Faramis should be like the, that child that everybody was like to.
Right, the favorite child.
The favorite child, like, they're going to be having a tug of war between them. Because I think it's the prime commodity right now, the 2 teams. It's not because of the nature of the hero, but mainly because of the nature of the teams.
Yes.
You're going to be looking, I think that now we have established both Daewoo as well as Homeboys. They just love long skirmishes. They just love long fights. And who is the king of long team fights? Definitely the Faramis. Because the longer the fight goes, obviously your ultimate allows for that to happen. But at the same time, you stack up so much on those Ghost Bursters damage.
Yeah.
It's just a big ramp. It's deadly.
Yeah, no, the stacks are always going to be good, but instead of the golden child of Faramis, I'm feeling like it's more of a dead horse. It needs to be banned. It needs to go. People are milking it for too long, and it needs to stop.
Hey, I'm in the same boat as Gideon right now because even there was a point, even back, when I don't even know how many seasons ago this was, but when it was all Faramis Valentina.
Yeah, I remember that.
I feel like we're going back here. We took 2 steps forward, we're taking now 3 back, right? We're going back to that point.
Yeah.
I get why it's such a sought-after hero, but and that's the thing is when you only have so many bans, right? And you have these heroes that have been performing so well up to this point. Really, what are you willing to let go? What are you willing to let the other team have? Especially when you go into the blue side priority and then you have the red side, and that has all its statistics that I know you guys as analysts love. But really, that's the question: is if we actually ban out the Faramis, what are we leaving open? And how does that evolve into the draft? And really, when it's come down to now, the best of 1 for this series. Given how both these lineups have changed from game 1 to game 2, is that possible? Is it take out the Faramis, get rid of that, and then build this lineup, build this strategy around something else? Gideon, I know you're very familiar, especially with Homeboys and their playstyle and everything. Yep. Is this the time to pull some type of surprise out?
Well, I mean, considering how they've been playing so far, this has been the surprise since game 1 to game number 2, right? Because very much...
I get it.
They have a very different personality. Yeah. They like to play early game strategies. They like to kind of snowball out of control as quickly as possible, and they are known back locally as the team to do so. One of the most abusive early games as possible, arguably toxic to some teams who like to play slow, like Team SMG, who had to kind of figure out a way to slow them down. Yeah. But now when you're up against the EECA, who also, they love to fight. They're ready to ego challenge you. They're just as eager to take you on. Now comes the real question, how much confidence do you have to get ahead, right? Because now we're at the world stage where these are mechanically talented players, and it's not about outplaying your opponent. It's beyond that. It's can you outplay your opponent?
Can you outplay your opponent? Can your endurance help you out?
Yeah, game 1 was endurance. Game 1 was pure endurance. Exactly. Not only for them, but Gideon as well, but just overall, right? When you're watching team fights like that, that's, really, you only have an answer for that, and that's really just going toe-to-toe and duking it out, right? Whoever comes out on top. And again, that's why I think that whole conversation of Faramis being one of those heroes that allows that to happen, you take it out of the picture, then you lead into a different, kind of draft and strategy here for that. So even going back to what we talked about in draft 1 with what Coach Fly Solo has done before, and Wolf, do you think this is the time where maybe for Daewoo here, is this something that they want to go with, or is it just really, all right, we know our play style, hey, Homeboys, we know how you guys like to play, let's just go for it?
Potential idea. We haven't seen it the entire tournament. It has been building up to this point, and especially towards the end of most regular seasons around multiple MPLs across the world. What happened to Kadena? Is it time to come to a point where it's like, hey, even if you do get the Farmers, if I just one-shot you before the animation is able to go through with the Netherrealm, it won't really matter, right? Or is this just too inefficient of a strategy?
I would say that it's too... There's so many conditions for Kadena to work. And I think if it takes it's specialization to kind of, you know, to kind of merit a pickup. For example, if you're looking at Echo, back when we see MPLI, they will not think twice taking up the Kirita because they know that it's a hero that is played not only by the player but also by the team. So they know exactly what it does, right? For now, I think teams will just go back to what works as a team. They probably did not scrim with the Kadita, right? So they probably will think, okay, we haven't really touched upon that. Maybe they have focused on other things, right?
Oh man, that means they've been scrimming with Phoveus in the mid lane this entire time. The thought of that, having like 30, 40 plus hours going through scrimmages, like how many until you're that confident?
That's true now you think about it. Oh man, I can't imagine.
Right?
I can't imagine.
Lane Prio, don't worry, we just fight.
Oh my god.
I think there's, you know, especially after M5, there's going to be more mid-phobias happening in the ranked games out there.
God.
So, you know, with that all said, let's go ahead and jump into the draft here. Game number 3. It's 1-1 for both of these teams. It's all come down to this. We've theorized, we've conceptualized exactly how this could play a part. And if Faramis will actually pop up once again as he is a mainstay in a lot of these lineups. But already, Daewoo on the blue, Homeboys on the red here, 1-1 already banned out.
Okay. Can I have me thinking like what do you prioritize even? Especially when the Baksha is open, I think that Daewoo might consider that as the first pick. Also, the Nolan should be another option. Which kind of makes me think that Daewoo might leave both Assassins open.
I think so. Only because it's like, you know what, that's why else would you go towards that blue side? You find success in game number 1, and then after that game number 2, they brought it close as they could possibly get it to, and then it's just about execution at that point. So I think that at the very least, Daewoo is coming in with a game plan, and now Homeboys are kind of like thinking about it, all right, now that we're on red side, how does this really change? Because this is the first time we're seeing them on the red side against Daewoo.
Well, it's not gonna be the case. It will be utility junglers, will be the priority. And I'm pretty well sure that the Faramis eventually will be put in the mix. I think it will not be like literally the first pick, but it's going there anyways. Okay. Unless they ban the Phoveus out of nowhere. In this
Do you think that'll just happen? Like, we're tired of it.
Alright, we're just
ban it out.
We're sick of this.
I hate that hero. Let's just not play it.
I'm done with it. We're gonna force Homeboys to ban out the Nolan this time.
And if you think about it, well, now that I think about it, Daewoo, this is elimination game.
Yeah.
Nolan.
If they lose this game, they don't have a shot anymore.
They don't have it. Do they?
No, because they will go 1 and 2. And then there's already a 2-1.
1 and 2, and there's already a 2-1. You're right. We're going to double check with this with our producers in a little bit, but in the meantime, I mean, let's see what the next ban, Angela. Man, I don't know what some of these teams not like in Angela.
Yeah. Hey, they don't want to deal with that hard guard, you know?
Yeah.
It's, we saw what happened with Ra recently where he was just godlike on the Angela, and not to mention just the healing meta in a way, really the only thing that slipped through for the most part is Minotaur, right? Yeah. So we'll see again next ban here for the first phase from Homeboys, but the fact that Nolan is open, is that a possibility for Daewoo here?
Yeah, Daewoo wants that. I think that they played it against Geek Fam, and to quote one of the players that I will not name, Nolan is the assassin for utility jungler mains because it's easy and there's a slur word afterwards.
Always on the way.
So it's easy and slur words.
Okay. All
Leave
right.
it to your imagination.
Leave it to your imagination.
It's easy in Slurpees.
Yeah, Slurpees, yeah.
Matilda gets banned out here, which is kind of interesting because now, after, you know, replaying the draft in my head again and again and again, and Daewoo being on that on the red side in the past 2 games, I was expecting maybe they follow suit, right? Get rid of the Lilia and be ready to actually deal with the Faramis all over again. But since they're getting rid of the Matilda, they've kind of opened this draft up. Nolan's available, Faramis is available.
Valentina again.
Like all the hot commodities.
There he is. So this is probably just going to be Bruno Faramis.
Yeah, Bruno Faramis.
Is that the safest or is it the Valentina? Like, would you rather go with the Valentina? Even with the Nolan first pick?
I think that Homeboys have proven that they can overcome the Valentina, and what they're going to do again is to overload that Valentina with big ultimates. Penalty Zone, Minnow and Fury, as well as the Netherrealm. I think it's much, So it's Bruno Faramis. Bruno Phoveus.
Got him!
40 hours.
40 hours of gameplay,
Okay.
and let's keep in mind that at least now we know that it gets thrown into the mid lane. Now it's like it could go into the EXP as well, right?
Yeah.
So
Still
this
technically flex.
It is, well, quote unquote flex.
Quote
Because
unquote.
now Devu, it'll be interesting to see them really consider some of the options here, right? Like, oh, if I do go for the Faramis, do I need to look for an EXP laner straight away now, or am I getting juked out here?
Yeah. I think out of like comfort, maybe they will just resort to the Faramis, like the Terizla, obviously.
Okay. Kid Bumba is finally getting
10 years. That's how much time they will spend this game.
And there's a
Oh, I love it.
I actually like this because I always feel like, Noland, for the most part, if you are going to draft him, you have to be able to cover like the front and back for the most part, whether it be peel, whether it be initiation. Minotaur, Terizla, perfect heroes to be able to do that, right? Because a lot of the times too, if teams are smart playing against the Noland, the way that his fracture works and everything else, you're going to try to get the advantage in terms of the objective dances, right? Whether it's the turtles, whether it's the lords, you can actually whittle them down. But with the Minotaur and a Terizla, you put yourself in a better position. And that's exactly why Homeboys is like, hey, let's go the Martis, right? At least it gives us that utility option as well here.
Yeah. I want to just make sure that the real star of the show is the Bruno, not the Phoebus, not the Martis. What they're going to do is just to control the lanes and allow for Rizal to be successful in this. Which kind of makes me think, is there an option where they ban the Ixia for Homeboys together with the Brody? Because it kind of feels like Brody is the priority for Daewoo, and obviously the Faramis that we talked about. You don't want like both the Minotaur as well as the Faramis. It's just impossible to pierce through that.
It's just too difficult. There's just so much you have to kind of get through. The extra HP, the strong CC. I think at the end of the day, right, at least for the Homeboys, you're right, Wolf. They are going to be leaning into Rizal. This is one of the few signature picks where he is just stable on and really knows how to like press an advantage. But that's the thing. That's when you start seeing, okay, early game, you're seeing Martis, early game, Bruno, early game, Phoebus. He's kind of there, I guess, right? He's there. Do you want him in the mid lane? Do you want him in the EXP lane? You put him into the EXP lane, he's going to be like out of the fights for a good amount of time.
Hey, here's some Malaysian pride, right? So far, there's only 2 Maniacs recorded in M5 Group Stage, and it's from our Malaysian teams.
Oh yeah, you gotta get down with the sickness. Wow, it's just, it feels good to have at least something going for us.
Well, there's more than that,
Hey, man, I don't know. The last couple of M series did us dirty. I don't know. I'm gonna tell you that, man. Even MSC wasn't that great. MPLI, woo, not great, not great.
Hey, you're in a new era now, according to what's happening over there, right? And even from Mars and Shamil earlier, we're in a new era. We'll see if they can continue onward, and you can have more to be proud of.
Yeah. I'm just gonna, write off the C-game pills. I'm just C-game pilled. That's it. That's all I'm going for. But let's look at the second half of the bans, right? Farm is the Valentina. Oh, they also get rid of the Lydia and the Arleth inside Devu.
There's a massive chance they pick up something like along the lines of a Minotaur or Tigreal or Hilda actually for Homeboys. Just be into the front lines because that's what they need. To go with the Martis, you want someone aggressive. Maybe Cho actually. Well,
wipe out all the injustice in the world.
I don't know if you called that before I heard the wah, or you're just that smart,
I needed
Wolf.
to say the word maybe. That's my weakness right there.
I'm learning how to be an analyst over here. I'm observing very well.
Yep. Trying to get the timings right.
I think you want to go Claude instead because you're well protected anyways. Look at the protection that you have from Daewoo. At the same time, the easier option is Ixia because it's great versus the Bruno.
Yeah, you just lay down the full barrage at that point with a Terizla and a Minotaur.
Right? Especially, and then you can increase hitbox sizes. You can start peeling really well.
Yeah, Brody. By the way, I forgot about the Brody because they use that actually a lot in these situations. But what's that? Beatrix. Oh, Bayanova. Okay. Novatrix combo. That's what they want.
Yeah, Novatrix. And there's the response. Paquito.
Oh, yes. Yes. It's good to see that at least for Sapat. Wait, I don't know if he's going to get. Wait, which one is he going to get? Okay. Sapat is going to be getting the Paquito in the EXP lane. Is one of his own signature picks. But again, this is one of those few matchups where it's like there's no real winning against the Terizla. It's same like Terizla versus Benedetta. You don't expect to die in it. It's just wave clear and then rotate.
Whenever it's that matchup, I'm always like, Paquito's literally just punching a wall. Like he's training for the wall, and then eventually, he's basically going to split off, and then you'll see if he's able to pop off from there. But again, real quick, Wolf, take us through this breakdown for these lineups.
The Paquito will be the counter to the Beatrix. It's very traditional. If you dial back M3, that was the pick to go with the Beatrix. It still is. And you have that additional the tech that you can actually split push. Because looking at Terizla and Minotaur, the Vire, all these stuff that you combine together, there's no actual split push apart from the Nolan, which in a way is counterproductive. You don't want the Nolan to be visible in the lanes, actually, particularly the long lane. Once the Nolan appears there, you can take the objectives. Well, so that's the tech pick.
We'll find out if they're able to pull it off here. It's come down to this, the best of one between Homeboys and Deus Volt. Who's going to come out on top here? Both these lineups very different, even from the previous 2 games. We'll see how it all unfolds.
All right, here we go. As we get into it, it's going to be Magister starting off on his purple buff as tradition, but more importantly, forced out to use his Retribution by Zorn. On the other end, we do see that GB started on his own purple buff and will end up on that top side. I've noticed that it has been pretty interesting in a couple of these matchups at the very least that, Homeboys had sort of been kind of leaning into minimizing Kid Bomba, and he has been continued to perform every single time, but now it might be a little different.
If they're able to establish, let's say, early game, right, in terms of having a Nolan, and you can start building that up, start building the momentum early on, I feel like that is going to be troublesome for Homeboys, but that's why I like the fact that you have a Paquito locked in, right? Usually, when we talk about this Bruno pick, it takes a while to build up. You can already see Magister.
He's timing it. He wants to get in. Oh, close. This time, for the first time in a long time, Zorn not giving first blood.
Well,
that's the Nolan. Like the players would say, it's pretty easy to do. And I think that if you play the Nolan, you'll understand. It's just how it is for some of the newly introduced heroes.
Yeah, you just push buttons and then all of a sudden you do damage.
Yep.
I love it.
That's what you're saying. He's strong.
He's strong.
He's kind of good. He's kind of good. But look at this 3-man gank on top side against Kid Bomba. It looks like he couldn't respond in time. Ooh, perfectly laid out Astro's eye coming in from the side of Warlock. But now GB might be in some trouble. Wait, no! Oh, he gets sniped at the very end. That's so sad. He just got the trigger Quantum Charge to get that little chunk of health back, but Sunset Lover said no.
My goodness. You saw the pathing coming out from the Novaria didn't even appear in the map. That's why GB just walked naturally towards his base, not even trying to dodge. I was surprised they get from Sunset Lover.
Yeah, and now they're going to be starting... Oh, they're going to be starting the Turtle. Chibi is a level down on Magister, but the problem is that Magister is kind of chunked. He recently got his purple, and now they're going back and forth here, but Chibi, he's like, whatever. I'm just going to clear my entire jungle side on the bot and quickly make my way over to this Turtle.
Great reset. Yeah. We've seen... I'm not sure... Oh, yeah, Magister's level 6, so that's a great reset coming out from Kid Bomba.
Yeah, we'll see again who is able to claim this first objective. Both teams kind of getting in position where they can, but yeah, Magister was kind of low. I'm not sure if he actually wants to get in. Oh, hold on.
Oh, interesting. Magister, he's already chunked out thanks to the help of Warlord. And now, wait, GB, he's also low. Oh, the kick coming in from Zorn to save his life. Kid Bomba, unfortunately, all his efforts were paid off with the help of Sunset Lover once again finding the kill. This is not turning out well for either one of these junglers, but still, nobody seems to be able to take this first turtle of the game successfully. Here comes Magister. He should be able to get it. Kid Bomba secures it, and now they back off into their lanes.
Yeah. That's because Magister didn't have the Retribution. But I mean, Kid Bomba, this is one of his signature heroes. I mean, as good as Lapu Lapu was, his Teresa is even better. You see the timing, and obviously Sawo just committing the flicker to pave the way for the penalty zone. It seems like typically the Minoan Fury is like the big ticket ultimate, but this time it's just a setup for the even bigger ultimate, which was the penalty zone.
Yeah, you follow that through, and again, the fact that you have a Novaria on top of it, to provide you with a vision, the hitboxes like you mentioned earlier, Gideon, the whole kit itself really complements this whole lineup. And that's not even to talk about later on, right, when Carvia is where he needs to be. So really, for Homeboys, you've got to be in a position to withstand some of this early aggression.
Speaking of which, way the Dragon committed onto Sawo, Minoan Fury, but again, they're able to dodge it. Sawo ends up falling down, and now Warlord is committing pretty hard onto Magister's thigh, but he's not going to keep going underneath the tier 2. Ryzel walking past the tier 1. He doesn't care about the plates no more. He's going to quickly take care and proxy these minions and quickly hop on over to clear up that lane.
Oh, this is a good invade if they will eventually get it. No retribution for Chibi. Magister is here with his own retribution, so they just give up the fight. Just get out.
Yeah, especially with Kim Bomba nearby. Zoran continuing to just give that information time and time again. Beatrix going to go for the recall for the time being, and back to the lanes they go.
Well, that's what I was saying, right? Like, at some point, with the momentum being built on early on, as long as Homeboys has a response, so far it seems like they do for the most part, and that's also keeping tabs on Ryzel, right? Keeping him alive, letting it farm up the way that he needs to match up later on. Sunset Lover already having these 2 kills on this Novaria will help him scale up pretty quickly here, right? So you got to play around that. Next turtle's coming up in just a couple seconds here, so the positioning is going to be crucial here for Homeboys.
Look at Subbot as he's trying to be annoying against Magister. If he can force the retribution, that'd be great, but here comes the penalty zone. Subbot forced the flicker out. Now Magister is going to go for the chase. He uses his ultra. Oh my goodness! Just another one. Sunset Lover does not miss, but Homeboys will take full advantage and take away the turtle in the meantime.
But they did get the big objective, the neutral objective, the second turtle, but they are losing on like EXP. Magister's level 9, might get the level 10 if he gets a kill at the Warlord, which Kid Bomba is just managing so well. No dash is given at all.
He dashes right at the last second. He needs to maintain this. No! The animation is too slow. Sunset Lover continue to be a nuisance in the mid lane falls. And now down by bot side, Ryzel, he's getting chunked out. Zorn managing to get the kill onto Magister's side, even with the penalty zone being committed by Kid Bomba.
Man, okay. Massive play coming out from Warlord. He dodged it, eventually dies, but he spent so much of the time of Daewoo. While that happens, Chibi able to push the mid lane. I like that play coming out from Chibi. They're winning the macro this time, and in fact, because of those little things adding up together, now Chibi is strong enough to kind of be pressuring Kid Bomba.
Yeah, oh, here we go. Zorn getting on top of CarV, but he doesn't have the... No, wait, actually, he does have the Way of the Dragon, just didn't want to commit to it just yet. Rather interesting, but now we see that Subbot continuing to be a nuisance for this team, just proxying the waves constantly.
Yeah, and with that, so that's already the 2 turrets down for Homeboys. The macro level is really what they're after for. Even if they have to give up, some of their bodies here and there to, allow them to get that advantage, that's where they start to choke out some of these resources and lead into that next turtle, right? Because they know also, hey, Magister needs some of these buffs, right, to really be competitive, and that's what they're going for.
Yep, and here we go. Warlord already starting things off pretty strong. I mean, the Demonic Force is really starting to hurt here. Even Kid Bomba having to commit to the penalty zone was kind of nice, but at the end of the day... Oh, wait, hold on. Sawo getting into the little fight. Warlord now in some trouble. Demonic Force comes out with the Minoan Fury. Is going to slow them down. Combo with CarV. The damage is more than enough. Warlord's dead. Homeboys are on the run. This time, Sunset Lover allowing Zorn to get away with this, making predictions for the Tribe Rush instead of the traditional path.
No purple for Magister. Chibi does have the... Not actually the level advantage!
Oh, penalty zone as well as the flicker committed. Magister wants the full combination! And he manages to help with the help of Kid Bomba. Still able to get the kill. Chibi in trouble. He goes down. CarV says no more. I'm done with this. Goodbye. 2 for nothing in favor of Deo's Fault.
Oh no, Subbot, he's hungry, but he's gonna get cut off here.
Yep. Way of the Dragon being committed on towards Magister's side. Subbot looks for the kill. Good comms so far. But that means that CarV just has to sit back and watch his jungler die.
Yeah, I think you do. I think honestly, Daewoo are gonna be very happy about that. Oh, with all due fairness, Magister got the kill and a lot of levels to go with that, so that's not too bad at all. But now the problem is the turtle transformed into a lord.
You're seeing the struggle of Nolan, right? Like, this is the thing, and why a lot of these teams that decide to draft him, hold on.
All right, so Minoan Fury already out there getting on top of Ryzel. They're so close. Kid Bomba manages to pull through. Good comms as Chibi takes out Kid Bomba as well as Sawo, decimating each and every one of them. Kid Bomba and Sawo have just been on it, man. But dang.
They're playing like a fighting game where they juggle like airborne, air combo.
Air combo.
Eventually, Rizal taken out, and big props to Sunset Lover as well, landing the ultimate. Because the thing is, you're slowed so much, about 80% when you get hit first by the Astral Echo. And that means that no matter what happens, the Terizla as well as the Minotaur will be able to catch up. So that's also a very important tech that you have to think about when you're playing against the Evu.
Interesting fact, M Series. This game 1 of this series tied M1 Grand Finals, RRQ versus Evos. 54 total kills.
Wow.
Talk about a bloodbath.
Yep.
And right now, the fight for this Lord, yep, you know, we'll see exactly how it's executed. Once again, the struggle here for Magister is to get in positioning and deal with Zorn.
Here we go, and Warlord jumps on. Instantly, 2 members die straight away. Nicely played by Sawo. They committed 4 ultimates to make that call. But in the meantime, the Homeboys were able to take the Lord away. Talk me economics here. Was that worth it? Was it not really worth it here?
Not worth it for Homeboys. They will lose their mid lane turret. Fortunately, there is the split for Sepat. And I think, yeah, it's generally not worth it because they're not gonna be able to use the Lord anyways.
I don't know about this. This is starting to, like, initially I would agree with you, but eventually if Devu don't do anything, they're about to, at the very least, lose a bit of Okay, there's the explosion. Second wave is coming in, and that's when Duospot are going to collapse on it. And Subbot, he's got to be careful, right? He's seeing the Star Shatters come out.
Yeah, he's got the information here, but you know, ultimately it's just typically the first Lords. You know, you try to get something when you can, but really you're working against the macro that was set up from Homeboys earlier. And referencing the previous game, that's what we talked about when it came to those later Lords, right? It was the macro setup that they did in the lanes to allow themselves to have some of that advantage to transition and rotate properly. And that's basically what they're doing here as well.
Oh, here we go. Once again, Zorn looking to instigate war once more. With the Astral Echoes, there's going to be just a bit of information. At least they kind of know what's going on. Subbot, good double heavy left hand to make sure that it's difficult for Magister to look for the big one-shot.
Looking to be close. I think that at this point we cannot even like think about like the gold lane advantage, right? I think it's between levels. So Chibi is level 14, Magister is still level 14. This is one thing about Nolan. No matter what happens, you are able to farm. The thing is, he's farming some of the lanes, which means that he takes away some farm from Carvey. However, Carvey's usage of the Bennett's Rage is actually pretty good.
Yep.
Oh, Chibi!
Huh? Foil, second half of it. Oh, he uses it, now he's gone! Sunset Lover finds the kill! A mistake coming out from the Homeboys' jungler! Oh, what such bad timing as well!
What was that? He didn't get through the wall, right?
No, I mean, he got it at the very end, but still, though, I mean, I think he just thought that it was one of the thinner walls, so half the animation would have gotten him through, but only until it completed the first half of the animation was he able to kind of get that initial hop.
That is a massive outplay. I mean, what they wanted to do was to take the purple buff out again, and every time that Magister has a purple buff, that's a kill threat. It's just like, just how it is. Rizal will always be in a lot of trouble every time that Magister has a purple buff. So we'll have to fear that. Fortunately, though, as an assassin, this is not a joy where magic damage is the source. So you can actually build on Wind of Nature for this specific choice. Sepat, can you actually take out Magister after the ultimate? Maybe.
Yeah.
Nah, don't even try.
I don't think so.
Yeah, he just has to be a threat, right? He just has to constantly just be there while the rest of the Homeboys are going to drag and pull this Lord time and time again because they always have to deal with him on the bottom side, especially if he has a wave, right?
Yeah, that's great though because he puts the pressure there. So you're forced to either just let him go, do we commit to this Lord? Someone's got to do diligence to handle that, right? And for now, you can see them already rotating down. Sepat, though, he'll just patiently wait. He'll continue to do that as this Lord fight, as this Lord dance ensues, but it is going to reset for now, so both teams trying to just kind of feel out the situation, right? Now, one thing that is difficult here is who's going to start it. Which one? Zorn is actually looking for Zorn.
I mean, the way the dragon just got committed earlier on towards Kid Bomba's side, starting Warlord to actually jump with the demonic force. And now it's going to be Astro Echoes to give the confirmation. Penalty zone comes on in the combination. This nice Sawa flickers forward. Hits it. CB is gone. No jungler for the homeboys once again. And they just back off. No need to commit any further. 2 flickers already down. And Magister walks up. He wants this. He wants it bad. And now they're taking their time. Fracture is already out. Harvey's trying his best to maintain space away from Zumba. That sword down. Rizel gets a kick onto Kid Bomba. Magister is able to score this Lord, and now they're on the run. 2 for 2 trade. But the Lord... I spoke too soon. Make it a 3 for 2 trade with the Lord in the hands of Deo's Vault.
I think that Daewoo really happy with that trade. They only lost their XP lane as well as their roamer. Maybe the only thing that will bite them in the end is them losing the mid lane turret, but overall, man, they got that Lord and they burst out Chibi. I gotta say, man, Carvey, usage of this grenade launcher, this Ben's Raging, it's just so good. I think there was only one time where he missed, but I think 3 out of 4 was able to kill off people.
Yep, Sabat should be able to get out of this no problem. Oh, some smooth moves coming out of him. But in the meantime, it's still going to be the advance coming in from Deo's Vault. They've got the Lord empowered minions. They got Lord pushing on that top side, but it kind of looks a little staggered here. Deo's Vault are not walking with this Lord.
Itemization-wise, though, where's it fall into place? It's pretty much even across the board, though.
Yeah, it's
oh my god, wait, Rizel, what's going on here? He just got shut down. He needs the heal with a Haas Claw. Alright, he's finally good. Chibi has been taking so much damage, but here comes Sunset Lover, right? He wants to get Chibi. Warlord's going to try and block him, but he can't stand too close to him. If not, the splash damage is going to be too much. Tier 2 is going to break on the top side and probably even the mid side here. And Sunset, again, just being an absolute nuisance on the bot side of the map.
And all of the things that Sepat was able to do, it was just erased by one Lord fight. Because now they're leading. Sepat does have the immortality. And 4 members converging on him.
Help.
Oh my god.
Shot, gonna miss. Oh, the skill shots, we're waiting for it. No way they just let him walk away like that.
They're scared.
They're happy with immortality.
It's a warning letter.
Yep.
They're just like, here, don't do it again.
You know when you purposely, I don't know if this is what they were doing, but when you purposely missing the shots, the warning shots, right?
Ooh.
But here's the thing, at this point in the game, and as you got a glimpse of the items and even the damage dealt here, this is what we talked about, that what is it called, the Novatrix combination?
Novatrix,
At one point, it is going to be, instead of the Bennett's Rages, if those setups aren't like we've seen before, then he's just going to be going for the, the snipe shots, alongside Sunset Lover, who has been on point for the most part.
That's right. Honestly, Carvey just plays this differently. He relies on the Bennett more than the Renner. Because usually the Novatrix combo is like Astrosphere into the Sniper from the Renner's Apathy in combination with each other. With the increased hitbox, you kind of also rely on that too. But this time what they're doing is actually utilize Kid Bomba. Like I said, the penalty zone is the bigger ticket ultimate here because it literally locks down people. And it's enough for the Bennett's Rages. It's kind of for them to be taken out. And I don't know if Homeboys are well equipped around it.
Yeah, I mean, let's not forget about the placement of it, right? It kind of forces specifically Chibi around these neutral objectives to decide, do I have to keep pressing forward with the Mortal Coils and then be caught out in the open without anti-CC, or pull back and just eat the entire open? Here we go. Penalty zone as well as Sawa coming in huge with the Minnow and Fury. Sword, the next to fall. That's 2 boys already down with 2 flickers, 4 ultimates from the side of Deo's Vault.
That's well worth it because now, right, they cannot fight. Homeboys cannot fight this. Well, Daewoo, they can just even like zone out Chibi here. There's no chance for them to contest this Lord. A well worth it investment from Daewoo.
They gotta defend. Again, decisive here from Daewoo. What a series this has been already, back and forth. We've seen Homeboys defend against this situation before, even be down even further than this. We'll see if they can pull it off once again, but the placement is something they have to watch out for. The positioning, taking care of Rizel as well. A lot of the times, again, Zapata is just, he's got a split push. That's the most part. He's trying to put pressure there.
There could be a pinch onto
they're going to go for the sandwich.
Carvey is showing up first. He's used
the tactical
roll. He flickers out. He gets knocked up, and even the Retribution as well as the Minnow and Fury being committed here. Zoran emotes, knowing that, man, that's a lot of resources for one of my boys. In the meantime, Ryzel is going to be chunking down the Lord on that top side.
Look at them, the death ball.
The bandage rage, and
Wind
even
of Nature.
coming to the windows of nature. Oh my god. Everything being thrown at the homeboys. First inhibitor is going to fall. Second one, next GB is so low. Magister goes for the fracture on towards Zorn's side, but now Kid Bomba really disrespecting with a penalty zone. How far can he actually go? His two inhibitors will fall, and a third one is about to be committed to as well, as Deo's Vault are finding their win conditions. They take everything away from the homeboys.
Massive high ground siege. You can see the Daewoo Death Ball literally just grouping up together. You can see it coming from a mile away, but the homeboys can't do anything about it. Even Ryzel had to use the Wind of Nature just to dodge the bandage rage because it's used in a way that you trap people in. Daewoo are just so well equipped with this Death Ball strategy.
Oh, it's been brutal. It's been so brutal, right? Like, specifically Sunset Lover. He's coming out with an almost perfect game here. 7-0 and 8. Hasn't died a single time. Doesn't miss a shot that he doesn't want to miss on purpose.
Yeah, this all lining up properly and perfectly here for Daewoo. And at the same time, you got to ask yourself, homeboys, what do we do? Right? A lot of the times we're just trying to farm up, trying to get positioning here where we can, but look at the pressure being put on. Not only that, but you have to deal with the initiation possibilities, whether it's from Kid Bomba or Sawo on either of those, and at the same time, make sure that once again, Ryzel is alive and well, right? And really making the decision too, do we still try to go for some split pushing? Because so far it's been minutes now, and we still don't see any of that base turret being down. So you got to say Daewoo's been doing a great job at handling some of that side lane pressure.
Then again, the only thing that I can do is probably split at this point, but you're going to be looking at Daewoo. They have adjusted accordingly. They know how to deal with this split push that Sepan is doing. They're eyeing all the right pushes. They're getting out safely, and they're controlling it once again. And they will wait for another Lord. What they're going to do, they're going to find Ryzel again. This time, Ryzel will have to Purify.
And I mean, we'll see whether or not he gets caught out here, because again, there's still... Oh, okay. Astral Echoes being used. All they see is Zorn. They don't spot Sapat just yet, so now they're going to start repositioning for their own purple buff once more. But again, the maintenance is important here, right? GB, he starts pulling out this Lord. He's going to eventually reset it once his boys have kind of set the housekeeping done.
I think, again, you see the side lane pressure being put here on the bottom side. You're also going to have to watch out for Zorn if he goes in with his own conceal, looking for a setup here. But still, Lord going to be worked on. They have to respect it.
Okay, Bomba tries to jump in on towards Ryzel. Overshot. Immortality is down. GB blocks the shot. They back off. And here comes with Zorn in the back. Sawo flickers forward. And now even Sabat getting in the middle of the fight. Carby takes out Warlord initially. Winter Truncheon coming in for the side of Sabat. Even with heavy left hand shield, it just stayed enough. The damage is too much to take. They back away. And now, where's the shot? Oh, both skill shots. This time not connecting.
But they will get the Lord again. Wonderful Lord that's coming out from Daewoo. I mean, even when Kid Bomba missed the shot because he overshot his ultimate, it didn't matter because the nature of Daewoo's draft is just way too good. I really love this Minotaur priority from them because there's really no answer coming out from Homeboys.
Yeah. That's what's difficult. Again, you going back to the question, you know, when you're dealing with the Terizla, the Minotaur, and then you're getting a shot from, you know, all angles or even from a long distance from Carvey or Sunset Lover, it's really hard to play around. So you're looking for your own favorable situation. And at the same time, Ryzel has to be very crucial on his positioning. We'll see if they can defend here.
They're going to try to muscle on through penalty zone as Zorn is already down. Can't make the play. GB's trying to peel as much as he can, but he gets chunked down. No mortality. You know when Fury comes out. Warlord with the demonic force tries to get on top of Carvey's side. Ryzel holding on strong, but they're going to muscle their way right into base to forcefully end this game for the homeboys. That's GG well played. Deuce Fault 2-1.
Daewoo comes out swinging against the Malaysian champions. Homeboys, they win the series. What a performance here.
And they have revived their chances of getting to the knockout stages. They went 2-1, same with Geek Fam. And for Homeboys, it's tricky because after winning their first series, now they're 1-1. They now will have another fight against TOB. If they lose that, they're out. But if they win, it's a three-way tie.
Yeah, they have still, what, 2 games ahead of them? Homeboys, I believe, they still have 2 games.
One last series that will be against TOP.
TOP, okay. So they've got to play against TOP.
But my oh my, Daewoo. If there's now a dark horse that I would like to put my bet on, this is definitely Daewoo. Well, the way that they're drafting is just so good, and big props to their coach. At the same time, the way that they're playing, Kid Bomba out of nowhere just becoming one of the sensations. The Bomba mentality is just way too good. The way that we play the Terizla is so selfless, you know? The way that they combine with Sawo, I think both Sawo and Kid Bomba understood Mobile Legends to a very high level that they're willing to really sacrifice and pave the way for their big ticket players. You see Carvey as well as Magister, and even Sunset Lover. With the two playmakers for the team, they're just very comfortable playing the game.
Yeah, I know we're waiting for the MVP here, but Sunset Lover, insane KDA there on the Novaria, able to provide a lot of that vision, and just kind of whittling down the members. And yeah, I love that you said that, Wolf, because when you just look at this whole series, it was an amazing series. Love this one going the distance here. Kid Bomba is very selfless the way he plays the Lapu Lapu, the Terizla. You mentioned, even this Terizla pick for him. He loves it's a signature, and you saw it here unfold here. But again, performances all around were on point. Who is our MVP for this game? It's going to be Sunset Lover on that Novaria, 8-0-11. Wow, what a nuisance here, really, to try to find positioning even here.
A disgusting show of force, I'm going to be honest, right? This man literally foreshadowing the artillery being fired at his opponents continuously, and more importantly so, it's one of the few times you see Novaria not have like a whole bunch of assists and no kills. Nah, he secured the kills by himself, no problem, thank you very much.
8-0-11, diabolical GPM for Sunset Lover in this particular game, and his performance all throughout this series, right? There was even just maybe game number 2, you can say that there was just one fight that they lost because he didn't have the ultimate. But game 1, game 2, and game 3, very consistent performance.
This one right here, that started it all right there. And then there was multiple of those. Yeah, there's another one. So it's actually the Sunset Lover highlight reel. So.
Oh, the dodge, but it will not be enough. Fortunately, Chibi was able to macro it out. But then again, we are going to see like the combination of both Sawo as well as Kid Bomba just taking out Chibi. Look at them go. They're just literally all over the place. And that allowed Carvey to be very confident. Another connection. Look at what they're doing this time. They're just layering their spells every time that they see Rizel or Chibi because they know that they have to be selfless about it. What they know is that if they can take out the important damage dealers coming out from the side of Homeboys, they're A-okay. Big props to Carvey as well. I think the usage of the Bennett's Rage in this game was smart as well as efficient.
Yeah, and let's not also forget the fact that it's also making sure that the only one win condition once we get into the ultra late games is, hey Zorn, don't get a good kick. We're going to make sure that it's a really awkward position for you to actually find that angle. And when you start pairing, because if you're targeting Zorn, you're also targeting whoever is paired up with him to find the initial pick and to secure the kill.
Yeah, and I think that's why you saw it there through the highlights and just the game in general. Zorn had a very difficult time at trying to find any efficient way of the Dragon usage because usually, yes, he's going to get in the pretty much rain of fire, and whoever he's trying to kick to is also going to be in that situation there. So it was just very difficult for them to execute that pick, and even just, again, really trying to play around the map. Yes, they were trying to set things up on the macro level, but time and time again, Daewoo found exactly what they wanted here from, the beginning of the game even.
And also, one thing that I want to take note here is Magister actually played this well. I mean, he was out farming the Martis, the Chibi, because this is like how you utilize a assassin jungler versus a utility jungler. You don't fight head on because obviously utility is built to destroy the assassins in the early stages of the game. But when it comes to farming, that is where utility junglers struggle. Martis is quite in between, because it still is farming quickly. But versus a Nolan, that will never be the case. So there were even times where Daewoo, even when Magister had the same levels with Chibi, they're not really going for the 50-50 plays or the retribution battle. He actually just farms, and that allowed them to control the map even better. There was even a time where he was the one doing the split pushing, doing the clear of the lanes, and this allowed them to be always a threat. There came a point where the Paquito with the immortality cannot fight head-on versus the Nolan, which is unheard of, right? And that is because of the fact that that Magister played this well, and he understood the situation. I have to be the carry in this game, right? He has to be the one making sure and taking full advantage of the OP-ness of a Nolan.
The strong, yeah.
Right?
I almost find it like when I see Nolan, I'm almost thinking like most of these guys, they have to almost play like a hide and seek in a way, right?
Yeah.
They have to be away from most of the danger because of these roams from the other side of the team are going to be hunting them down. They rely on, you know, their own setups from their own team, from the XP lane, the roam themselves, and then they pop out, right? So that seemed to be the play here, and it worked for them.
Yeah, I mean, even Warlord, we saw in the first couple of interactions around the neutral objective, like Warlord was looking out to chunk him out as soon as he possibly can, and yeah, that resulted at least one of the turtles, but then immediately after that, we do see the big shift, right? They force out the mid lane, they make sure that at least with this Phoveus, oh, use your first Demonic Force, then you're too deep in, we don't dash, we look for the punish, and then we go back in for the neutral.
Yeah, I love the fact that they utilize the Minoan Fury as well. The way that they utilize Minoan Fury in the penalty zone, because I think it's very unique in a way that I'm sure that Homeboys did not see that coming. And the thing that they had the Luvaria to go with it. There was one time when Ryzel was trying to run away from the big AoE of the Minoan Fury, able to get out, but because of the additional hitbox, there's just, you know, he was just taken out afterwards. And the slow, obviously, coming out from the Astral Echo is just annoying to deal with.
Yeah, there was just a lot of things that fell into place with the lineup. And again, you look from game one to that very Wrestling Rumble Royale start, you know, fight to this, what we ended up in game three. Everything was executed well, and hopefully for either of these teams, we don't exactly know where everything is going to fall into place just yet because there's so many variables, but congratulations once again to Daewoo here for Deus Vult. Amazing performance in this great series, obviously one of my favorites here, but again, ahead of us, M5 is powered by Moontunt, presented by Kadia, our global presenting partner, supported by ROG, our official gaming phone, Grab, our official super app partner, and of course, Secret Lab, our official chair partner. Coming up next, there is more. It is the battle for Group A's top seed between Onic and CU soon, so don't go anywhere. We will be back for the M5 World Championship group stage after this.
number 1 seed, the champion of the arena. The fans adore me because I've never lost. Yet you are afraid. Afraid that you will lose everything. Do you ever get scared of losing, Kenny?
Well, big bro, I think we should cherish the joy and excitement of each game. Not who won or lost.
That's right. I'll strive for victory, but I won't lose myself in its pursuit. World Championship. I'm back.
We are here at Gamers 8 to show that we are walking the walk. We have had amazing reactions, major idea owners, and a lot of potential partners and stakeholders coming in here and taking a peek. The biggest cube over here has been the nexus of this zone.
What I saw from the outside is very mysterious. You want to know what's happening inside.
Felt like, you know, this is an MMORPG, but R is not role-playing, it's real world.
Grab only, savings ang dami, your wallet sings tonight. Laki ng bawi, pag nag-grab only, save 2 for alright. sa surot kanto Ikaw kita kan bangkit as this round versus game now Got the ball on my shoulders Ikaw kusang pataro Kau bisa buat ko lang but you can't keep me from my honor I feel like the floor is lava The energy's getting higher It's heavy in my arms Cause I don't just believe I got you like na-na-na-na And you know we hold the power Cause we are better than great Cause we are better than Aku yang terhebat, apa yang malu ku jadi terhebat Transcend myself into this game, yeah I need the power to turn me afraid Kemenangan bukan tag yang lemah The shoot of the game, we shall prevail Better than great, it's how we feel I feel like the floor is lava The energy's getting higher It's heavy in my arms Cause I don't just believe I got you like na-na-na-na And you know you hold the power Cause we are better than great I can tell you if I don't stand in my way Stand tall and be talking We are better than great Kita yang terhebat Hadapi dan tak kembali Leopard tak berubah We are better than great Cause we are better than great
The Shadow Dragon was once my biggest weakness, but now it's my most potent weapon. Cosmic Dragon, rise and soar! Dragon Stomp! Dragon Scales! Dragon Rush! Rise beyond greatness and seize your own destiny.
Tonight, we celebrate MLBB Esport.
Do the kaldak! Do the kaldak!
This is the Suman Challenge.
Go! Oh!
Just it.
Welcome to M5 Gala!
Abu, Iritel, Franco, Nana.
Nana. Best dressed team. Best dressed Super Marco.
Thank you so much for joining us at the M5 Gala, and we'll see you at the M5 World Championship.
Have you ever wondered what is our identity?
Our identity isn't limited to just esport players.
Our style.
Sweat.
Our passion.
And vibe.
Feel our energy.
When we dominate the stage.
The hours of sacrifice.
Shape who we are. So, what is our identity?
We are legendary.
In the history of M Series, no host country has ever won the championship title. No other region has ever claimed the throne. No team has ever secured the championship twice. In this thrilling showdown, 16 teams across the world have gathered once more to seize the trophy. Which teams will prove themselves in their epic rivalry rematch? Will a new region unveil their strength and climb to the top? And who will leave an unforgettable mark with their skills? Behold, the old guards, seasoned titans returning to reclaim glory.
Судьба будет в наших руках.
The newcomers, eager to forge their legacy.
Kita di sini untuk lawan yang terbaik. Kami nggak takut tantangan apapun.
Emerging from the ashes, the rising stars are vying for the spotlight.
Kita orang dah tunggu lama untuk momen ni.
This is our time. It's now or never.
Enter the contenders, here to defy the status quo and rewrite the narrative.
We've weathered the storm. This is where we'll break through.
Nós somos brasileiros e a gente não desiste nunca.
The kings, legends in their own right, descend to defend their crown.
Kita sudah merasai kemenangan. Ini saatnya kita menguasai dunia.
Naitaas na namin ang kampyonato at itataas ulit namin ngayon.
Babawiin namin ang corona para sa aming hari at reyna.
Get ready as the stage is set for the most dynamic championship of the year. It all begins here. It's time to see who will be better than great.
Today, we witness world-class action, world-class entertainment from the best MLBB teams. Welcome to M5 World Championships!
Day 4 of the M5 group stage was filled with plentiful surprises and nail-biting action. Led by Stitch, the undying Burmese ghouls refused to admit defeat.
Stitch, flying high in the sky, gets Ethan as well.
the Myanmar representatives pressed on to prevent the Mongolian downloaders from completing their comeback.
Ethan gets another kill as well. Bebek still survives. Stitch flickers forward.